Very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match in Division 2, Middlesex. The visitors here, Sussex, the hosts in a very, very good position overnight. Having won the toss yesterday, they're 354 for 6. You're listening to BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and delighted to be on the streams as well via the county websites. You can find the link on there and watch a stream of the game. And it's a good game as well. A really fine day's cricket yesterday. Proper first-class cricket. Hard toil for the bowlers on a sunny day with a straw-coloured pitch. And there's a little bit of work to do still for them this morning. 4 more wickets required from Middlesex to wrap up this Sussex innings. It's going to be Shaheen Shah Afridi to get us underway on the second morning from the Cromwell Road end, running down the hill towards the sea on the south coast. He's left arm over the wicket, wide on the crease. He bowls, and forward goes the left-handed Garton, pushing into the onside. The ball's fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. Garton has 37, Robinson has 11, and Sussex have maximum batting points in their sights. They have, 14 overs left to score 46 more runs for that batting point. So if they're still out there in 14 overs time, you'd very much fancy that they've got that fifth and final batting point. Middlesex needing another 3 wickets in the next 14 overs for maximum bowling points. As here's Afridi with 2 slips and a short leg, left arm over, he bowls. This is cut hard, backward a point. Holden gets a hand to it, low to his right, but it does squeeze away down to third, where Ethan Bamber runs in, and the batters have taken 2. Garton's on to 39, Sussex 356 for 6. I'm Kevin Hand, Adrian Harms is alongside me. Rita Green is our third voice for BBC Sport for this one as well. Delighted to have you all with us on what is a gorgeous, glorious sunny day on the south coast. It is an absolute belter out there today. Clear blue skies, barely a sighter of any cloud, just some hazy stuff on the horizon. From where Afridi is running in once more. He bowls, and well, he's not quite running in from the horizon, but you know what I mean. It's edged away past second slip, and that'll be 4 down to a fine third, where a Bamber won't get across to cut that one off. White it was, rolling to his left to try and stop it. He couldn't do so. Garton's into the 40s. He's on 43 from 64, and Sussex are 360 for 7. I'm full of beans, and I can tell you Adrian Harms is as well, because he's just managed to tidy up the mess that Reese has made spilling her coffee this morning. I don't know why I'm winding her up, because she's not in the room, but she'll be back in a minute to join our commentary. Rita Green will be joining us at 11:30, but Adrian and I take you through the first half an hour, as here's Afridi in bowls outside of the off stump. That's left alone by Garton. Through it goes to John Simpson, and 2 balls left to the opening over of the second day. So Simpson the keeper, Hanscom the skipper at slip. Second is White. Third is Bamber. Backward point Holden. Mid-off Robson. Mid-on is that Martin Anderson up there? I think it is. No, it isn't, because I think Anderson's below to our right. Who's that up there? It's mid-on. I have to find out who that is again in a moment. As here comes Afridi. Bowls and a bouncer. Through it goes to Simpson. Sharp. Fast, that one from Afridi. Why can't I figure out who that mid-on is for Middlesex? It's Blake Cullen. Cullen's the mid-on. Short leg is Mark Stoneman, buoyed by his his maiden first-class wicket yesterday, removing the Centurion. A wonderful knock it was by Allsop. All made 99. Fabulous stuff for him to ride his luck a little. And here's Afridi bowls, and that's run past second again, and that'll be 4 more, and that'll be a real frustration for Afridi and Hanscom. Sickish edge, but angle bat, soft hands, and another boundary, and Sussex are 364 for 6, and Garton's down to 47. Robinson will have strike for the first time today, because that's the end of the first over here at Hove on day 2. I didn't even manage to get around that field for you. Martin Anderson was the long leg, and he's the man with the ball in hand. A little surprisingly perhaps this morning, because Bamber was the pick of the bowlers for me yesterday. Was the most economical. Perhaps, though, it is the kind of pitch where Anderson just offered a little bit more threat. He was going at a higher economy yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes against Robinson this morning, whether Robinson really gets involved against Anderson, who will try and put a few more around the ribs than perhaps someone like Bamber would. There's a deep square in place, a long leg as well. So Anderson, 19 overs, 1 for 72 with 1 maiden. And Same field, very nearly, no third for Anderson. He's got 2 slips, a deepish gully, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. And here is Anderson to Robinson. First ball for him to face today, right in behind it, the right-hander. Tall figure, gets that bat down and defends away into the offside. So, yeah, lovely day ahead, and a lovely game in prospect here. It was good, honest, hard, tall, first-class cricket yesterday. Middlesex will be ruining some of those drop catches, 3 of them, and all 3 really should have been taken. On second ball of the day to square leg. A couple of other top edges on hooks and pulls, as here's Anderson putting one back into the hip of Robinson, tries to help it on its way. Can't do so, and there is no run. Oh, Adrian will be with us in a moment, but I'm going to do what Adrian does every morning. This will be nice. I'm looking away to the pavilion to our left and looking for a wave. Oh, hats off. There we go. Lovely to see you, sir. I always get to watch Adrian doing that. Delighted I'm able to do it myself at the moment. He's tied up at the back of the room, folks, just in case you're wondering, because I wanted to do that. I wanted to get the wave. I'll release him now, that I've had the privilege this morning to get away from inside the ground. As here's Anderson, he's in, bowls, nips this one back in towards the off stump. It's left alone by Robinson. Through it passes the gloves. And a dot ball, yes. Lovely to have you with us, wherever you are, tuned in around the ground with the earpieces, around the world, around the counties of Sussex and Middlesex. And do as ever, drop us a line, let us know where you are. Use the hashtag if you're getting involved via Twitter. That's hashtag BBC Cricket. As Anderson hits the crease now onto the hip of Robinson once more, and down to deep backward square leg. He just lifts that front leg and tries to flick it away, but it just takes a little bit of hip and trickles away off the guard for a leg bye. So he remains on 11, 365 for 6. Field around the ground this morning. Our effects mic's a little low. Adrian's alongside me now. The effects mic's a little low, isn't it, Adrian? But there's still as good a number in today. But the batteries going. Go on, you take over. You've been waiting. Anderson's running it.
Yeah, running away from us, comes in and bowls to George Garton. He's in and bowls, and Garton plays into the offside, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. We perhaps get another battery in the effects. We've had a bit of a disaster in the commentary box this morning. Kevin was very kind, not saying we were all set to go. Cup of coffee, and you can guess what happened. The cup of coffee went flying over the equipment and the laptop and everything else. So it was a bit of a chaotic situation for a couple of minutes. But the good news is the coffee is all cleared up. I'm not sure how well the laptop is. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Perhaps let it just dry out for a bit. As in comes Anderson, and clipped by Robinson down to deep backward square and picks up a single. Robinson goes to 12, and Sussex do 367 for 6. So the best way of communicating with us at the moment is via Twitter, and I'll get an email address in a few moments' time. Just a little heads up that John Philby, the newly appointed Sussex chairman, is going to join us today. He's addressing the members, I think, at 1 o'clock today at lunchtime. But he's going to come and have a chat to us at 2:30 this afternoon. So if you've got any questions that you'd like to put to John, he's going to be live on commentary from 2:30 this afternoon. End of the second over at Sussex are 367 for 6. Robinson on 12, Garton on 48. And I'm going to go upstairs and have a little play around with the effects microphone.
Good man, Adrian. Yeah, it sounds as though the battery's dying on us up there in that effects mic. Because it is a little bit noisier out there, the hustle and bustle that we heard yesterday. Here's a freebie, first time to Robinson this morning. Left arm over, 2 slips and a short leg, and a deep backward square leg on a rather large boundary away to our left as we look up towards the Cromwell Road end. And now a freebie is charging down that slope and bowls now a length ball. Robinson over the top, eases to points where Holman fields, and there's no run. So 2 slips, third, point, mid-off. So it's a 5-4 field. The onside is mid-on, short leg, deep backward square leg and long leg. And yeah, the deep backward square leg is Max Holden. I think he'll be very much told, be ready, because I think there'll be a few in around the ribs and around the helmet of Robinson here from Afridi. Don't think he'll be giving him much in his half, particularly outside off stump. As Afridi's in, bowls, and this is down the leg side. An appeal for a strangle, which he'll just about detected on the effects mic. Oh, what is that, Harmsy? Can we have a listen in? Telling us our effects mic's not working. Oh, there he goes. fiddling away on the effects mic. Let's see what he can do with it. I'll turn him down a little bit there, just in case his career flashes before his eyes and he says something inappropriate on the effects mic and he's scratching away at it. So just me down below at the moment in this commentary box here at Hove as forward goes Robinson pushing away into the onside. It's fielded at mid-on and there's no run. No window on this commentary box, so it will sound as though I'm in a windowless room, because that's exactly what it is. Well, it's not a windowless room, but a room without a window that opens. We'll see at Lords, we had the delight of that TMS commentary box where the window opens wide for these BBC commentaries. Okay, the window does open in the press box. I should describe the ground to you here, away to our right, for those that don't know it. That's a ball that gets up on Robinson from a 3D and lifts off the splice of the bat, but into the offside where there's no close catcher. It's a short leg in place on the onside. This lovely media centre down at the CN now that they have. Sky commentary positions away to our left as we look out, and to our right is the press box for the written journos. They have a large sliding window in there. It slides open. On a day like this, it's glorious. I mean, that wide open for them to look out and hear what's going on around the ground. As here comes Freedy again, a bouncer down the leg side it goes. He's coming around the wicket now for this one to Robinson, who happily ducks inside and no run again. Adrian's back. Oh, we can fade up the effects mic now and hear any better. Oh no, it's even worse. What's happened? Can we hear anybody now? It's buzzing a little bit. The effects mic is dead. It is no more. This is a Freedy around the wicket. I think there is a little something there as a Freedy bowl. Yes, there we go. Played into the onside, fielded at short leg, and there's no run. 367 for 6. It's got a little bit of a hum on it though, so apologies if you're hearing that at home. Adrian has been working hard on it up there to see what's up with it today. It hasn't quite got the oomph that it had over yesterday. End of the over, 367 for 6. Adrian's found another mic. Let's see if that does any good. Here's Anderson. Right arm over, he bowls and forward goes Garton, pushing away into the offside. He's on 48. Apologies for the distraction there. Adrian is going to go and have a look to see. If you can find out what's up with that effects mic. And he's come up with a good idea here. By the looks of it, he's in the press box to our right. Let's have a look and see. Say hello to us, Adrian. Can you say anything? Here's a foolish ball, which is might be on another one now. Let's see. Hey, look at that. We've got an effects mic. Well done, Adrian. He's done a fine job there. We've an on-site technician sorting things out. Bear with us, folks, while we sort out this little technical. It's all fun and games. It's quite good fun for us. Probably dreadful for you, but we're doing our best to make it entertaining and tell you what we're doing. Actually, if you're in the ground, you probably could have seen Adrian dangling his effects mic outside of the window there as Anderson's in. This one's turned away into the onside. There's no run. Welcome back, Adrian. I'll let you pick up the over again. Very, very good.
Is that better?
Much better. Look at that. Sounds great.
So what happens? So we changed the batteries up on the roof, and that didn't work. Yeah. So anyway, we're working, which is the good news. Good start for Sussex this morning. Moving on from 354 for 6 to 367 for 6. In comes Anderson and bowls, and Garton is solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Lovely sunny morning here in Hove. A decent crowd in as well. A lovely day for watching cricket, and it's meant to get quite warm today. I think into the low 20s, which is the good news, and the weather forecast for the rest of the match is good as well. Anderson is back to a mark. He's got 2 slips, a deepish backward point, but not all the way to the boundary. Anderson is in and bowled and driven by Garton out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to the total. Garton is within one of a half century. Really good to see George Garton back in action for Sussex, as we know he had issues around COVID at the beginning of the season, and really good to see him back in action. He's 49 not out. Is coming in from the C end of the ground, comes into bowl to Ollie Robinson, and Robinson...
That seemed a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he did, away from the right-handed Robinson.
Robinson will like that.
Yeah, he will. So just one off the over, end of the over, 368 for 6. Robinson on 12, Garton is on 49, and Anderson figures 21 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 75.
Yeah, that looked. I'm going to have a look on the stream now. Don't forget, if you have the opportunity, as well as listening to our radio commentary, you can get streams of these games. Head to the Sussex or the Middlesex website and you'll find the link. I'm just going to scrub back on the stream now and have a look, see if that did go off the surface. To the naked eye, that's what it looked like, which Robinson will be delighted with. All eyes on day 2. How does the surface play today? Does it quicken up a little bit? Is it the best day to bat day 2? Middlesex will certainly hope so. They've got a fair bit of work to do. They need to wrap up 4 wickets first. This man shouldering a lot of that. Afridi, his left arm over. Bowls a lifting ball through to Simpson. Lovely delivery that. Garton on 49. Yeah, we'll be enjoying the new ball in hand this morning, Afridi.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? Bit of extra nip off the pitch there from Afridi.
Yep, I'd have enjoyed that. All right, let's scrub back and have a look at that last Anderson one. Last ball of the 100th over it was. About to see that in a moment. Here's Afridi first. Past the umpire, bowls, and up over the top of this one. Garton runs it down to third and picks up a 50. Well batted. 50 from 75 balls. And 369 for 6 now. That's been a fabulous knock. There was a real opportunity at 5 down for Middlesex to get through them. 50 off 75 balls, 105 minutes, 6 fours for George Garton. And really, really done a fine job. I think Garton and Robinson, when they were announced in the squad for Sussex, Middlesex thought, oh no, they were mainly thinking about their efforts with the ball though.
Yeah, and he's really, over the last 2 or 3 seasons, George Garton has become, an all-round cricketer, and he's playing out. He's played in the IPL, in T20 cricket, he's played in the Big Bash, and he's looked completely at home and has played really nicely for that 50. It's come a good time as well.
I tell you what, that ball from Anderson, last ball of the previous over, I think that's done the most of any ball in the match, Adrian. Have a look at this one. I think we'll just have time before Afridi runs in. Afridi's just adjusting out in the middle. In the meantime, we'll have a look at the replay. Look at, boom,
yes, it did.
Off the surface.
Wow.
Look at that go.
That did go a long way.
So that will really have infused both Garton and Robinson, and that'll be a worry for Middlesex. There wasn't much yesterday, was there? Off the surface, through the air. And again, you look at it today, you don't see particularly any reason why the ball should be doing more today than it did yesterday. Nothing overhead. Hotter day today. Only, one that it was cold yesterday, but extremely warm day today we're expecting. Afridi's got a silly point in place now, as he's going to come left arm around, short leg and silly point crouching down, and it's Robinson on strike. Afridi's in, bowls, and a short one. Oh, that's an absolute snorter.
Wow.
Now, well, I tell you what, it does feel like this pitch has picked up a little bit of pace. Can we say that already after 20 minutes of day 2? Has it just quickened up a little bit? Afridi really getting that one to fly through on a good length, short of a length delivery, well directed, well landed by Afridi. He had everything right on that, and it got a response. It got good pace and good bounce, good carry through to Simpson. Robinson beaten on the back foot as he fended at it. Here's Afridi with his 4th ball of the over. He bowls, and another short one, and Robinson fends at it again. Through it goes to Simpson, a dot ball once more. Afridi, I think, is asking for a leg gully now as well. He's asking second slip to go to leg gully. He's asking for deep backward square leg to go round. Let's have a look. Yeah, so Hanscom's moving long leg wider because White's moved to leg gully. The deep square has just gone around a little bit closer to square from a deep backward square leg. I think it's Holden. No, it's not. They've changed out there because Holden's in at silly point now. Here's Afridi with no mid-off in place. He bowls. It's full and it's onto the toes and it's clipped down towards long leg, and they'll take a single. Robinson's on to 13. 1 ball to come of the over. Bluff from Afridi, having lined up the deep square, the leg gully, then attempted the Yorker, but onto leg stump. And
I think Ollie Robinson would be glad to get up the non-striker's end. He's consistently looked the most dangerous bowler, Afridi. And exactly the same again this morning.
Two slips still for the left-handed Garton and a short leg as this ball gets a thick inside edge on his forward defence. It squirts through square leg for a single. 371 for 6, end of the 101st over of the innings. Middlesex have 9 overs to take 3 wickets for maximum bowling points. There are 29 more runs required for maximum batting points for Sussex.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand. Rita Green is the other member of our commentary team today on a glorious day down on the south coast. If you want to send any emails through, unfortunately we had a coffee accident with the laptop this morning. Which is currently not working. Which is not great. So we're hoping it's going to dry out. But I'll give you an...
Can't put it in the sun.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. In comes Anderson running away from us. In and bowls and flicked off the hip by Garton. They're going to take one through mid-wicket. He's looking for two. He's really, really quick between the wickets, is George Garton. And that's really good running. I think there was always 2 there, but he set off for the first run really quickly. And came back for the second one. Stoneman coming in from... deep square leg to field. Garton goes to 53, 373 for 6. I know you did the around the ground wave, Kevin, so thanks for doing that. So the laptop may not be working, but the...
Thank you for letting me. Sorry, I had to tie you up at the back of the room so I could do it.
Anderson in again, bowls, and Garton with a play and a miss outside the off stump. That delivery slanting across the left-handed Garton, who was looking to belt that through the covers. But instead, the ball whistled past the outside edge through to Simpson. And there's no run. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, on the onside, a mid-on, a deep backward square and a fine leg. Anderson runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Garton, who this time does caught at second slip, and that's a really, really fine catch by Robbie White. Beautifully taken. The previous delivery, George Garton had flirted with one outside the off stump. This time, put in exactly the same place by Martin Anderson. Garton couldn't resist, thick outside edge, and smartly taken by White, diving low to his left at second slip. So the first wicket of the day goes down. It's a wicket for Anderson, his second of this innings, and Sussex 373 for 7. Good catch.
Yeah, Robbie White. I mean, it's a slip call than they've got now. Middlesex, Hanscom at slip, White at second. They're missing Eskenazi and Robson from their cordon at the moment. Robson in the game, but still recovering from that injury. There's the applause for Garton. Let's have a listen. Fine 50, well appreciated. Again, I was just making the point when he brought up his 50 that at 5 down, there was certainly an opportunity for Middlesex with that new ball around the corner to try and get through and wrap them up for below 350. Sussex, they're 373 for 7. And Middlesex 2 more wickets away from maximum bowling points, still 27 runs for maximum batting. But when that 5th wicket fell, the score was 273 for 5. Now, it would have been greedy. That was the 74th over. It would have been greedy to say somewhere around 300, but certainly below 350. I think Middlesex would have said to themselves, come on, there's enough in this. I tell you what, there is a bit in this morning, though. Middlesex, we worry about that. All of a sudden, 373 looks a much better score, Adrian.
Well, it's nice to have the runs on the board, isn't it? But, I still think Sussex from where they were at, 225 for 1 at one stage yesterday. So Middlesex have fought back well. Yeah. But just a couple, as you say, and there is the Robinson factor for the first time this season. As Anderson is comes into bowl to Aaron Beard, who's the new batsman on loan from Essex. And that loops down the leg side, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. Still those two, there's a catch low down to his left-hand side by Robbie White. But Garton was annoyed with himself because the previous delivery, he'd felt for one outside of the off stump.
I was just going to say, that, going back through the card and the dismissals.
Anderson in and bowls, and forward comes Beard and runs that down to third man. He's going to get runs. He may get 4 in hot pursuit down towards the third man boundary. But it has gone all the way for 4 runs. So Beard on the way. There's Blake Cullen who was chasing that down to third man. Beard on his way with the boundary.
I'm going to be overly critical, so apologies to all family members of batters of Sussex. But just for a moment, for an example, of what we've seen in this match, because I know certainly somebody had said it to me last night as well. There were some loose shots, and bearing in mind 379 for 7, so say there were some loose shots.
Anderson in bowls, and Beard fields for one outside of the off stump, doesn't get a nick, goes through to Simpson.
Just tells a little story, doesn't it, in terms of, they've racked up all these runs. And that was a little loose there from Garton, wasn't it? I think Sussex are well within sight of that batting point, that he didn't need to be going hard after. He didn't need to be doing it at any great rate. Racking up as many first innings runs as possible had to be the aim this morning, not chasing that batting point, because it should have been there within easy sight and still is.
Anderson in bowls, and Beard full delivery, plays away in the offside. So, end of the over. And I didn't notice that, which was very bad of me. That looping delivery down the leg side was signalled as a no ball. So Sussex 379 for 7, Robinson 13, Beard on 4.
Just going through the card, or went for 99. Now, he was just pushing before tea, trying to bring up his century, wasn't he? So that was a loose one. Haynes bowled Shaheen. Lovely delivery from Afridi, wasn't it, for 17. Alsop caught Hanscom, bowled Stoneman for 113. He was a little unlucky. It was a bit of leg side filth from Stoneman, wasn't it? And he clipped it away. Pajara was a loose shot. Caught Holden off Bamber for 16. Clark, it was loose, inside edge. Down onto the stumps off Anderson for 15. And Rizwan was loose as well. Caught Hanscom, bowled Cullen for 31. Here's Afridi, left arm around to Robinson, another bouncer through to the keeper. This is going to be fun when Robinson bowls to Afridi, because I think he'll be getting it back.
What number will Afridi bat?
9, I'd guess. Bamber at 11. Afridi. It'll be a toss-up between Afridi and Cullen for 10. Suggests. I think that's very fair to say, with Holman and Anderson, the all-rounders above them. Afridi from the Cromwell Road end. Another lifting delivery. Did chop the bat on that. Robinson, he thought for a moment about following it, lifting the bat up. Just walks away, fine of the short leg fielder to take a breath. So short leg is Holden. Silly point is Stoneman. And they've got... now I've missed that the leg gully has dropped back to a deep backward square leg now, White. So there's a square leg, a deep backward square leg, and a long leg as Afridi's in, bowls another bouncer, and up on his toes, Robinson rides it into the onside where Holden collects. So just the one slip, which is Hanscom.
They've really got the trap in place, haven't they?
There's only 1, 2, 3 fielders in front of square, because there's a backward point. The deep square leg is slightly backward of, then there is certainly a backward square leg. Advanced slightly there, White, as Afridi's in, and Robinson's over the top of this one. It's a backward point, they'll take a single. Holman throws at the stumps, but they're through. And 380 for 7 it is now. Beard on to strike. Middlesex hunting 2 wickets here in the next 7.5 overs, 7.2 overs. Let's get maximum bowling points. Taking his guard, Beard, left-hander. 2 slips and a short leg for him. So many left-handers in this Sussex lineup.
No, there are. There's what's this? The 4 of the top 5 were George Garton was 5, Aaron Beard 6. If Delray Rawlins had been playing, that would have been 7.
Reedy's past the umpire, he bowls, and he bowls him! What a delivery that was! A Yorker right on the spot from Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Stumps splattered from the Pakistan international. 380 for 8. Beard bowled for 4 by an Afridi Yorker.
Wow. Well, 2 stumps, only 1 stump remained in the ground. That's what I think you call comprehensively bowled. Is Aaron Beard for 4. So Middlesex have already picked up a couple of wickets this morning. Sussex 380 for 8. And Beard goes for 4. And that was a cracking delivery, wasn't it?
Oh, look at middle and leg fly. Just watching the replay now. And bang, look at that. You'd almost say that was boom boom Afridi, wouldn't you, from Shaheen Shah there. Absolutely splattered those stumps. Wonderful sight for a fast bowler, isn't it? And exciting as a neutral at the ground as well, watching it. You see the stumps go like that. High quality cricket from Afridi. And from these two teams, it was a point I made yesterday that, they're all eyes on Afridi and Pujara and Rizwan and Hanscom as well when he comes out to bat for Middlesex in this match. But goodness me, haven't the domestic boys done well? Orr and Allsop, Bamber yesterday, Cullen, Anderson, all played their part. They all stood alongside Afridi, and Bamber for me, as I say, was the pick of the bowlers. And the pick of the batters for sure. Orr and Allsop outdoing the two bigger names. As here comes Mason Crane.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd fancy being Mason Crane at the moment, to be honest, because
he's all right. He knows what to do with the bat.
Well, he does, and I'm sure he's faced this sort of bowling before, but he's certainly bowling at a lively pace this morning.
It feels a shade quicker, a fraction quicker this morning, doesn't it? Now, whether the pitch has just quickened up a little, I don't know, but certainly that ball from Anderson, I think, will certainly worry Middlesex that Anderson got that kind of movement off the surface this morning. Really, really good from him, and really positive for Middlesex. It was a tough day's cricket, but they stuck at it. It was proper first-class cricket yesterday. It was lovely to see, wonderful to watch. It's been a good start to the championship season, I think, across the country. Bowlers have been made to work for their wickets, and that's what you want to see. I don't want to see flat tracks, of course, but I want to see proper, even, fair contests. I think we've seen that. Here's Afridi. Left arm around to Crane. The bat surrounded, and this one is played along the floor, not particularly convincingly, by Crane to Holman at Gully. There's the end of the over, 380 for 8. A very generous applause here at Hove for Afridi at the end of the over. I think they'll have all enjoyed that as well. I think got everybody to sit up and got the blood pumping for everybody around the ground there. That was a spectacular dismissal. It was. A spectacular way to claim Beard bowled for 8. So 380 for 8 it is. And 7 overs left on that countdown, and all of a sudden maximum batting points just that little bit further away for Sussex now.
They are 7 overs to get 20 runs. What I'm going to do is, because Rita's just come back into the commentary box, we'll get on commentary in a minute. We've got an update to do, but we have had coffee cake while you've been away, Rita. We had a spilt cup of coffee and the laptop is now not working. As in comes Anderson and bowls, and Robinson drives very languidly out into the offside. There is no run. So I'm going to give you another email address, which is so my own BBC address to send your emails.
Oh, careful, Adrian.
Yeah, I don't mind. Adrian.harms@bbc.co.uk.
You'll have all the groupies.
Yeah, well.
Day and night.
Or you can tweet us at Kevin Ham BBC or at BBC Sussex Sport or at Rita Green. As in comes Anderson. Over the wicket bowls and forward comes Robinson. Plays down the onside of the track and there is no run. If anyone's got a solution, because there will be someone listening who's a guru on laptops and iPads and all the rest of it. What I should do, having spilled a cup of coffee on the laptop this morning that wasn't very clear. We were all set to go on air, weren't we, Kevin? We were just nattering away.
Well, we wouldn't go that far.
And
it's you and I, Adrian. We were hanging on in there.
And the cup went over. In comes Anderson, bowls, and Robinson pulls that one onto the leg side. I think that's gone for 4 runs.
No, 4.
It was just signalled by Luke Holman, who's out there on the onside boundary. It was 4 runs. It was a lovely shot by Ollie Robinson. Picked it up beautifully. 4 runs. To the square leg boundary. Robinson goes to 18. Sussex 384 for 8. So Sussex will just want to ensure here that they get this 4th batting bonus point. They've got plenty of time. The one thing they don't have is wickets, having already lost 2 this morning. Garton for 53 and Beard for 4. In comes Anderson bowls, and Robinson's at it again, and he's going to get caught. And I don't think that's a very clever shot, if I'm being honest. Just hit straight down the ground, caught by Ethan Bamber, and Ollie Robinson goes for 18. The Sussex have lost their 3rd wicket of the morning, and now they could really struggle to pick up a 5th batting bonus point. Robinson goes, simple catch for Bamber. And Sussex have lost 3 wickets very quickly this morning.
And maximum bowling points for Middlesex, which seemed a long way off. It's 220 odd for 1.
Yeah.
Again, we've got to wait till both sides are batted, but big partnership for the 2nd wicket. 384 for 9 now. I go back to what I was saying about when that 5th wicket fell. I said Middlesex have got to try and think here, right, have them out for fewer than 350. If they could make it bang bang now in terms of the wickets, then 384 all out, fine. Middlesex certainly would have taken that at 2-2-1 for 1.
Yeah.
Was the fall of Orr?
Yes, it was.
That second wicket to go. 225 for 1 it was that they reached. So they've lost 9 wickets for
159. Is that right?
Yes.
And they've lost 3 for 30 this morning.
And again, of that 159, there was a partnership of 64 for the 6th wicket. Going back to that, 273 for 5, I'm saying, right, here's the chance for Middlesex, here's the opportunity. Are you still trying to turn your laptop on, Adrian? I think it's at the point where, 1, you've got to get it out in the sun, and 2, get somebody to open it up and pull it apart. Is there an IT? There must be a techie ground, the office at this ground somewhere where somebody could quickly open it up and see if they can salvage whatever parts they can.
I'm sure they could.
This is a man speaking from experience here.
We're just waiting for an update to the listeners on BBC Sussex. So I'll just keep going for a moment as in comes Anderson running away from us. Comes in and bowls, and new batsman is Sean Hunt, who plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And these 16 runs probably seem quite a long way away for Sussex now.
Who do you have to report it to? Who's the boss? You've got to call up and say.
Oh, I've done all that.
Oh, I've spilled the coffee on the laptop, boss.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Sorry about that.
Spilled the coffee on the laptop, boss. You've done what?
Anderson runs away from us, comes into bowl to Hunt, and Hunt covers up and plays straight back down the track. Anderson fields, there is no run. End of the over. 384 for 9. Anderson figures 23 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 87. Sussex are 384 for 9. We're going to be doing an update just any moments at all, and then I'll leave you with Rita and Kevin. But it's going to be a Freedy who's going to come into bowl to Mason Crane, and Freedy has bowled really, really well this morning, and Middlesex will be delighted.
Yeah, listen, there's a great chance here for Middlesex, but what we don't know is whether they're just keeping Sussex in sight. Have Sussex overscored a little? We'll see when Robinson charges down that slope in a wee while. Do you need to give me an elbow soon?
No, you keep going. They haven't come to me yet.
Here's a Freedy. Left arm around, he's got a silly point, short leg, 2 slips, and he has Mason Crane, the number 10 on strike, who has faced 1 delivery, which was from a Freedy. Around the wicket he comes, from the Cromwell Road end, down the hill he bowls, and that's driven into Mark Stoneman at silly points. Now, where's that hit him?
Yeah, Mason Crane is very concerned. I mean, it's not Mason Crane's fault, and he goes over to Mark Stoneman and says, "I'm sorry about that, but it's."
Well, it is. He just hit it at him.
I mean, the fielder is in there, and that's the risk. I think he's okay.
Yeah, it's not in the helmet or somewhere, which is why I'm already.
I think it was round about the ankle, wasn't it?
I really hope that's hit him on the shin guard. That's just below the right knee. I'm desperately hoping the shin guard has covered that. As I say, we can be mischievous because it's not on the head or somewhere like that, not somewhere particularly dangerous, but it is somewhere painful. Look at that. Oh, goodness me. That's not nice. Don't watch the stream, folks. Don't click on the link at the moment. Oh, that's horrible. He's all right, though.
He's staying in there.
He's crouched down again. It's obviously, the shin guard looks as though it's done its job. Here's a Freedy, left arm over now to Crane, who's over the top of it and defends to Stoneman, who sprightly moves to his left to stop it. Josh de Carey's walking down below us. Grandson of Frank and son of Michael Atherton. Very unlucky to have lost his place in the side at the moment. Huge competition for places in that Middlesex top order and in the bowling ranks. Ishant Kushal is the player who just missed out on the team for this one. Promising young bowler for Middlesex. As here's a Freedy bowls, and Crane's over the top of this one again. Defends away into the offside. Push back once more. There are 3 balls left to the over. We're going to see those stumps splattered once more before this innings is done.
Right, we're going to do a cricket update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. As a Freedy wanders back to the Cromwell Road end of the ground. And comes in left arm around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Crane is right in behind it, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. 384 for 9, so 3 wickets have gone down this morning.
Top temperatures of how many?
I didn't hear that, but it's low 20s. Right, let's do this cricket update. Yes, thanks, Sarah. A gorgeous morning here at Hove, and it's been a good morning for the visitors, Middlesex, who have picked up 3 Sussex wickets already this morning. George Garton, who made 53, Aaron Beard for 4, and the last wicket to go down, that of Ollie Robinson, who was out for 18. So Sussex now 386 for 9 here at Hove. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Rory Burns out for Surrey. He's out for 107. Surrey now 279 for 8. That's our update done. Capable hands of not me, but Rita and Kevin.
Gonna have a croissant that I brought for you as well, Adrian, away here. You can munch away on that chi up. Here's Freedy's left arm around bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. Quick single taken by Crane just in front of point. 387 for 9. Crane moves to 3, and that's the end of the over. So Crane will keep the strike with that single. Poor old Adrian, he's beaten himself up over the laptop. Worst things happen at sea, as well as by the sea here at Hove. Good morning, Rita.
Good morning,
You missed
Kevin.
you missed all the action.
Good morning, everyone. Yes.
In the commentary box.
In the commentary box on the
everywhere.
pitch. Well, the question is, was there sugar in Adrian's coffee? Because that doesn't make a difference.
Why does it make it? Oh, what, to the laptop?
Yeah.
Go on, tell us why.
Well, I sound like I know
Is this
what
your
I'm talking
engineering
about.
degree?
That's right, yeah.
A STEM genius.
That's incredibly kind. I don't
The
remember the
IQ in the
lecture on
commentary
that.
box with the arrival of Rita on top of Adrian and I would say it's
Definitely
quadrupled, but there kind of had to be an IQ to begin with for its quadruple, I suppose.
No, I don't remember the lecture on coffee in laptops, but what a morning for Middlesex so far. Kevin, you must be absolutely delighted. Yeah, on to the next over of the game. It's Anderson here from the C end into Crane, and a big swipe, and the ball just dribbled out to sort of cover area and absolutely did nothing.
Never mind the cricket, Rita. What about sugar in the coffee in the laptop? That's what everybody wants to know. So if he'd have had sugar in there, it could have saved the laptop.
This is where I add value to the commentary. All I believe from a mate of mine who had very sugary coffee in her laptop, the sugar basically messes around with the components inside the laptop.
Oh,
But
so
if
it's worse?
It's worse. So right, next ball from Anderson from the C end to Crane, and another big swipe, and it's somehow made its way down to third man. They nick a single, and there's one to the addition on the Sussex total, 388 for 9.
So sugary coffee is worse for the laptop. I thought you were going to tell us it was better.
Oh,
right,
no,
okay.
no.
I don't think he did sugar. So the sugar makes it worse, does it?
Because if not, it would just be basically it's just, well, it might be one of those wives' tales or whatever we call it. But I believe the sugar makes it worse. But quite frankly, I think we need to put it in rice and somewhere warm.
Yes.
Hunt to receive the next one from Anderson, and it's a play and a miss straight through to the keeper. And there is no run.
It was a shot of some description, but we're not sure what.
Well, I'm going to watch the replay.
He just wafted at it outside the off, didn't he?
Yeah, nibbled.
Yeah.
A bit late in the play. I think they're stuck between a rock and a hard place here, aren't they, at Sussex, in terms of trying to get the total moving.
Well, 12 runs, that's what they've got to think about.
Anderson to Hunt again, who defends on the front foot, yes, and pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think Hunt will have a clear objective here, survive. So that was why the nibble on the back foot. I think Crane will be told, try and get these 12 runs, and he'll be walking down, and he's prodded away at the surface there, Crane, hasn't he?
Yeah, had a little
just
word.
said to Hunt, that's it, just block. Let me try and find the runs.
2 more balls in the over. Anderson from the C end to Hunt. Oh, and a lovely Yorker there, and lovely sort of action in there, but nicely defended. Credit where it's due by Hunt. He's received 5 balls so far, no runs on the total so far. It's always a bit of a interesting game at the end of an innings. I'm sure Stoneman and co will be looking to. Think about the pads on. Anderson to Hunt again, who pushes it quite nicely, actually, with soft hands down to third man, but rejects the run. because it was the last ball of the over, actually, and it's 388 for 9. There we go. Could have had a run, pushed it down to third man, but opted against it, so Crane could be on strike.
Yeah, I think there's a situation to be managed here, isn't there? I don't think Hunt against, from what we've seen, Hunt against Anderson, I don't think Hunt against Afridi is going to be a particularly good idea.
Do you think we need to be, sorry to duck in here, do you think we need to be on Mark Stoneman watch, after that knock on the knee? I saw him
where is he now?
Because he's going to be opening the batting, you'd have thought.
It seemed sprightly enough the next ball when he had to just have it. I mean, bearing in mind that he was still crouched down for at silly point the next ball, and then he had to sprightly get up and burst to one side to go and collect the ball. So he seemed all right, and the knee seemed to be moving.
I seem to be bringing up the caring side of me.
No, well, indeed. I just hope that shin guard did its job. Afridi is left arm around the wicket. 2 slips and a short leg go down. This is driven away out to a deep... it's a deep extra cover. There's no mid-off, there's no cover, there's no point, there's a deep extra cover, which I think is a good move. He was the deep extra cover, a silly point a few moments ago, which is where Stoneman was hit on the knee. But I think this is probably a better idea, because they don't want to make these runs easy, where Crane had just trapped the bat down on it behind Stoneman and got a comfortable 2. By putting the deep extra cover out, he's pretty much stopping them getting 2. There's Afridi bowls, a bouncer, it's edged on, it's gone through the gloves. Well, that was sharp and hard and nasty, and that was just for the batter, let alone the keeper. Poor John Simpson, he left arm around Afridi. Simpson's first step took him to the left as that ball was angled in pretty much almost to the chin of Mason Crane. It was a nasty delivery. Crane got the bat up in front, and then all of a sudden a thick deflection sent it the other way to which Simpson was heading, and he tried to readjust, got both gloves to it, but only just the fingertips of them. And over it goes for 4. Crane's onto 8. 392 for 9. Afridi with his hands on his head. Now what does he deliver as a result? He's in, bowls, and another one, which this time he swats at Crane, and it's through to Simpson, a dot ball.
Brilliant competition going out there. Really proper fast bowling coming down from the Cromwell Road end by the one and only Afridi. Plenty in the ground today. I'm sure we're looking forward to watching Afridi do exactly this. They probably didn't think they were going to be against the sort of very end of the tail, but this is good stuff. Good pace.
Afridi sets off now. Around the wicket he goes, bowls, and this one goes short, up in the air, chance, deep backward square leg coming around, and holds on to the catch. Cullen holds on, and that is the end of Crane, the end of Sussex, and Afridi has 3 for 97. He's the man that wraps it up with his pace with the new ball this morning. Sussex just shy of maximum batting points, a fine 392 having won the toss for them, but Afridi, the man, I think fittingly, that wraps it up this morning. A couple of wickets for him, Shaheen Shah Afridi, in a fine performance, and we'll all remember that Yorker that bowled Beard, absolutely splattering the stumps, and a bouncer to finish it. Crane having to find the runs and having to take it on. He was thinking about those 8 more runs and thinking, well, I can't just let him bowl at me. But as a result, top edges, he departs. Comfortable catch for Cullen, and 392 it is for Sussex. A good first innings score. How good, we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, and if you've only just got to the ground here at gorgeous sunny Hove, you've missed a bundle of wickets so far, and you're just about to see Middlesex starting their first innings, and what a morning it's been for Middlesex. I think Sussex will feel disappointed for sure not to get to that 400 mark, don't you think, Kevin? And also maybe the manner of some of the dismissals as well. For me, it seemed as though they were absolutely chasing the runs. It's easy to say in the commentary box, of course, but there's a fine line between ticking the runs over and more risky shots out there, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one, because that ball was 16 overs old this morning, and I think the pitch did a little bit more. There was that one from Anderson to Robinson that really seemed, and it did more than anything I think we saw all day yesterday, that ball. And I think Robinson would have been delighted. I think he'll look at that, and Sussex will be delighted and think, oh, hello. The pitch, let's see. Has it quickened up a little bit today? It certainly feels like it has. It feels like there's been more pace in that this morning than we saw all day yesterday, including with the start of Bamber and Afridi yesterday with the new ball, and Cullen's express pace as well. They went in with Anderson and decided they were going to rough up the tail a little bit more this morning, and it's worked. I think they went in with a clear ploy of Afridi and Anderson to get after them. And yeah, I think it worked. So I think Sussex will be disappointed to fall 8 runs shy of the batting point. They'll be disappointed from 225 for 1 to 392 all out. But again, Middlesex at the fall of the 5th wicket would have undoubtedly harboured hopes of having them out for less than 350. So 392, no disaster for Middlesex, no disaster for Sussex. All eyes on the start of the Middlesex innings to tell us the story of it. We'll have a better idea of that Sussex innings once we've seen how Robinson goes against Robson and Stoneman at the beginning. Because if he gets off to a flyer, and it is tricky and it is tough, then all of a sudden you think, 392, Orr and Allsop have done a wonderful job, as Garton did as well yesterday evening with Rizwan.
So let's have a look at the bowling figures, and a certain Shaheen Shah Afridi with 3 wickets for 97 runs off 27.4 overs, 3 maidens in there as well. I really enjoyed actually watching him this morning, especially really good, aggressive, fast bowling. I've always been impressed with watching Afridi, if I'm honest. You know, that enthusiasm, youthful enthusiasm in the field. I get the impression that for playing internationally, playing for county, but also playing with your brothers, 7 brothers at home, it would probably be exactly the same and rather competitive. Martin Anderson with decent figures as well, 3 for 88 off 24 overs, and in the wickets this morning as well. We're pleased with that. And there's a sprinkle of wickets throughout the Middlesex group as well. So they'll be delighted with the way things have finished off here in this first innings for Sussex. The groundsmen are all out there and doing their business with a big roller going up and down, and a bit of paintwork going on as well to mark out the crease again. So we start again, as you say, Kevin. Let's just see how Middlesex get on. It could feel potentially that 392 was an absolutely cracking score and a gazillion away from what's achievable by Middlesex, or it could feel in a heartbeat that it's run away. It could be one or the other. We shall see in this gorgeous sunshine here at Hove.
I mean, look, 392 is not a bad score, is it? But the point is, having been 225 for 1.
Yes.
What's really difficult to weigh there is there have been 3 bad put-downs by Middlesex to that point. All making a very, very good 99, but he offered 3 genuine chances which Middlesex failed to take. Sliding doors, had they have taken the catch second ball of the match, maybe Pujara walks out and plays a very different innings, and on that track says, I like this, and racks up 300 himself. So we can only really judge that innings once Middlesex have batted, but certainly Middlesex will know not holding those chances could come back to haunt them, because just maybe they were all of a sudden in amongst that Sussex top order a little bit quicker than 225 for 2, when all of a sudden wickets tumbled. They were 5 down very quickly. 64-run partnership, 63-run partnership then for the 6th wicket, and then it's gone again in a flash. So yeah, it's very difficult, genuinely difficult to sit here and weigh that up. Again, Middlesex is a youthful attack, 25 or below, and now they've got the star quality of Shaheen Shah Afridi, clearly the best bowler in the match. However, Ollie Robinson is going to be a real threat on this, as Garton will be. Middlesex, I think, bowled well. I think Anderson bowled well this morning, back to take the very nearly new ball with Afridi. Bamber for me was the pick yesterday in terms of his perseverance, and nice for him that he got Pujara as a result. Also, a massive wicket as well. Sorry, the Pujara wicket I think was probably hugely significant in many ways. Yeah, he could have done a lot of damage. And Bamber very much deserved that on blood, sweat and tears being put into that in the field. But yeah, it's been a great day's play so far, and it was yesterday as well, Kevin, and looking forward to seeing far more. And in terms of team news, I know it seems like yonks ago that we talked about team news for Sussex with Ollie Robinson and George Garton in the lineup. I mean, what a massive boost. Okay, yes, you can say that in terms of Steve Finn and the injury that continues as well for Jofra Archer, it could be even better. But from a Sussex perspective,
plenty to look forward to for all around of the ground, including those on those iconic deck chairs, the blue and white deck chairs in the far distance. If I'm totally honest, I'm rather envious of that south-facing position that you have there. But anywhere in the ground is absolutely lovely. Yes, can't wait for the Middlesex first innings.
Yeah, so nearly ready to go. The heavy roller on the track out there at the request of Middlesex, and yeah, I think that probably tells a story. They've gone with the heavy roller. I think they'll have perhaps just seen that little bit of seam movement today. They'll have seen that ball has come through a lot quicker. I mean, that ball was hitting the gloves of Simpson hard this morning. Maybe Afridi was bending his back a little bit more this morning with that second new ball, knowing that there was a job to do. And I saw the team talk this morning from Richard Johnson. I'm sure that he would have been saying to them, there is a real opportunity. Have this done within the first hour this morning. Don't let them get away. Don't let them recover as they did from that fifth wicket with the 6-wicket partnership. Don't let them get away this morning. Don't let them get the maximum batting points. Get them out for below 400 and then get out there and bat long, bat hard. So Afridi did the job, bent his back, really got that ball through at good pace. That ball that took the edge and flew over Simpson. It's going to be very exciting watching Sussex bowl, and I'm not sure that that's going to be good news for Middlesex. But let's see. They've got in Robson and Snowman, they've got a test class opening pair, both of whom will harbour hopes of getting back into the test side for England at 34 and 32 years of age. But there's a test bowler in Robinson out there against them now, and Jeff Arnold's here, the bowling scout for England, so he'll have a close eye on Robinson and Garton indeed, to see how they go. But here come the batters. They're halfway to the middle. The umpires are out there and the heavy rollers heading off. We're nearly ready to go again.
And Ollie Robinson already has his sort of short sleeve jumper off given to the umpire. Actually, that's a new thing for this season. We've missed that for the last couple of seasons. The umpires get involved with holding all sorts of garments. But Ollie Robinson ready to bowl the first over of the day from the Cromwell Road. And it's going to be absolutely fascinating. As a bit of a recap, last time out for Middlesex at Lords, Stoneman with a ton. So in that first innings, and in the second innings, they did a decent job of just finishing it off against Leicestershire. Stoneman on 30 and Robson on 22. So they probably want to just continue that good vein of form, I would have thought, from a Middlesex perspective. Let's see how it goes. We have the most wonderful position to see Ollie Robinson's first delivery.
So 4 slips, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. A glorious sunny day here at Hove. Adrian Harmsby replacing me in about an over's time, actually. So I've got 1 over of my spell of the Sussex innings. So have a look at Robinson versus Robson. We'll have to take our time over that one, won't we? Something happens quickly. Here goes Robinson then, from a wide approach at the Cromwell Road end. Big man's running down the hill now. The 4 slips go down. Robson awaits. Robinson bowls. Oh, and it's a loose swing of the bat down on one knee outside of the off stump from Robson. It is signalled a no ball, so he'd have got away with it had he have nicked that through to the 4 that were behind. But of all the talk of make sure you leave well alone, that was not the start you really expected there for Robson, who really chased the wide one from Robinson.
Really did chase that one. It sort of kept low. It was wide, so really tempted the batsman in there, but a bit of a loosener, I'd say, from Robinson to start up.
Robinson bowls, and that is left alone outside of the off stump, and that does shape away. He's coming in from an angled approach to the right-hander, but that has then shaped away. So there's a bit out there. Rizwan with the gloves on, taking it almost in front of slip. Yeah,
really nice to see that shape come in and then eke away. And Rizwan has got to be on his toes today. Ollie Robinson with this really wide approach. And Robson's going to have to be on his toes as well.
Robinson to Robson, very wide, left alone, and all that takes a second bounce on the way through to Rizwan, who wasn't expecting that. He was up, wasn't he, to take that ball? He was skipping to his left upright, skipping to his right upright, indeed, towards the slips, and died on him, and probably just as he stooped back down, I don't know whether it got a bit of the gloves or the shin pads as it fell away.
Yeah, the life of a keeper, huh?
Adrian Harms is nattering away next door on the phone. I hope he hasn't forgotten his 12 o'clock. He's got a few minutes still. Robinson, he's a big burly bowler, isn't he? Bowls outside the off stump. Look at that go away again. Now, this ball is definitely doing a little bit more this morning.
Decent swing, and from a Sussex perspective, they'll be buoyed by that. You can see that beautiful new ball glide through the air.
I don't know whether the pitch has just quickened up, and whether that's just... let's have a look at it on the replay now. Because the overheads, the overheads are even better today than they were yesterday for the batters to look up and trust in them. Here comes Robinson once more. He's a formidable figure coming down that slope. He bowls him off stumps out of the ground. Oh, and having got them to shape away. This pitch just doing a little bit more than it did do yesterday. That one angles back in and knocks off stump out of the ground. Robson's gone for a 5th ball duck, and Middlesex are 2 for 1.
Incredible delivery, yes, definitely. Well, sucked in Robson to thinking that it was going to be another one that worked itself away, but it beautifully came in and knocked the off stump out of the ground, and yes, it went flying. What a start for Sussex. That is exactly the start they wanted, and it's 2 for 1.
Well, look at these 2 consecutive balls here, Rita. Here's the 3rd ball of the over, which seems off the surface, I'd say. Oh, a little bit of late swing. A little bit of late swing there, actually, on that one from Robinson, which is really interesting. Swung a little, didn't it? And then through to the keeper. This one has seamed back in to bowl. Oh, look at that go. Goodness me, look at that seam back in.
Moved a long way.
Well, look at that. Compare that now to yesterday. That ball that we saw from Anderson, which seemed away from Robinson this morning, and at that point I thought, Robinson is going to love what that ball has just done from Anderson to him, because he'll be thinking, I'll be doing that in a few moments myself. So we've seen one swing away and then one seam back in, and that's an awful lot more than we saw all day yesterday from the Middlesex bowlers. And well, they've got to hope that day 2 is going to be a better day to bat. Whether the surface just quickening up, I mean, you can't put that down to the swing that Robinson got with that new ball, the previous ball, but off the seam back in. That was a mighty blow. And of course, the man who racked up all the runs last year in that record opening stand, Robson, the high scorer in Middlesex's record first-class score last year at Hove. They've got him for a 5th ball duck this time around.
What an interesting first over. So 2 no balls, 3 dots, and a wicket for Robinson. And what have we got here? 4 slips or 3 slips in the gully? Oh, sorry, 5. Can't count, gosh.
Here is Robinson. He's in, bowls, left alone. No ball called again. Left alone by White. And that was a brave leave, having seen the ball before, seen back in from a very similar line.
Confident leave, as you say. And I get my abacus out to start counting. Probably 5 slips. This is how buoyed Sussex are, and thinking they've got a sniff of a wicket. But Robinson, the only thing he's got to think about here in terms of worry is making sure he keeps his foot behind that line. Doesn't want to get a wicket and find out it's a no ball.
Robinson bowls. Very good leave again by White. Through it goes to the keeper.
Yeah, very nice.
What an opening over this is.
Yeah, and it's a Titanic one, isn't it, with those no balls. It just, you get some bonus balls, so to speak. But practically, Robinson probably doesn't care, actually. Just keep me bowling, quite frankly. But there's nothing worse as a bowler, though, to get a wicket off a no ball. But this is really nice to see. Those last 2 balls, though, didn't shape in the same way as the early part of the over. I don't want to, put a mocker on the entire swing situation, but we shall see.
Robinson to White, lifting ball, left alone outside off, through to the keeper. End of the first over, 4 for 1, and the 4 runs were no balls. The 1 was Sam Robson, 5th ball duck as that nipped back in. And all the talk about Robson's judgment on off stump, that ball really did seem back in. Having shaped away a few. So an excellent start from Robinson, an excellent start for Sussex. Middlesex 4 for 1. All of a sudden, that 392, as we said, let's see when both sides are batted. They couldn't have got off to a better start here, the hosts.
You see, this is, ladies and gentlemen, a true professional here. Not getting too overexcited with Kevin in terms of skittling out those wickets. Let's just see how Middlesex fare. But early stages here in the first innings for Sussex. So we are on to the next over of the game. From the sea end, it is Beard to bowl the next over with this rather snazzy hairband to Mark Stoneman, who's facing a left-handed batter. Ball comes in and driven through to the backward point area. Wasn't massively convincing, but flies all the way down the ground to the boundary. So 4 to be added to the total. Stoneman on 4, and it's Middlesex's 8 for 1. But not the most convincing of drives there, but safe nonetheless.
Yeah, he's just had to watch that entire first over unfold, Stoneman. Now, Stoneman was the man who put down those catches yesterday, wasn't he? 2 of the 3 drops of ore. He'll feel like he owes his side some runs here.
Beard once again from the C end, and nicely defended by Mark Stoneman, he's been in the action with the ball yesterday as well. His first class wicket, I believe, and also this morning got a knock on the knee as well, fielding at sort of short point area. Had the helmet on, as you say, had some. It was just looks like it was above the padding. But here is Aaron Beard once again with the 3rd ball of the over, running in and past the umpire to the left-handed Stoneman, who defends this one once again very nicely, goes down the wicket, and there is no run. Boy, oh boy, if you're just joining us here at Hove, well, what have you missed? Well, a decent amount in terms of the Sussex first innings. Well, that is over. If you're expecting to see the Sussex batters still out in action, well, they're not there at the moment. I'll take you through the Sussex end score in a moment's time. Yeah, 392 is what they scurried to. Here's Beard once again from the C end, past the umpire to Stoneman, who flicks this onto the onside, timed very nicely, but there's a sweeper out there at square leg and throws it back in. They take a run. There's 1 to the total, and it's 9 for 1.
What a start. What a start.
Yeah, decent conditions out there. Bright, sunny day here at Hove. Yes, there is a cloudy sort of overcast nature maybe ahead for the latter part of the day. That's what I understand. But for now, lovely, lovely day. Just a very slight breeze. The Middlesex and Sussex flags to our right above the clock tower, just fluttering. Not a massive amount to talk about. Here a plane overhead, just going over. Here's Aaron Beard from the C end to White. Just pushes it back down the ground. Nice Yorker there. You see here the ums and the oohs from the fielders. Nice attempted Yorker, but White dug it out and certainly survived that one. But it's going to be interesting, that combination between Ollie Robinson and Aaron Beard. As with any partnership in cricket, it's whether it be bowling or batting, you've got to try and be as tight as possible from both ends. And with the bat, you want to try and make sure you... Doesn't matter who's facing. You want to keep the runs ticking over. Beard again from the C end. And this one's let go by batter White to the keeper. And it's the end of the 2nd over of the day. And Middlesex 9 for 1. The man back in the hutch is Robson. So we don't have the conundrum or the tongue twister of Robinson to Robson anymore. But I'm sure Robson will be pretty disappointed that didn't trouble the scorers much. That's for sure, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. Real shame for Robson. Big chat from Richard Johnson at the start of the season that England need to open as well. There's a ready-made pair at Middlesex in Stoneman and Robson. Stoneman with a good start to the summer. Robson will really... You know, there's certainly a place there for Robson to get back in, isn't there? That needs a big weight of runs.
Bit of a chat about Tom Haynes as well.
Indeed.
And his captaincy as well. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. So it's quite nice to see all of them in action in this match.
Here comes Robinson to Stoneman for the first time. 4 slips for the left-hander, who's beaten first ball. Forward defence on the off stump. Through it goes to Rizwan. And he was like a statue, Stoneman, Rocky Stoneman, as he pushed forward beautifully for that one.
That was a beautiful delivery.
Indeed.
Beautiful. Beaten. Just too good a delivery from Robinson.
Yeah, poor old Sam Robson missed that first game against Derbyshire where the runs were racked up. And then a couple of quick ones at Glamorgan And against Leicester as well, although Leicester took it deep into day 3 in the end, as Robinson's in, bowls down the leg side to Snowman, cry of catch, Rizwan collects and then throws the ball back behind him up into the air as he ran the other way, flicking underarm back towards Alsop, and beautifully placed it was to the slip fielder Alsop. Classy stuff behind the stumps from Rizwan.
Rizwan with those, with that zinc sort of lip sole thing, you know. I'm sure it's got a better name than that, but very white lips there, and some protection is definitely needed today. Beautiful day here at Hove.
Robinson past the umpire, bowls. Oh, look at that lift through to the keeper. That really picked up some bounce after passing Snowman off a reasonable length. I think left on length alone. Look, it comes down and prods away with it. This surface is offering all sorts more to the bowlers today than it did yesterday, and we saw it for Afridi, we saw it for Anderson, and now we are certainly seeing it for Robinson.
Yeah, it feels like almost a different match that we're watching here in terms of the pitch.
It's quickened up, hasn't it? Day 2, the pitch has quickened up. There's no two ways about it. Tall figure of Robinson approaches, bowls full straight and driven to mid-on watchfully by Snowman. 2 to go, the 3rd over. Yeah, Sam Robson, he missed that game against Derbyshire, which was a bit of a run fest in the first round. Then at Glamorgan he managed just 21 as Middlesex batted once in a 2-day victory against Glamorgan. Well, it was 2 days and under an hour of the 3rd morning, but with bad light lost it.
2 days and change, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. With bad light on the first couple of days, you know, it was as good as a 2-day victory. Leicester very nearly was the same, but they took it deep into the 3rd day. He did get 2 goes with the bat in that one as Robinson's in, bowls to Snowman, outside off, through it goes. He got 16 in the first innings against Leicester, and then 22 not out as they knocked off, 50 to win. Middlesex on that 3rd evening, and now 5th ball duck here at Hove.
Would you say this is probably Middlesex's biggest challenge so far this season? Or, you know, if I look at certainly the Leicestershire match, I think they won it at the toss to a high degree, if I'm honest.
Middlesex couldn't have faced Sussex at a worse time with Robinson, Garton back him, and Sussex couldn't be facing Middlesex at a better time, perhaps, I think it's fair to say, with the absentees of the ball. As Robinson's in, bowls, and Snowman over the top of it defends into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the 3rd over. 9 for 1, a lively over again from Robinson, maiden this time. And Snowman has 5. White will have strike on naught.
Really nice variation as well in that over from Ollie Robinson. Some of them definitely moving away, but that last delivery, which Stoneman, to absolutely be fair, was completely behind and defended really nicely. But you could see from Ollie Robinson's reaction, they was really hoping that there would be a bit of movement, and then the pads and the LB will be in action. But you know, quality bowling that we are seeing here at Hove. Right, here we go. Beard once again from the C end to Robbie White, who faces and lets this one go through to the zinc sort of lipped wicket keeper of Rizwan. Other products I'm sure are available. That's pretty handy. When I used to play cricket, that I actually used to frazzle, quite frankly, and zinc was my friend. I'm sure there's more sort of posh stuff that you can use out there, but got to use the right protection. But you know, Ollie Robinson's a different type of bowler to Beard from the C end. Different height and complexities in terms of bowling. Here we go, Beard to Robbie White, who is wrapped on the pads, and a big shout for LBW, but well and truly a not out from the umpire, who indicates that they've skipped through for a run, that it was indeed a leg by, I think it was always going down leg actually, so not much of a shout in there from a realistic perspective, but it looks as though Aaron Beard is in action as well and troubling the batters. So that's something to give the batters something to think about from both ends. Aaron Beard gets to his mark, turns, red soles on his shoes into Stoneman, who drives. A good drive for nothing to mid-off, and there is no run. I think, you know, if he got his skates on, there could have been a very quick single there, but maybe probably quite foolish. So they turned that one down, and mid-off was able to field, and there is no run. 10 for 1. Feels as though it's been so much action in the first hour and 10 minutes of the day. Beard in to Mark Stoneman, the left-handed batter, who attempts to drive the ball once again. And I sort of grimace a little bit there because the ball didn't go exactly where the batter wanted it to go, but safe nonetheless. And the bowler, Beard, fields off his own bowling and there's no run. Ollie Robinson is doing a few jobs here. Not only is he in action with the ball, but he's shining the ball and he's also playing a very big role of chatting to Aaron Beard. Ollie Robinson fielding at mid-on. We will talk about other Sussex players, I promise you that. Stoneman on strike, the left-handed batter, and beaten by Aaron Beard. I think Stoneman would say to me, no, Rita, I had that all under control, tucked my back behind the pads. But we'll call it a little bit of both, a bit of 50-50. So 3 to Rizwan, no run added. And it is 10 for 1, if you're wondering.
And it's 45 minutes to lunch, which can't come quickly enough for Middlesex, I think. It's all just survival now for Middlesex. Try and get through this opening spell. Robinson in particular, Beard, Garton, Hunt to come.
24-year-old Aaron Beard in from the C end. And a very, very wide delivery. And Rizwan did a brilliant job of actually stopping the ball. And it is indeed a wide. It was that wide.
Don't see many of those in the Championship, do you?
No, I think we saw one yesterday, didn't we? One that I can recall anyway. And that was very much a wide. But hats off to Rizwan. Big, difficult job behind the stumps with the gloves to try and stop those deliveries. But where did that come from? That was awfully wide.
Who was that yesterday then? I'm trying to think who. Let's have a look on the scorecard.
And indeed, Beard changes his line. And thank you, Aaron Beard, because now our view is absolutely incredible. Directly behind the bowler into Mark Stoneman, the left-handed batter, and a really nice delivery there into just slightly moving into the stumps. But Stoneman did a great job, just pushed it to cover, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So a tight over there with a wide and a one leg by in there to throw in there from Aaron Beard. And the score at the end of the 4th over for Middlesex is 11 for 1. White yet to get off the mark, Robbie White, and Mark Stoneman on 5.
Yeah, so survival for Middlesex, which is not going to be easy here through to lunch. They will be delighted if they can get in one down, try and come again after lunch, and have another spell from Robinson after the interval to get through. That'll be Stoneman and White's task, try and protect the number 4, their big name overseas, Hanscom. Sussex have removed one of the former test openers of Middlesex. Here comes Robinson down the hill, 5 slips go down, he bowls to White, angles it back in, and White patiently brings the bat down and turns a single into the onside. Thick inside part of the bat, which got the U's and R's, and hands on heads in the slip cordon. But White will try and play patiently, try and let the ball come on to him, not go chasing it. Compact, technically good player. Solid head on his shoulders as well, a steady head on his shoulders. Try and be calm and collected. At the other end, the exceptional talent of Stoneman. He's got a big job to do here as opener. 4 slips behind the left-hander as Robinson bowls him. Up on his toes, he defends into the offside, just straight of mid-off, where Pujara goes around to collect.
Yeah, we've got an aggressive field for the Middlesex batters at the moment. We've got 4 slips and point, mid-on, mid-off. You know, different fielding, actually. Fielding positions for the left-handed and right-handed batters right now. Something to keep an eye on from a Sussex perspective to make sure that the left-handed, right-handed combination is covered in the field.
Robinson hits the crease now, he bowls, and this is down the leg side to Stoneman. Ben Stokes has hit a 47 ball 50 for Durham, who are 440 for 4 now against Worcestershire. Beddingham has 106. So Durham going well.
The New England captain.
Indeed.
Getting some runs on the board. It's great to see so much talent in the county championships. And I think if you're an England fan, it's always great to see the England captain and the New England captain getting some runs as well. That's great. How far will he go, though? That'll be interesting to see if how much further he can go. Mm-hmm.
Martin Emerson on Twitter says Stokes has hit 4 sixes so far in his 39, so this was a few minutes before he moved quickly onto that 50. As here's Robinson bowls, wraps Stoneman on the pad, he's forwards that one, angling across him, it deflects away through towards the slip cordon off the pads. Nothing doing. Was there a little inside edge as well? It was along the floor to the slips. He said the last of the sixes brought about a change of ball after the corky, says Martin. Is that a colloquialism up north? What's the corky? After the corky smacked into the hotel wall and got damaged. Another went onto the path behind the hotel. So huge shots. I'm out of the way. Is it a rejig though? Where does Adrian want to go? Is he happy taking my headset and spot? No, he wants to take Rita. So Rita, you disappear. I'll finish the over and then you reappear very quickly to replace me. Here's Robinson bowls onto the legs of Stoneman, turns down to deep backward square leg, a single, and 13 for one it is. I don't think. No, it's not going to be single leg by. So Stoneman moves to 6 and White is on to strike, and Adrian Harms is alongside me for one delivery before I make way for Rita. What a ball to get rid of Robson, and goodness me, how is this ball doing so much more on day 2 than it did on day 1?
Well, a great start for Ollie Robinson. I mean, he's been chomping at the bit. I saw him down at Worcester 2 weeks ago and he was desperate to play then, even more so last week against Durham.
No wonder Middlesex had the heavy roller out in between innings after what they saw for Freedy and Anderson before. Here's Robinson, last ball of his over, he bowls to White who defends on the back foot, the 5 slips still in place. End of the over, White has 1, Stoneman has 6, 13 for 1 Middlesex in reply to the 392 of Sussex. And ladies and gentlemen, you have, after a few words from after a few words indeed from Adrian Harms, Rita Green, to take you through the next little while.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Kevin. Very good afternoon, everybody. What a start for Sussex. Ollie Robinson picking up a wicket in the first over that he bowled, and the wicket of Sam Robson, who scored that 200 and plenty down here last year for Middlesex. I just checked that in a minute. 253 Sam Robson made last year. Opening partnership of 376 against Sussex. Here comes Beard, right arm around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Stoneman lets that go by outside of the off stump, and there is no run. The first time we've spoken today, Rita. Hello.
Good morning, Adrian. Sorry, I didn't look you straight in the eye there because I was so amazed by the casualty of your notepad.
I know.
The coffee incident.
My lovely notepad, which has got all the statistics in, and it's been slightly spoiled by spilling a cup of black coffee. Not half the problem the laptop has got though, but anyway, hopefully that's going to get sorted out. It's upstairs drying in the sun, so let's hope that does the trick. In comes Beard, 3 slips around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan. In front of first slip, there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on mid wicket, and a fine leg on a glorious sunny day down at Hove. There's just some high-level cloud, which isn't really obscuring the sun. And if you're coming down, make sure you bring your sunscreen, because it's and a hat, because it's very, very pleasant sitting in the sun as Beard wheels away in front of us. Comes running into bowl to the left-handed Stoneman, who's forward to a ball of good length, punches that into the covers, footed by Pujara. And there is no run. And it is a stunning day, and a little bit of a breeze as well out there. I must admit, I spent a little bit of time in the southwest corner stand with well, it felt as though actually, I was going to say with the Sussex fans, but there are quite a few Middlesex fans out there as well, I noticed. And quite right, this is a nice away trip for Middlesex fans down by the sea. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on those great deck chairs in the far distance. They look like a nice spot as well. I'm sure there's a waiting list though, but kind of to take those though. Changing the field, the square leg has gone to deep backward square as in comes Beard around the wicket bowls, and Stoneman is forward and plays that through mid wicket and picks up a single as He's got his hands on his head. He thought he'd breached Stoneman's defences, but that looked like a pretty decent forward defensive from Mark Stoneman. He goes to 7, and Middlesex for 14 for 1. So many apologies. We don't have the email running at the moment. So if you're sending an email saying, why hasn't Adrian read it out? My apologies. But if you have got an email you'd like to send it through, you can send it to my own address, which is adrian.harms@bbc.co.uk. Or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Kevin Ham BBC, or at Rita Green
UK. Yes, that's me.
Either way, those messages will make their way through as in comes Beard. Running away from us, comes in and bowls to White, who lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. And just another reminder that the new Sussex chairman, John Philby, is going to be joining the commentary team at 2:30 this afternoon for half an hour or so. Talking about his appointment, matters Sussex. We'll also ask him any questions that you have. So any questions for John Philby, please get them through to my own address, adrian.harms@bbc.co.uk, or you can, as I say, send them through on Twitter, and we'll put as many questions as we can to John in the time that he has available. As in comes Beard and bowls, and White forwards a ball of good length, punches into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. Middlesex 14 for 1. White on 1. Stoneman on 7. Aaron Beard has bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 7. And I have to say, I think it's really good that John's going to come up and talk. I don't know how many county chairmen around the country are prepared to give up their time and come and have a natter away and answer questions from me and questions from listeners. But I think it's great that he's prepared to do it.
Brilliant, and a great opportunity. I encourage you to email Adrian to his personal kind of email address as well.
Yeah.
What a privilege! But it's a really a great opportunity. We will sort of get involved with other various sporting clubs around the country, and quite often the management teams are not quite as accessible. So it's a great opportunity and very good opportunity to get your questions in. Ollie Robinson again from the Cromwell Road end to Stoneman, and this one sort of keeps it's a bit of a kept a little bit high actually in terms of lift. Quite frankly, if I was facing a 6'5" bowler, you'd expect that as well. But no run there from Stoneman, 14 for 1. And it's fair to say that Ollie Robinson and the magic of Ollie Robinson and what we know that he can do with the ball was seen for all to see, Adrian, in that first over. What a delivery, and actually what a first over generally to remove Robson. Right, Robinson again from the Cromwell Road end, past the umpire to Stoneman, who picks us up very, very early. It was short and there to be pulled all the way to the boundary. A really controlled stroke there from Mark Stoneman. No risk whatsoever. And Ollie Robinson didn't quite get his length correct there. Probably his line, but not his length. But quite rightly dispatched to the boundary is 18 for 1.
I noticed the last ball of the previous over that Ollie bowled too short. He was really annoyed with himself. He prides himself on hitting the top of off stump, Ollie Robinson, and he'll be disappointed with that delivery.
It's wide run in from Ollie Robinson to Stoneman again, and well down the leg side. Missed by the batter. Stoneman through to the keeper Rizwan, and there is no run.
What we have to remember is that Ollie Robinson hasn't bowled in a competitive match since the end of January when England played in Hobart. In the final match of the Ashes, he went off the field in that game with a back spasm, then selected for the tour of the West Indies, didn't play out in the West Indies, and hasn't played this season. So this is his first bowl for 4 months.
There's going to be quite a few people keeping an eye on him today. Won't he play in the West Indies was the topic of conversation. Ollie Robinson to Stoneman again, and nicely defended and pushed to mid-off. But yeah, he's going to be getting a fair few overs in this match, and a good test of that back.
Well, absolutely. And then the game at Leicester next week. Then the New Zealanders are here for a tour match after that. So Ollie Robinson, you think, we're probably playing a couple of those games. I saw Jeff Arnold was here yesterday. He was very much around the England setup in terms of keeping an eye on bowlers. So I think that was no surprise that he was here yesterday. I'm probably here today. I don't know, I haven't seen him today, the former Surrey fast bowler. He's here, is he? Yeah, he is here.
Ollie Robinson coming down the slope to Mark Stoneman, the left-handed batter, who gets on the back foot and pushes this into the onside between cover and point, and they run through for a single. 1 to the total, and 1 to Stoneman's total as well. It's 19 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. I say that, but I think I'm ahead of the scoreboard. You have to take my word for it.
You're one ball. You're one ball ahead, I think. But actually, they do have these various batting experts who follow county cricket who go around and they all report back in. I mean, I guess this all might change under Rob Key and the new structure, which is still to be decided upon. But Jeff Arnold has been around for a long time. I remember him being down at Arundel 3 or 4 years ago and watching Ollie Robinson. So he's on the radar a long time before he actually got picked. But this will all be about Ollie Robinson's fitness.
Robbie White on strike to Ollie Robinson, who comes past the umpire and bowls, and this one angling down leg side, and there is no run because it goes straight through to the keeper. End of the now the end of the 7th over. I'm ahead in my life, quite frankly. I need to get a lottery ticket as well and clearly know what the future's going to be holding, because it's 19 for 1, Stoneman on 12 and White on a single. I think we're all waiting with bated breath what the changes potentially could be with Rob Key's appointment into such a pivotal position. The state of English cricket at the moment, some people may question that it needs quite a big overhaul, actually, to quite a high degree. But from an England bowler's perspective, actually seeing Ollie Robinson in full flight this morning this is actually into the early part of the afternoon, will be of great interest to many in a very positive manner.
Well, it will. And now we've got another bonus for Sussex, because George Garton back into the Sussex side. Again, George hasn't played at all this season after suffering from the effects of COVID. Was around the England squad in the West Indies for the T20 series, but hasn't played this season. But great to see him in action as well. Left arm over the wicket. He comes running into bowl to Mark Stoneman. He's in and bowls, and that bounces about 3 times before it goes through to Mohammed Rizwan. And there is no runs. A bit of a loosener from George. 19 for 1, White on 1, Stoneman on 12. But really good to see George Garton back in the Sussex side. And the side that's been so desperately depleted through injuries in terms of particularly the bowling attack. To have bowlers of the quality of Robinson and Garton back in the attack is a huge boost. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square and a fine leg as Garton is in. Again, that's outside of the off stump taken by Rizwan. Again, there is no run. And certainly they're the sort of questions we can ask of John Philby later on today in terms of the direction of English cricket, because John is the chairman, so he'll be very much involved from a Sussex angle in terms of some of the changes that we've all read about in the press that are proposed. How will it affect the counties? All very big questions over the next few weeks and months as Garton is in and bowls and cut away by Stoneman. There's a cry of catch. It was a lofted off drive by Mark Stoneman. It was safe. It was in between cover and mid-off. So it certainly wasn't near 20 fielders, but it was in the air for a while. And Stoneman goes to 16, Middlesex to 23 for 1.
Yeah, definitely in the air a long time, but absolutely nowhere near a fielder, that one. And Garton is getting a certain degree of swing, definitely not getting much bounce off the pitch, and it's dribbling through to the keeper.
It's dribbling through, you're right. And he comes again, bowls, and Stoneman right in behind that, plays done the offside of the track. Garton fields no run. Last year, Mark Stoneman made 174 in this game. That was at the end of... that was the first week in September. And Robbie White, who's in with him now, made 109. Middlesex, 676 for 5. They won that game by an innings. So White and Stoneman like batting here, but then so did Sam Robson, who made 253. He was out for a duck today. In comes Garton. Bowls out wide of the off stump. Garton just trying to get his line right, taken by Rizwan low down in front of Tom Clark, who's fielding at first slip, and there is no run.
And everyone has their favourite ground or favourite opponents. When I say everyone, but in the professional game, but also in the amateur game as well. There's always places where you have greatest memories. So I think for Sam Robson, he'll be awfully disappointed with getting out for a duck today after getting oodles of runs last time. But they've probably got very, very fond memories of the game last year.
Absolutely. In comes Garton, bowls and pulled onto the leg side by Mark Stoneman, and that's going to race away. And it's going to go for 4. Yes, it is. There it goes. Just going to cross the boundary rope now. Too short from George Garton. Pulled through mid-wicket by Mark Stoneman, who goes to 20 at the end of that over. An over that cost 8 runs. Middlesex 27 for 1. White on 1. Stoneman is on 20. I can see Delray Rawlins is on the field. In fact, he's now going off the field. And I think it was Mason Crane who'd gone off for a moment or two. Just Elsewhere around the country, at Worcester, Durham 456 for 4. Kevin was saying that Ben Stokes going like a train. He's on 63. David Bedingham on 111. So Durham going very nicely down there. At Cardiff, Glamorgan are 23 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 320. In the First Division, Essex 302 for 3 against Yorkshire. Alistair Cook 107 yesterday. Hampshire 342 all out this morning. Gloucestershire in trouble in reply. They're 13 for 2.
Minimum temperatures 10 to 13.
Warwickshire all out for 315 at Old Trafford. Lancashire just starting their reply. And Surrey 367 for 8 against Northamptonshire. At the Oval, Jamie Overton 52 not out, batting down the order. In comes Robinson, running in down the hill. He bowls and White forward plays into the offside. There is no run. Yes, perfect cricketing weather. Lovely day at Hove. Good crowd as well in the sunshine. And Middlesex have already lost a wicket. They're 27 for 1 in reply to the Sussex total of 392. And no surprise, the wicket taken by Ollie Robinson. The first wicket, the first game he's played since playing in the Ashes way back in the winter. He hasn't played for 4 months due to a series of injuries. He's been chomping at the bit. And in his very first over, he comprehensively bowled Sam Robson for a duck. So Robinson is back for Sussex. Middlesex here 27 for 1. Meanwhile at the Oval, the Surrey tail is wagging against Northamptonshire. They're 368 for 8. Jamie Overton 52 not out. Robinson from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowling with 4 slips. Allsop at first, Clark at second, Garton third, Chetishwar Pujara at 4th, Mason Crane at point, Tom Haynes hands behind his back, the skipper looking thoughtful at mid-off. As in comes Robinson, bowls that's wide outside the off-stump. He just looks disgusted with himself. Well, if Ollie Robinson doesn't make the batsman play, he just looks really annoyed. And he turns and wanders back to the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Alistair Orr is under the helmet at short leg. The only other fielder is Aaron Beard, who's down at fine leg. So it's a... Sorry, I apologise. Aaron Beard is at mid-on, and down at fine leg is Sean Hunt, the left-arm seamer. So Sussex slowly getting their seamers back into action. It's Sean Hunt's first match of the season as well. And is on his way, bowls, and there's a better delivery, and White was in 2 minds whether to play it. That in the end decided not to. The ball goes through to Rizwan. There is no run. And the other good news, as we said yesterday, that Jofra Archer was on the ground yesterday. And the word is that Jofra is very hopeful that he's going to play in the T20s, which starts on May the 26th here against Glamorgan. And of course, every ball of every game, of every match, of every county through the whole season available via the BBC website, or if you want to go on the Sussex Matchday Centre, you can click on the stream as well and see the pictures. Robinson in and bowls. Down the leg side, there's a cry of catch taken by Rizwan, and there is no run.
That short leg position, Adrian, I think is quite a clever one to try and obviously put into the batsman's mind that hey, I don't think that it's going to be swinging away every time, the one's going to jag in, etc., blah, blah, blah. But basically trying to keep the batsman on their toes. And also I love the fact that when you get these fielders in the eye line or very close to the batter, it just ups their game a little bit. You can go one of 2 ways, of course, but aggressive stuff.
Robinson in again, bowls, and that's a good delivery by Ollie Robinson, which Robbie White is able to lead. There was an ooh and an ah. Good leave by White, but he missed the off stump by a huge amount. End of Ollie Robinson's over, a maiden over. He's now bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, and has taken 1 for 11. And Middlesex in reply to the Sussex total of 392 are 27 for 1. Stoneman on 20, Robbie White is on 1. George Garton going through to his half century this morning. He made 53, but Sussex losing their last 4 wickets for 38. From position yesterday, Rita, they were 225 for 1. They actually lost 9 for 167 and actually didn't get their 5th batting bonus point.
How disappointed with the Sussex faithful, as well as Sussex being with not getting to 400?
I think really disappointed. I think from the position they were in, they were certainly expected that. And even this morning, resuming on 354 for 6, plenty of overs. So they'll be disappointed disappointed to have missed out on that point.
George Garton continues from the C end with Mark Stoneman on strike. And this one swings away, a bit of a swat outside the off stump, missed by all and straight through to the keeper. Bit of swing to talk about. We were talking about with Kevin a few moments ago. It feels like a slightly different pitch today and conditions to yesterday. And plenty for the bowlers to be interested in, but a bit of a lull in the game from the early magic of Ollie Robinson in the first over of the day. 27 for 1. It's Middlesex in their first innings. Stoneman on strike to go from Garton, who bowls. This one's leg through to Rizwan with the gloves, and there is no run.
I think we have to give a lot of credit as well to Middlesex, because when Sussex were really cruising along yesterday, weren't they, just before tea, and we were thinking, crumbs, maybe perhaps Sussex could almost back Middlesex out of the game.
It was so comfortable, wasn't it?
It was.
So comfortable for Sussex.
And the wicket of Alistair All went down just before tea, and the game changed.
George Garton in to Stoneman, who lets this one go through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, with 220 odd for 1, you're in absolute cruise control. What, 5th gear, 6th gear, 8th gear, whatever gear you want to talk about, depends on the posh car you might have. But very much in control, and credit where it's due. Middlesex turn the screw of pressure, and the wickets did flow, and they certainly have done today as well. But George Garton with the ball with the bat earlier on to Stoneman, who tries to pull this one. It wasn't there to be pulled. I've got to be honest, actually, what has been very, very obvious about Mark Stoneman, anything that is a little bit pitched in the wrong direction, he's on it like a flash to try and pull it to the square leg area, but that one was far too wide to do.
Yeah, it wasn't in position at all, was he?
No runs in this over so far. Garton from the C end to Stoneman once more, who bowls, and it's once jagged back a little bit there from George Garton. Be pleased with that delivery. No run. Stoneman goes for a little wander to the square leg area, replays the stroke that he was trying to play in that previous ball. The ball gets passed around Pujara. Pujara still with his short sleeve jumper on and long sleeves. It is a lovely day. Isn't it time to get the jumper off? Not yet, clearly. Garton in again from the C end to Stoneman. And this one's incredibly wide. Will we call a wide? No, it will not be. Well, that's a maiden over. That was very marginal to be a maiden, but it's not. I'm not the umpire, as you probably tell. So Garton finishes his second over of the day, of the match, at the end of the over. 27 for 1.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Rita Green and Kevin Hand. Kevin back with us just in a few minutes' time. A change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end, and Ollie Robinson out of the attack, having bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. So Sussex, so he's just feeling himself back in. I can just see Ollie Robinson there at the far end of the ground, and he's just sort of doing some exercises, just sort of rotating his hips, and I imagine that Sussex are going to take things very easy with Ollie Robinson. And also, Kevin, the fact is that he's not Sussex's player. He's centrally contracted, so I don't know whether England are able to say, right, you can only bowl X amount of overs, or quite how that works.
Oh, let's hope so.
But he's...
Now, I'll tell you what a game of cricket we've got here. I mean, goodness me, the whole lot of them. They've played beautifully across this game so far.
Well, in comes Aaron Beard, racing down the hill from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to White, who's forward and plays into the covers fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. A lot of cricket to be played yet today. We've still got another 72 overs after this one.
Relishing it.
Yeah.
This is a good match,
It is, and I thought, Middlesex this morning, particularly with a Freedy, who bowled a really good spell from the Cromwell Road and ably supported by Anderson. They sort of cleaned up the Sussex tail. Sussex would have been disappointed, Kevin, not to have picked up those maximum points, but in comes Beard, bowls. That's wide. That's going to be a wide, I think. Yes, it is. Umpire Blackwell at the far end. You don't see that many wides in county championship
Second
cricket.
of the innings now?
Yeah, we've already seen 2 in this innings. That was very wide. And taken by a sprawling Rizwan, almost in front of second slip by the time he took the ball. 28 for 1. White on 1, Stoneman on 20. The man out, Sam Robson, without scoring, the victim of Ollie Robinson. 3 slips, and Beard running right towards us from wicket to wicket, comes in and bowls. That's a much better delivery, and wide in 2 minds in the end. That was a good leave by Robbie White, taken by Mohammed Rizwan, though. We saw Robbie White get a very good century here last year. Kevin, how's he started this season?
Yeah, nicely. He's a real fixture of the Middlesex middle order usually now, but with Eskenazi out with a broken finger, it's White who's pushed up to 3, which is a big old change for him. Holden's in at 5 where White would usually be, and Holden a former opener for Middlesex as well, former England under-19 opener as well.
Beard. And again, bowls, and again, just drifting away from the right-handed White, who shows good restraint. Lets that one pass by outside the off stump. Again, there is no run.
So, fair old job here for Robbie White. Go up to number 3, protect your best bat, number 4. Play as an opener, which is what he's doing. You know, at number 3, you've got to consider yourself an opener. You could be out there after one delivery. He's got a big job to do here through to lunch. If Middlesex get through 1 down at lunch, they'll be absolutely delighted, won't they?
Beard. Away again, bowls, and driven by White, straight on the bounce to Bajara, who fields just above his right shoulder. And there is no run.
But this is brilliant from him, 1 from 22. Exactly what is required in this moment. You know, let the bowlers bowl outside the off stump, leave it well alone. Just try and hang in there. Try and wear the bowlers down, wear the ball down, and let the runs be scored later in the innings.
Beard frantically shines the ball on his trousers and runs in towards us. Bowls. That's down the leg side, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. The rest of the field, apart from the 3 slips, there's a point, cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. A bigger crowd than yesterday, Kevin.
Is that?
I think so. Yeah, I think there's a
I guess so, yeah.
And, you know, beautiful conditions to be watching in, not too hot.
Let's have a look away. Yeah, certainly the deck chairs seem busier today, don't they?
Well, they are. And I think the Southwest Stand is busier as well. I mean, there's still plenty of room, don't get me wrong, but in comes Beard, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. And umpire Blackwell was in 2 minds, and Robbie White, I think, was a little annoyed with himself because for a moment he thought about chasing, and it was a poor delivery. Beard is just sort of looking at his footmarks, and often, I mean, it's only his second match here. He would have bowled here for Essex, I'm sure, but you know, running down the hill does bring its own difficulties.
Yeah.
Certainly Aaron Beard not quite getting his radar right. 4 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 8. Middlesex 28 for 1. White on 1, Stoneman on 20, and we've got about another 15 minutes to go until lunch.
Well, if they can get in 1 down, if Stoneman can still be there at the interval, Hanscom to come. Hanscom desperate to score some runs for Middlesex at the moment. Tough year last year, brilliant Sheffield Shield. Slow start to this summer with the bat for Middlesex. In a couple of games, so he'll be really keen to make it count here. Here's Garton, left arm over, he bowls, low full toss to Stoneman, who watchfully pushes down to mid-on.
Oh, just reading that Ben Stokes has hit 5 sixes in a row to reach his 100.
Yep, so the first 5 deliveries.
First 5 went for 6.
Yeah, and then the last ball went for 4. Martin Emerson says just short of the ropes.
Wow.
For a 6-6, but the 5th 6 brought up his century.
Who was bowling?
A young'un for... it's Glamorgan they're up against, isn't it?
Worcestershire.
Garton's in, bowls, and has he got him? Big appeal for LBW, I assume. Was it bats? Were they appealing bat onto... it's gone through to the keeper. Was it off the toe? Was it off the bat? They're appealing for a bit of everything there.
Yeah,
Let's have a look on the replay.
I think they were appealing for a catch behind. It might have been Josh Baker, I don't know. He's the young left-arm spinner.
That's it, yeah.
Right, OK. Oh, he's a fine prospect, but he wouldn't have wanted to have gone for 6 in an over. It's not the sort of stat you really want.
Garton close to the stumps, bowls outside off, it's left alone. Well, Baker went for a dozen off the first 2, didn't he?
Very good, very good.
A dozen more off the next 2. Yeah, he's that's something else from Stokes, isn't it? It really is. Let's have a look at that ball again from Garton that got the appeal, the delivery before. He sets off in front of us first. And bowls, then leaves alone, one that shapes away outside off through to keeper it goes. Right, here's the appeal, second ball of the over from Garton. So we scrub back on the stream, and it was back. It was a peel of caught behind. Yeah, Garton was just in my line of sight of where the ball pitched. I wondered whether they were peeling for an LB that it hit the toe, but pitched left Stoneman on a full length through to the keeper. Maybe the bat hit the floor, which offered a little noise. As Stoneman looks trapped down onto it, he bowls now Garton. He's hooked away out to deep square for a single by Stoneman. Moves to 21. And 29 for 1 is the Middlesex score with 1 ball to go.
Yeah,
12th over.
Yeah, 10 sixes and 7 fours in his 104. It was a 64 ball century. It's the fastest first-class ton in Durham's 30-year history. So well done, Ben Sexton, you say. And it was Josh Baker, a young left-arm spinner, who actually has built quite a reputation for himself. He's a fine young cricketer. An all-rounder, actually. Made 43 in the game down at New Road against Sussex and took wickets as well.
Garton to White, turn to mid-wicket, no run. 29 for 1, end of the 12th.
So yeah, that is some knock, isn't it? We're all saying, can he do all forms? Can he bat? Can he bowl? Well, we'll have to see in Test match cricket. End of the over. Garton 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. And Middlesex recovering after the loss of Sam Robson, who was out, to Ollie Robinson in Robinson's first over for a duck. Middlesex 29 for 1. We've got about 10 minutes or so to go until tea. White on 1, Stoneman on 21, and it's going to be Aaron Beard who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground in glorious south coast sunshine. He's bowling with 2 slips, a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg.
Dave Bradley's managed to film it from long leg, the last ball of the over to Stokes from Baker, who went left arm around the wicket, the young Worcestershire spinner. Stokes slapped him back down the ground, and he knew as he hit it he'd only got 4 and not a 6. Look at the disappointment on Stokes for missing out on a 6th 6. He only got 4.
In comes Aaron Beard around the wicket. Bowls pulled away by Stoneman. The fielder didn't see that. Throw comes in from Garton, and he's electric in the field, is George Garton. It was pulled away by Stoneman. Initially, Garton didn't see where the ball had gone, but when he did get to it, he hurled the ball at the non-striker's end, and Stoneman was safely home. But you can't take too many risks against George Garton, who's really very good in the field. Stoneman to 22, Middlesex 30 for 1. Beard is going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Robbie White. That'd have been quite something, wouldn't it, to have been there when Stokes hit 6 sixes?
Yeah, here we go. We've got the county championship Twitter feed has put it up now. So first one, slap straight back down the ground, left arm around Stokes, straight down the ground for 6.
Here comes Beard again. Bowls let go by White outside the off stump, no run.
The next one's dragged over deep mid-wicket for 6. Huge shot across the line from Stokes.
I'm just trying to picture in my mind which end he's batting at.
The bowling is from the far end from where we sit. Look at that one. That's a flat 6 over long off. Goodness me. Stokes just opened up to it, hit it over long off. You can all go and watch this yourselves online as well, but we want to see as well. Another one straight down the ground. That's the 4th of the over.
That's gone miles, isn't it? That's towards the Digley's end, yeah.
Yeah, that's it, the Digley's end, thank you.
Here comes Beard and bowls, and White tucks inside the line, plays to point, and there is no run.
Now long off. So the first one went straight, then it went cow corner, then it went long off, then long on, sorry. It was long on this one. And then it went for it again, down the ground, but just short, and 4 it was. Wow. Some
entertainment for the folks down at New Road. One of my favourite cricket grounds. I love New Road. I don't know where it sits in your pecking order. I think it's a lovely cricket ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just dominated by the cathedral. In comes Beard, running in down the hill bowls, and runs here for Robbie White. All directed by Aaron Beard, and just tucks inside the line, does Robbie White, and helps the ball on its way down to fine leg, and picks up his first boundary. He goes to 5. Middlesex to 34 for 1. He hasn't quite got his line right this morning, Beard. His figures don't look too bad, but he hasn't bowled that many threatening deliveries. He's in his 5th over, no wicket for 13. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand seeing you through to the lunch break. 3 slips go down. And Beard is in bowls, and White plays to backward point, fielded there by George Garton. And again, there is no run. Just a reminder, as I say, after lunch, about 2:30, the Sussex chairman, John Philby, is going to join our commentary team. So any questions for John, please send them over on Twitter at BBC Sussex Sport or at Kevin Hand BBC, or you can email them across adrian.harms@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Beard, running in down the hill, bowls wide. That's going to be another wide. I think he's very lucky to get away with that. Taken by Mohammed Rizwan, diving across in front of first. Beard is disappointed. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. Yes, if you sent an email into the normal email address, my apologies. I had an accident with a cup of coffee this morning, and the laptop is now drying out on the roof. So whether it will spring back into life, I've told the engineer and the boss. So hopefully that's going to get fixed. In fact, the engineer said to me, he said, just one thing, was there sugar in the coffee?
Yeah.
And I said, no.
Rita told me this one as well.
And so there was no sugar in it. So so I think that's probably...
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah, he said...
There's Rita in it.
He said, please tell me there's no sugar in the coffee.
Ah.
Which was a good thing, actually, because the pre-packed bag was...
34% sugar, yeah. See, I told you.
Cappuccino. So good job we didn't have that.
Garton bowls, and that's edge, thick edge, only 2 slips in place. It goes through the vacant third, and Stoneman's on to 26, 38 for 1.
He was furious with himself, Mark Stoneman, wasn't he, for playing that shot? He banged his glove against the bat. I mean, who knows, he may not have played that shot had there been a third slip there, but it was certainly a full stroke. And they all raced away for 4 runs.
Goes. Garton bowls and beats him, or does he take the edge? No, he does. He's got him this time. Stoneman edged the previous ball past second, and this one he drives out on a length. It's nicked through to the keeper, and Sussex have a second before lunch on day 2. Stoneman gone for 26, Middlesex 38 for 2.
Well, George Garton will be absolutely thrilled to bits, and Sussex will be pleased because the 2 bowlers who have come back into the side this week have picked up the Middlesex openers who made such an impression here last year. A huge fastest innings partnership of 376 last season, but not the case this year. Rizwan taking the catch, and George Garton picking up his first wicket of the season. And Sussex will be thrilled to bits to have picked up a couple of wickets with the new ball. Mark Stoneman out for 26 off 47 balls with 5 balls. Let's see it again. Yeah, the previous did was a good catch actually by Rizwan. Low down in front of first slip. And the ball before that, he was really annoyed with himself, Mark Stoneman. He played at one outside the off stump, and he got lucky. The ball went through where third slip would have been and raced away for 4 runs, but not on that occasion. Garton gets his man, and Middlesex are 38 for 2.
That's a huge wicket. Now Pete Hanscom has 5 minutes to lunch on day 2 here at Hove, and this is a big moment for this match, you fancy. Middlesex missing Eskenazi at the moment. White's up at 3. He's doing all right. 5 from 30 balls, doing his job. Stoneman managing to survive 13 overs, falling to the second ball of the 14th. Now Hanscom has 4 balls left this over, and then probably 1 more before lunch.
So why has Peter Hanscom struggled? Runs in Australia. Did he didn't have a great season last season, did
he? Year, no, that's the problem. Last year's the problem. I mean, this year he's only just got here, really, so no point drawing any conclusions just yet. But last year he had a really, really tough year for Middlesex. The skipper. Now he's on strike with 3 slips in place, point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg, and Garton to Hanscom. 38 for 2, Middlesex. The Middlesex captain awaits as Garton's in, bowls onto the pad, swinging down the leg side, and there's no run. Rizwan quickly shying at the stumps, and Hanscom having to get back into his ground, or just turn and swivel and put that back down into the crease. And again, we're talking about international standard cricket. Garton to Hanscom, Rizwan behind the stumps.
Yeah. There was a loud appeal, wasn't there, really from the slip cord, not really supported by George Garton. That one did look as if it was swinging down the leg side.
Here he comes, Garton, bowls, and this one has Hanscom right in behind it on the off stump, on the back foot, defending away into the offside.
Sussex with their tails up here, 3 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side.
He's got 0 and 27 in his 2 innings so far. 0 versus Glamorgan, 27 versus Leicestershire. That after a pretty decent Sheffield Shield for Victoria. Garton in, bowls, outside off, left alone. Swinging back in. Hanscom lines it all up, holds the bat up behind him. Looks where his front pad is, look where the ball passed, where the off stump is, making sure he's got his lines right. I mean, part of the theory for Hanscom is that, he's got quite a distinctive technique, and it's, been forged in hard, fast, bouncy tracks in Australia, perhaps. The swinging conditions of England are tough. But a good summer for Middlesex, and he'll be banging on that test door again, Hanscom, as his. Garton bowls, and Hanscom's off the mark, so he nudges down to long leg, and he'll get 2 as Robinson slides on that one to stop it going for 4. Just managed to slide past it, though, as he stopped it, but couldn't hold it as he did slide. Middlesex are 40 for 2, end of the over. There'll be one more over before lunch. Stoneman was caught Rizwan, bowled Garton, and 38 for 2 that was, as Stoneman departed, and a big wicket for Sussex. They've made a couple of really huge breakthroughs this morning. Stoneman was out for 26 following his opening partner, Sam Robson, who was out bowled Robinson for a 5th ball duck.
And just see Tom Haynes there at mid-off sort of clapping his hands on something he just hasn't had available to him this season. Has been bowlers of the quality of Ollie Robinson and George Garton, and the feeling always was if Sussex could get some of their bowlers back on the park, then they'd be much more of a threat than they have been so far this season. Anyway, in comes Aaron Beard running down the hill, comes in and bowls, and wide plays to backward point, fielded there by the aforementioned George Garton, and there is no run. This will be the last over before lunch. It'll leave us 68 overs to be bowled in the rest of the day. The forecast is set fair, as indeed it is pretty much for the whole match. Just a bit of a breeze just across the ground. The Sussex flag is just fluttering away gently on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right hand side as Beard makes his way in down the hill and bowls and up on his toes. His white plays to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded there by Mason Crane, who trots into field. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The story of the morning that Middlesex cleared up the Sussex tail pretty quickly this morning. George Garton went through to an impressive half-century, but Ollie Robinson out for 18, Aaron Beard for 4, and Mason Crane for 8. Freely finishing with 3 for 97, Anderson 3 for 88. As in comes Beard, racing in down the hill, bowls to White, who turns that back at a square on the leg side. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but it wasn't there because Sean Hunt was very quickly in from fine leg to field. Not a great throw, but Rizwan manages to take the pace off the ball and looks in the direction of Sean Hunt, who apologises for the throw, but White moves to 6, and Middlesex 41 for 2. And as Kevin was saying in reply, Robson out in the first over, bowled by Ollie Robinson. And just in the previous over, Mark Stoneman caught behind by Mohammed Rizwan after the bowling of George Garton for 26. Hanscom is going to take strike for the first time against Aaron Beard, the right-handed Australian, as he waits, and Beard is in and bowls, and he's pinned in front. That's out. Oh my word, I thought that was out. I think it was too high. Kevin thought it was too high. It was a good delivery. It seemed to jag back a little bit at Peter Hanscom. He was just rubbing that sort of little area above the pad. I thought that was very, very close. Hanscom on 2, Middlesex 41 for 2. Middlesex skipper will be keen to get through to the lunch break. 2 more balls he's got to survive. Great view of LBWs here this week. As in comes Beard and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. If you're disappointed with that, taken well by Rizwan in front of Tom Alsop, who's standing at the first slip, and Alsop pats Rizwan on the shoulders. I have to say, well taken.
He's very deep in his crease, to be fair, as he plays it, Hanscom, by the looks of that. But it has hit him above the knee roll.
You're probably right, that's what saved him.
And you can see a fair old bit of the... well, you can see all of off stump. So the umpire probably would have fancied, look, there's a couple of areas of doubt there. Would it have just clipped the top of leg?
Beard in again, bowls to Hanscom, who plays nicely through square leg. He could race all the way for 4. Mason Crane is in hot pursuit. He's going to drag the ball up just inside the boundary rope, but not before Hanscom comes back for a 3rd run. So an entertaining morning here at Hove. Middlesex going to the break on 44 for 2. White on 6, Hanscom on 5. A morning that's in 6 wickets go down, 4 Sussex and 2 Middlesex.
And we always weigh up who's won the morning. Well, the bowlers have won the morning. The bowlers of Middlesex and the bowlers of Sussex. Match-wise, Sussex will be delighted with that. The 2 openers gone before lunch on day 2 in reply to 392, and a lot of work to do for Middlesex. They'll really be looking for this to perhaps be their skipper's finest hour in a Middlesex shirt. White's done brilliantly for his 6, having got out there, it was a 5th ball duck for Sam Robson.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session on this second day of this county championship match. Middlesex making 392. At lunch, Middlesex 44 for 2 with Robbie White on 6, Peter Hanscom on 5. The men out, Sam Robson for a duck bowled by Ollie Robinson. Mark Stoneman just before lunch caught behind by Mohammed Rizwan of the bowling of George Garton for 26. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted to be. Next to me is Rita Green. We've both been enjoying our lunch and enjoying the sunshine, and this match is evenly poised, but I think Sussex will be delighted, Rita, to have picked up. I mean, 1 wicket before lunch was great. To get 2 was a real bonus.
It really was. Good afternoon, everybody. It really was a massive boost to the Sussex team to get 2 wickets. Yeah, I was in the crowd again. I'm doing my stint in the crowd, trying to get the feel of the crowd, and there was absolute delight from the Sussex faithful, clearly, to get that 2nd wicket. But I think there was a little bit of not getting overexcited feel as well, whatever that's called.
No,
you've got to keep it in perspective, haven't you? This afternoon session is going to be fascinating.
It is. Now, Sean Hunt, who hasn't bowled so far this season, he broke his thumb pre-season, did Sean Hunt. He signed last season, came from Surrey. I have to say, and he won't mind me saying it, I'll say it after this ball, he runs away from us, left arm over the wicket, he's in and bowls to Hanscom, who plays to backward point, and there is no run. Sean Hunt, oh no, in fact there is runs. I thought that's an overthrow, but that was really sloppy. I took my eyes off the play, and I do apologise, because it must have been an overthrow. The ball was played to backward point, and the throw came in, and it must have been missed by Rizwan. Either way, Hanson has gone through for a single, so both batsmen now on 6. But Sean Hunt has lost a shed load of weight. He really has. He looks a different person. He's obviously worked really, really hard during the winter months, as he knew he had to. But he comes in now and bowls, and White is 4, placed to mid-off, and there is no run. So there's 2 young fast bowlers, Sean Hunt and Jamie Atkins. And both of them have obviously been in the gym and working really, really hard during the winter months.
Yeah, and injuries are or time out of the game, the worst part of any sport, especially being a professional. And yeah, it looks as though that Hunt has really taken the time to work on his fitness. By the way, that was a terrible overthrow, way over the keeper, by the way.
Well watched, because I didn't see that. As in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and White plays and misses outside of the off stump. And the ball goes through to Rizwan. There is no run. Sean Hunt, to say, broke the thumb on his right hand. And you can see that is strapped. That's not his bowling hand, is the good news. But he came into the Sussex side last year, bowled really nicely up at Old Trafford in the opening game, and then picked up a series of niggly injuries. So he'd have been really, to break your thumb just before the season's really disappointing. But he's back in the fray. And running away from us now, comes in and bowls to Robbie White. He's in and bowls, and White lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Now the good news is that the laptop is up and running after spilling a mug of coffee over it this morning. It seems to be working. Having said it seems to be, I wonder if someone could just send me an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, just to see whether they are coming through. The Sussex chairman, John Philby, is going to join us at 2:30. I don't think he'll be overly impressed if I report that I can't get any email messages because I spilled coffee all over my laptop. But if you've got any messages for John, please send them through. In comes Hunt and bowls, and White is forward to a ball that would have hit his middle stump, played out into the offside, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run.
Well done, Adrian. You obviously have many skills, including bringing back a laptop from near death.
Well, the advice was to take it up onto the roof above the media centre and leave it in the sun, which I did. And it seems but if someone could just send me a quick email and say hello or testing coffee or something, that would be great. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and he's nicked behind, and it's a wicket in his first over for Sean Hunt. What a moment for the young 20-year-old. He's been out with a broken thumb, and he comes in and picks up a wicket with the first over after lunch. A little nick behind, and Sean Hunt picks up an important wicket, and all of a sudden Middlesex are in real trouble here. They're 45 for 3. Robbie White is gone for 6. And what a moment for Sean Hunt. He's just been probing away outside the off stump, a little nick behind. And Rizwan does the rest. A straightforward catch to the Pakistan wicketkeeper. And what a moment for Sean Hunt.
Beautiful delivery there, Adrian, from Sean Hunt. It came into the right-handed batter, but just drifted away, just tempted the batter into that one. And Robbie White is back in the hutch. A wicket there for Sean Hunt. And did you see the jubilation on the Sussex players' faces and the body language, and really congratulating a player that's been out of the game for a little while? And, you know, really great to see from a Sussex perspective, that is.
Yeah.
An early wicket for a bowler that's been out for a little while, and just 20 years old, so, you know, very much at the start of his career.
Well, and interestingly as well, a lot of the summer last year, Sean, who needed to get fit, he won't mind me saying that, you know, he did need to get himself fit, and he spent a lot of the time running around the outfield with the coach, and he's probably done a lot of that during the winter month as well. So well done. Wonderful stuff for Sean. Lots of people have sent me emails. So John Malone has sent me an email. Well done, loud and clear in Bexhill. Selena has been in touch. She says, we're enjoying watching the cricket here. We're delighted to see Ollie back playing for Sussex. Oh, Selena Robinson's. That must be a relation of Ollie's. So I'll read that email in a minute.
Excellent.
And Sean Hunt gets a good round of applause as he makes his way to the southwest corner. So Sussex on the attack here. Look at this. 4 slips in place, Rita.
Yeah, 4 slips, a point, looking to get into the action as well. Yeah, here we go. This is Ollie Robinson from the Cromwell Road End, steaming in, and one that's a lovely drift in and drifts away as well. That one to Peter Hanscom, no run, straight through to the keeper. The score is 45 for 3. 50? Where did I get that from? Getting way too eager. 3 wickets for Sussex today, and they'll be absolutely delighted not only with that wicket just before or reasonably before lunch, but also another wicket now this side of the lunch interval. Ollie Robinson with a very wide sort of angle run in to Peter Hanscom, who defends nicely, pushes it to mid off, and there is no run.
I'm going to read Selena's email because she says, Dear Adrian, we're enjoying watching the cricket here in Singapore.
Oh, lovely.
And we're delighted to see Ollie back playing for Sussex. Would you mind giving a shout out to my husband, Paul, please? That's his birthday today. Paul is Ollie's uncle. So happy birthday, Paul. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Paul. Happy birthday to you. Now, Paul thinks that Ollie is running in a bit quicker and at a wider angle than before. What do you think? I agree. And funnily enough, Rita picked up on that on the previous delivery.
Robinson again from the Cromwell Road End, steaming in and bowls Peter Hanscom. The off stump flying through the air. One that he left, actually, Peter Hanscom, but actually went plummeting into the stumps. A beautiful sight from a Sussex perspective, yet another wicket. But from a Middlesex perspective, despair. The score is 45 for 4. And actually, Rizwan has come all the way to the boundary edge to retrieve the ball that hit the off stump and went flying over to the boundary. And he's got a big smile on his face. So from a Sussex perspective, the best possible start after the luncheon interval. The score is 45 for 4.
And I'm sure that's been a nice birthday present for Paul, listening over in Singapore. Paul Robinson, who is Ollie's uncle. I mentioned you to him at the close of play, Paul. And they say, thanks for the commentary. We hope the laptop recovers from its coffee bath, which it seems to have done. In fact, I'm going to whisper this quietly, the engineer said to dry it out but not switch it on. And I thought, well, I would switch it on just to see, and it's working. So hope the engineer doesn't mind. But coming back to your point, Paul, about Ollie Robinson, I thought before lunch, Ollie Robinson's run-up has changed and he was running from a wider angle. I thought, well, maybe I'm imagining it. But now you've mentioned it, Paul. And Rita, you said in commentary, Ollie Robinson from this wide angle. So you'd clearly noticed it as well.
Yeah, very wide.
So there has been a change. So that's something else to ask Ollie Robinson. So thank you for getting in touch from Singapore. Tom Haynes' brother has been in touch. And he says, afternoon, Adrian. Seems like a good excuse to give you my weekly email in during match day. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you, Ollie. Listening across, shouldn't you be revising for exams or something? I'll have to tell your big brother if you're not doing what you should be doing. But thank you for getting in touch, Ollie. Great to hear from you. John Malone says, loud and clear in Bexhill. Paul Limmer says, hi, Adrian. And another one here from Roger. It says test. And Rowan Grove has been in touch to say test as well. So thank you, everybody. The laptop is working, thankfully.
Yeah, wonderful. And just looking back at the replay of the wicket delivery there from Ollie Robinson, what a beautiful delivery. A couple of outswingers early in the over for the first two balls of the over. And the third one, guess what? It swung in, it pinged in, and hence the off-stop went flying. What a delivery and what a start in this afternoon session. Right, Ollie Robinson down the hill once again from the Cromwell Road end, who bowls far too wide down the leg side, straight through to the keeper. Nicely taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. So we've got Simpson, the wicket keeper, John Simpson, on at the crease now. He's probably thinking to himself, I did not expect to be here this soon, but such is life. Completely feels like a completely different day today in terms of conditions. Bowling friendly. I think actually Ollie Robinson's wide sort of run up here is probably the widest that I personally have ever seen. Yeah. Robinson again from the Cromwell Road end, steaming in. Oh, just tickled the leg side of the leg side of John Simpson. Hence the big shouts for LB. It was nowhere near. Scuttled through to the keeper, and there is no run. There is plenty going on here. If I had a 6'5" bowler steaming in from the other end down the hill, you're going to feel a few nerves. What a beautiful day here at Hove, around 17, 18 degrees. The breeze has got up a little bit, but nothing to alarm anyone. Robinson in to Simpson, who is beaten. A beautiful outswinger, and John Simpson was completely beaten on that one. He tried to defend it, went past the outside edge, no nick, and hence no wicket. The end of a very eventful over, a wicket maiden for Ollie Robinson. The score is 45 for 4.
Well, I think there's probably a good deal of frustration in Ollie Robinson's bowling this week. He was desperate to play last week against Durham, but as we've said numerous times in the commentary this season, as to where and when Ollie Robinson plays is not up to Sussex, it's up to England. He's a centrally contracted player, and so it's England's call, but he has been chomping at the bit. There's nothing better than match overs, match experience, and match miles in the tank. No. Sean Hunt's going to carry on the attack from the C end of the ground, running into bowl to the left-handed Max Holden, who's yet to score, and Holden plays with a bit of uncertainty to backward point, fielded there by Garton, and there is no run. And actually, from Tom Haynes' point of view, it's been a really challenging start to the season for Tom Haynes in terms of captaincy, because Sussex have been really struggling with just the bowlers that they've got available, and Tom has had to juggle things around. They've had players coming in on loan, and it does make a huge difference when you get Ollie Robinson back into the attack, and supported by George Garton and now Sean Hunt, who's back as well. And it's Hunt who runs away from us, comes into bowl to Holden, and Holden is hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out to backward point, fielded by George Garton. I just noticed George Garton going to have a quick word with Tom Haynes, maybe a suggestion to the skipper about whether he should perhaps go into gully position. He's at point at the moment. 3 slips, point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I was wondering, that's it, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. So mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Hunt, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Holden is forward to a ball of good length, plays it down the track, and there is no run.
That'll make Max Holden feel a little bit better there, I think, Adrian. The delivery before jagged back pretty nastily, and Max Holden will feel that he's very much back in control.
Well, just to get one in the middle of the bat, I think. And Middlesex losing these 2 quick wickets after the lunch break. Hunt runs away from us. In and bowls, and Holden clips this nicely to square leg. They needs to be quick here. The throw came in from Mason Crane, but never really threatened the stumps. It was a call by Holden. The ball was played in front of square. Crane got round very quickly, and John Simpson acknowledged his partner, went through for the single. The total goes to 46 for 4. John Simpson's a very fine wicket-keeper batsman, and Sussex will know that they'll be delighted to have picked up 4 wickets, but the job is far from done with the quality of Simpson coming in at number 6. But a rebuilding job here to be done by the visitors. Robson without scoring, Stoneman 26, White for 6, and Hanscom for 6 as in comes Hunt. Bowls, and forward comes Simpson, punches that into the covers fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. Martin has been in touch.
Nice to see the emails flowing, Adrian.
Yeah, Martin says, I was surprised to hear your co-commentator Kevin suggest the Middlesex openers Robson and Stoneman could get another chance for England. I agree that both were jettisoned too soon and have merited another go, given the paucity of runs from England rivals that have been chosen ahead of him, such as Burns, Jennings, Hamid and Sibley. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Simpson plays from the crease out into the offside. There is no run. The end of Sean Hunt's second over. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 2 for Sean Hunt. Middlesex 46 for 4. He says a further intriguing factor, Key obviously likes Haynes and wrote as much in a tweet before his appointment. He says, incidentally, I deserted you briefly to see the end of a Ben Stokes record-breaking knock for Durham just now. What an innings and what a player. Better than both of them for my money. Wow, that's a big call. But he certainly is a wonderful player, Ben Stokes. And if you missed it earlier on today, 34 off an over from the young left-arm spinner Josh Baker. The first 5 balls all hit for 6. And the final one went for 4.
Right, Max Holden on strike, the left-hander to Ollie Robinson, who comes down the hill and is in and is beaten once again. And this one jagged back. Both batters at the moment are, bamboozled for the odd delivery here and there. And they come together a little bit between the balls there just to have a quick glance up at each other. That one, where did that one come from? But on to the next delivery. It's fair to say that Robinson has got his tail up looking for more wickets. He's got 2 to his name already. To his credit, Ollie Robinson down the hill to Holden, who tickles it round the corner to fine leg, pick up a single. And 1 more to the total for Middlesex. 47 for 4. Still haven't made the 50 mark yet. It's been tough going for Middlesex. You used the term, Adrian, rebuilding. We used that term yesterday, didn't we, after the wickets started tumbling for Sussex. This feels like an even graver situation, so to speak, because they don't have the 200-run foundation that Sussex had. But a rebuild is needed. Robinson is in and bowling to Simpson, who in a rather unconvincing manner somehow gets the ball to the square leg area and they scuttle through for a single. That was definitely not where he intended to put it.
I agree. Just in answer to your email, Martin, I would be surprised if Stoneman and Robson were really on the England raid. I guess anyone who scores, if you score a shed load of runs, you've got to be in with a chance. But you would have thought that. And no one's distinct. I see Rory Burns got 100 yesterday, but he's been short of runs. They might be looking at other areas. Not to say Robson and Stoneman aren't fine players, but I wonder if England perhaps is.
Robinson in again to Max Holden, who tickles it round the corner to the deep square leg area, and once again they take a single. It's fair to say that Robinson his line here isn't quite perfect. I'm sounding super uber critical, but I'm sure Ollie Robinson will be looking for perfection on every ball, but nothing too major, but tickle round the corner for a single. 49 for 4. Yes, still haven't got to the 50 mark.
You've got a fan, Rita. I'll read the email from Paul.
Is it a relative of mine?
Well, I don't know, yeah. Oh yeah, Paul Green.
Oh, I can't wait for that. Thank you very much for getting in touch. Ollie Robinson to Simpson this time, who lets this one go. Oh, beautiful swing there. Well left by John Simpson, who is a class act with the bat and with the wicket-keeping gloves as well. Goes for a little wander to the square leg area. I can't wait for this email. Here we go.
Well, it's from Paul Limmer. Paul, thank you for getting in touch. And he says, hi, what a difference than previous weeks. Ollie Robb is a class above, so is George Garton. I think Ollie's run-up plays with the batsman's mind, not sure what to play and what to leave. Imran used to use the crease a lot in his deliveries. It's so great to see Sussex bowlers keeping the line so tightly. More to come.
The right-handed Ollie Robinson to the left-handed Simpson, who does a nice straight drive up the hill. A big old chase for the Sussex fielder, but the ball just basically came to a standstill and threw it back in. So they've nicked 2 runs. 51 for 4 now is the Middlesex total. And Ollie Robinson, not the most memorable of overs in his 7 so far, but certainly good stuff from Ollie Robinson, really keeping the batsmen on their toes. Middlesex 51 for 4.
And Paul finishes by saying, P.S. can you arrange for Rita to join you on every game? She keeps you lads in order. So
okay.
So there you go.
Well, that's very kind of you.
But thank you, Paul, for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The laptop has recovered from having a cup of black coffee spilt all over it. The engineer did say to me, did the coffee have sugar in?
I was wondering the same.
Right, in comes Hunt. Over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Holden, plays to mid-wicket.
And did you
no,
have sugar? Oh,
but
you're sweet enough.
But the funny thing was, there's some pre-prepared coffee in the other room, and one of it was a cappuccino. And Kevin said to me earlier today, don't have that, he said, because it's got something like 34% sugar in it. So I said, oh, okay. So well, good job we didn't. Well, what effect would sugar have?
Because, I believe the stickiness and the sugar nature, it means that when it evaporates, it's not all gone.
Oh, in comes Hunt and bowls, holding up on his toes, play back down the track, fielded by Hunt, and there is no run.
Do you know what I mean? Like if you have sugary water, so to speak.
Okay.
Do you know what? I'm talking from a position of zero knowledge. But if it's pure,
sounds convincing.
But if it's just black coffee or white coffee or
Right.
something like that, then you're in a much better position. So thank goodness you don't take sugar.
Yeah.
You're right though. If you'd had that cappuccino, where would we be?
Well, we'd have no laptop. So the engineer said, don't switch it on while I am, and it's working. So anyway, in comes Hunt. Left arm over the wicket, bowls to Holden. Holden plays uncertainly, sort of forward and back, and plays the ball into the slip cordon, fielded by Orr, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Sussex really with their tails up. If you're just joining us after lunch, a couple of wickets have gone down. Robbie White caught by Mohammed Rizwan off the bowling of Sean Hunt for 6. And then Peter Hanscom, who was bowled by Ollie Robinson for 6. Hunt on his way again, running away from us. In and bowls to Holden, who lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Rizwan. And again, there is no run.
Really tall chap, Hunt, isn't he? You know,
He is.
if Ollie Robinson's 6'5", I think Hunt might be even taller. Actually,
Well,
quite jealous, really, with my 5'1" frame. What does it feel like to be over 6 foot? Over 5'5" would be nice.
He is, I shall tell you in a minute. Look at the right page, Adrian. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Holden plays into the covers. And again, there is no run.
The man of so much knowledge, including the height.
Well, no, I'm just.
Sean
Well,
Hunt.
it's due to the book, really. So the book tells me that Sean Hunt is. It doesn't tell us after all of that.
I reckon
but
6'5", 6'6".
He's a Surrey boy, though. Is Sean Hunt? He went to Howard of Effingham School near Leatherhead. Born in Guildford. He's running away from us now. In and bowls, and Holden's up on his toes. Plays into the onside. Good, tight, accurate over from Sean Hunt. Really good to see him back in action. As I say, started the season really well last year up at Old Trafford at Lancashire, where he took wickets in a game, actually, in the end, finished in the snow, would you believe? And the game had to be called off on the final day, but then had a succession of injuries. But he's clearly worked really, really hard on his fitness during the winter months. And he has now bowled 3 overs and 1 maiden, as has taken 1 for 2. Middlesex are 51 for 4, with Holden on 2, Simpson on 3. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Rita Green. If you want to watch the pictures as well, then go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the Matchday Centre, and you'll see Hove in all its glory.
John Simpson on strike to Ollie Robinson, who continues from the Cromwell Road end, and this one is left through to the keeper Rizwan, and there is no run. Rizwan with 116 on his back. I know we talked about this yesterday, so thank you so much to all those people that got in touch with my question of why 116 and having three numbers on your back, etc. I know, I am interested in these sort of things. Many aren't. Robinson continues from the Cromwell Road end and is continuing to look menacing in the sense of the variety of his bowling today. Robinson past the umpire. And a big appeal!
That was tight.
That was incredibly tight. I was waiting for the umpire to raise his finger, but the answer is not out. So John Simpson lives to fight another ball. That was mighty close. We'll see the replay in a few moments' time. Yeah, my replay is awfully behind, so we might have to wait a little bit. Oh, maybe not. But that was an enormous shout.
Oh,
yes, that was. He can consider himself very lucky, John Simpson, in my humble opinion. What do you think, Adrian?
I agree. I think you definitely got the benefit of the doubt.
Right, here we go. Robinson again to Simpson, who tries to sort of pull this one. It doesn't go where he wanted it to. It actually goes to mid-on, and there is no run. The score is 51 for 4 for Middlesex. Very, very, very thrilling sort of wickets from a Sussex perspective, and disappointing maybe from a Middlesex perspective, but beautiful bowling. The conditions are very much in the favour of the fielding side today, it's fair to say. Robinson so far with a tight over into the 4th ball of the over. John Simpson, the left-handed batter, on strike to Robinson. He pitches this one up, it squirts out 2 points, and there is no run.
How tall did you think Sean Hunt was?
6'5" at least. What do you think?
Good call. Paul Limmer has been in touch and he says Sean Hunt is 6'5".
Oh!
So he's obviously got a book somewhere that says about that. I mean, I think the conditions are still. I think they're still good batting conditions. This is still a good pitch, but I think Sussex have just bowled really well. And I think when you've got as high a performer as Robinson, who's taking wickets, it just looks a different game.
And you're getting pressure from both ends here, the C end as well as Cromwell Road end. Robinson again to Simpson, who comes steaming it. Oh, and is beaten. Oh, wow. Great bowling here from the England man, Ollie Robinson, who has bowled beautifully today. It's fair to say he's causing a whole question of questions to the batters today. John Simpson goes for a little wander, but lives to fight another day.
Well, he's certainly asking questions, Ollie Robinson. He bowled a 5-over spell, didn't he, before lunch? I wonder whether that's the plan, and it would be a plan of how much he's going to bowl in this match.
Last ball of the 8th over for Ollie Robinson to Simpson, who pushes this into the offside, squirts between mid-off and point, and they scuttle through for one more run to the total and nicks the strike to Simpson. It's 52 for 4. And another very tight over there from Ollie Robinson.
It was indeed. I'm going to take my leave for 20 minutes or so. I'm going to leave you with Kevin and with Rita. But don't forget John Philby, the Sussex chairman, joining us after 2:30. So I know John has been talking to a packed members meeting earlier on today. But if you'd like to get any questions for John, please get them in sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I'm going to leave you with Rita and Kevin.
Yes, myself, Rita Green, also in the marvellous Kevin Hand as well as Adrian Chance, both incredibly charming. And here is Hunt, who continues from the C end to Simpson. And a nice delivery there, but squirts to the slip area, and there is no run. Yeah, 6'5", Sean Hunt, coming back into the side today, first time for the season, and well done to him. It sounds as though he's had a cracking winter period of getting back to full fitness. Hello, Kevin. Welcome back.
Outrageous that the ECB are letting Robinson play right to the void. He should be resting. Whimpers. He's been good, hasn't he? They've all been good out there, and plenty to pick through.
Sean Hunt from the C end to Simpson, who defends this into the onside, goes to square leg, and there is no run. All right, so there's a question mark now whether we should wrap him up in cotton wool.
Yeah. I think he needs to be withdrawn from the match now, doesn't he? He's in such good form.
Do you think?
Do you know, the thing is 52 for 4. We've seen 8 wickets today for less than 100. Well, did they resume on overnight? No. It's probably about 100 now, isn't it? 8 for 100 so far today.
Hunt to Simpson, who defends this one into the offside to Pujara, and there is no run.
352 overnight. They added another 40, so 92 runs, 354.
It's been a day of wickets, certainly a lot more runs yesterday. Feels like a completely different game, quite honestly. And Sussex will be delighted the way that they've started. I think the key here, though, from a Sussex perspective, not sure Kevin agrees with me, will be pressure, and more pressure. Hunt from the C end to left-hander Simpson is completely beaten. A beautiful delivery, Kevin. I couldn't disagree with that at all.
I'm already thinking, we've got questions watching it. Why is it doing so much more today? So 90 for 8, is that what we're settling on? They went from 54 to 92, yes, so 38. So 90 for 8 is day 2 so far, compared to a day 1 where, the runs were racked up all the way to only one session fell, basically one wicket fell up to tee.
Hunt to Simpson. Simpson lets this one go, and there is no run.
Or did go, it was 2 before tee, wasn't it? Or did go trying to push that single, but he played a silly shot trying to get to his century before the interval. Which is fair enough. It happens. It's cricket. But effectively, one wicket fell. Now again, we go back to what if that catch had been held second ball of the match? Two chances in 2 balls, 2 drops in 2 balls of war as well. So there were lots of questions yesterday as to what is 354 for 6 overnight.
Sean Hunt to Simpson once again, who just pushes this to mid-on, and there is no run. A very nice tight over from a Sussex perspective. Amazing over for Sean Hunt, who's looked incredibly impressive so far. The score at the end of the over is 52 for 4. I'm glad you've got your abacus out. You've got your calculator out and your whatever out, quite frankly. And hang on a minute. As in thinking, where am I going with this? I'm glad you're doing the maths. I'm glad you're doing the maths.
We're all respectable, Ray.
Oh boy. Listeners out there, you knew what I meant. Oh, dear me.
The shoes and socks are still on, folks. I haven't got my toes out to do the counting. 52 for 4. Here comes Robinson. He has 3 slips to Holden, who's on 2. Robinson is in, bowls, and this ball's edged away along the floor, past third slip, down to the vacant third, and that is going to be 56 for 4. So we've seen 94 runs for the loss of 8 wickets on day 2 now. But we were weighing all that up yesterday. What does 354 for 6 overnight really mean in the context of this pitch, the bowling performance, the batters, how they went? The drops were high on our mind. What would have happened if Middlesex had got in amongst them early? Would they have been able to do something like this? And I think we said exactly that. If they'd have got that wicket second ball, could that new ball have put some pressure on and had them 50 for 4? So here's Robinson. 23rd over, he's in, bowls, and Holden's beaten by a lovely ball, lovely line and length angled across him. The other part of all of this, though, and again, this is me at nearly 2 o'clock thinking, right, close the play interview, who am I speaking to, what's the question going to be? If Middlesex end up 80 for 8, let's say, you're thinking, well, the lazy question is to turn around and be same old problems for Middlesex. But actually, what have we seen? We have seen Anderson and Freedy come out and really get at them quickly this morning. Sussex would have been thinking 1 maximum batting points, 2 perhaps 450, let's be greedy and put themselves into a strong position. So Robinson approaches, he bowls, and Holden just squared up a little bit behind that, but making sure he got everything behind it, and he picks up a single just in front of points. 57 for 4, he's on to 7. That ball from Anderson to Robinson seemed away from the nursery end, away from the right-hander, and at that point I looked at Adrian Harms and thought Robinson's going to love the look of that, because we didn't see anything like that all day yesterday. Nothing was seaming. The pace, it looked slow and low. That was the question last night. And Freedy bowled on it. Cullen is express pace as well. Anderson's no slouch. Bamba's Mr. Consistent, as we saw. So it had a good working over yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought, day 2 could be the best day to bat, though. It might quicken up a bit. It's quickened up a bit to the benefit of the bowlers.
Definitely.
It's been the best day to bowl, as Robinson moves in, bowls, and Simpson leaves alone outside of the off stump, through to the keeper it goes. So that's why it would be a lazy question if you were to do a post-match press conference now, end of play press conference now and somebody starts up saying, "Oh, same old problems for Middlesex." No, it's not been that day.
You've got to put it in context, haven't you, of the conditions as well as the situation of the game. But I've never called you lazy, goodness me. But I mean, Sussex have definitely had Sussex have definitely had the better of the conditions with the ball. I think that's pretty obvious. But you wouldn't know it from the conditions, wouldn't you?
Well, again, it's the pitch has quickened up to the benefit of the bowlers. As here's Robinson bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone by Simpson through to the keeper, and there is no run. So, again, day 2, best day to bat. Day 2, pitch quickens up a bit. How does it balance? The way it's fallen is it's fallen beautifully for Ollie Robinson. Those couple of deliveries to Sam Robson, swinging away that ball before, late swing. We didn't see any swing yesterday.
No.
That was the strange thing. All right, it was a very new ball at that point. I don't think we've seen a lot of swing since. Where did that late swing come from? Robson sees a few shape away outside offers. Robinson's in, bowls onto the pads, and Simpson clips away down to fine leg, where Hunt fields and a single is taken. Middlesex are 58 for 4 as Simpson moves to 5, end of the over, he'll keep the strike. Holden has 7, but then the seam movement, and we did see seam movement from Anderson earlier this morning from Afridi. We saw pace and bounce from Afridi from that end. We saw seam movement from Anderson, and we're seeing both from Robinson, and that's the big change on yesterday, really. The late little bit of swing away from Robson, the ball before maybe just new ball just came out nicely. Middlesex have got to try somehow to get this from over 23, where they are at the moment, 4 wickets down, to somewhere around over 40, 4 wickets down. Get a couple of batters in and set Holden and Simpson, because they're also missing Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm. Yes, Anderson is an excellent all-rounder, and likewise Holman. Both, I think it could be said, have the potential to be genuine all-rounders. I'd probably just put Anderson a bowling all-rounder at the moment.
Sean Hunt from the C end to Simpson, who drives this into the offside, straight to cover. And there is no run. You raised about 20 good points there, Kevin, about the lineup as well. For me, there's a point here as well about the class of Shaheen Shah Afridi. With the conditions that were in place yesterday, I thought what he did with the ball yesterday was actually magical, quite honestly. He really made things happen when actually the conditions around him probably didn't help. Sean Hunt to Simpson, he's in and drives once again. This sort of pushes it to mid on, and they play a little bit of football in the outfield, and there is no run.
Middlesex pride themselves on their bowling. That's been something that's been a go-to for many years now. And obviously there's Murtagh missing from this game, injured, Rowland-Jones rested, Helm injured. But they've got Shaheen Shah Afridi, so you'd kind of counter and say, well, they've got one of the best bowlers in the world. Sean
Hunt in to Simpson, who lets this one go through to the keeper, Rizwan, and there's no run.
They didn't do much wrong yesterday, Bamber, Cullen and Anderson. Bamber was as reliable as ever. They all toiled away. They tried different lengths. We talked about at one point where, all right, they've tried that full length. Now they've got to drag it back a little bit. They did. And eventually they got the reward. They stuck at it and the reward came, and, they knocked them over this morning. There's just been a changing in the surface today. There's no two ways about it. But Middlesex somehow have to resist that.
Hunt in again, and this is left comfortably by Simpson through to the keeper, and there is no run. Would you say all those hours ago, which feels like days ago now, that's first over of the day yesterday? Oh, it's the $1 million question. Yeah, the drop catch from Mark Stoneman at, was he at square leg? Square leg area, right? I mean, it wasn't the easiest catch in the world, but yeah, what could have been? Right, Hunt from the C end to Simpson, who defends this one, pushes it to cover, and there is no run. The over rate has gone to -1, so something to keep an eye on from a Sussex perspective. Got to up the pace. Really tight over so far. Don't be too disheartened though. There's plenty of time in the game at least to turn this around.
Oh, there is. Yeah. Oh, there is. And much as yesterday when everybody was consigning this to a draw. Cricket has a wonderful way of biting those in the backside that write it off too quickly.
Can Hunt have a maiden over to Simpson, who defends again, and it goes to point area, and there is no run. Indeed, it is a maiden over for Sean Hunt, who's bowled really consistently well this morning. That was his 5th over of the innings. The score is 58 for 4 on this beautiful day here at Hove. And what, bless you, what a beautiful place to be. What a pro, putting yourself on mute for that. But what a beautiful place to watch the game of cricket. I was in the stands earlier on, actually, as I mentioned, and Ethan Bamber came trooping up, actually. And well, didn't come to see me, but but I did see him in the stands. I really like that, actually, when the players do get out into the crowds. You may have some travelling fans with him today, but he bowled really well yesterday. He's Mr. Consistent, as you say, isn't he?
Yeah, it was good to watch, and had a chat with him last night as Robinson's in. Bowls and left alone by Holden. Good pace and bounce again on that down the hill to the gloves of Rizwan. He said, there were balls that they wished they could take back yesterday. Middlesex, I didn't think there were that many. I don't think really Middlesex served up much filth in the day. I think they could they have bowled better yesterday? Yeah. Could they have bowled an awful lot better? It didn't feel like it.
No, it didn't feel like it was
It felt they stuck at it.
Yeah, absolutely. But there were those tiny pivotal moments, as you've brought up, Kevin, that could have changed the game.
Robinson to Holden. He bowls and the left-hander leaves. Ball that dies. Now look at that. The ball before really picked up pace and bounced through to Rizwan. That one dies and strikes Rizwan. He allows it to strike him on the pads, having gone up for it, and down the track goes Holden to prod away at it. That's something,
That's kind of scary as a batter, actually.
Well, it is.
Before, there was so much bounce, and the next one completely died.
Well, we described it as slow and low yesterday, and that delivery was more in keeping with what we saw yesterday, wasn't it? Whereas the ball before we hadn't seen much of, pace and bounce stumping into the gloves. Robinson in bowls, and a beaut. Absolute jaffa. Line and length. Quality bowling from Robinson. Squares up Holden. Through it goes. Simpson comes down to offer a word or two. It's a big innings for Max Holden, because he's effectively playing opening bat out there right now against Robinson. It's a good opportunity for him to...
Good leave.
Yeah.
Did you see the replay? No, I mean, how he didn't clip the off stump, we'll never know. But what a beautiful delivery.
It just tailed back in, didn't it, as it passed the left-hander. He awaits now as Robinson bowls, and Holden is solidly behind that one, pushing away into the offside.
Ollie Robinson, a Sussex guy, of course, but born in Kent. And very much an England go-to. It's good to see him back out after such back problems against Australia, and then was ruled out against West Indies due to that back problem. He's been signed for the Manchester Originals this year, by the way, in the 2022 season of the 100.
That's the umpire now, Robinson, as he bowls, and that's full. Push back and no run. Yeah, there was a bit of disappointment when Yorkshire let him go, wasn't there? From Kent to Yorkshire, back down to the south coast. But a few disciplinary issues at that point, I think it's fair to say. But the fresh start's done him the world of good here at Hove. One that got away for Yorkshire, one that certainly got away for Kent to begin with.
And I know it's a bit of an odd comparison, Ollie Robinson and Freely. I'll come back to that in a moment, that odd comparison. Bet you can't wait.
Robinson. It's the Stumps bowls and draws Holden forward, playing defensively. It beats him. And through it goes to the gloves of Rizwan, and they enjoyed that. Another maiden. 58 for Holden. 7. Simpson will have strike on 5, and I'm sure they did enjoy that greatly. Sussex right on top here, searching their first win in more than 12 months in the Championship.
Wonderful last delivery. Great over. And I was just thinking about the sort of body language and the bowling comparisons between two great bowlers in action in this match. Plenty of them, including Ollie Robinson and Shaheen Shah Afridi. Ollie Robinson has this sort of quite sort of laid back, sort of walk back to his mark, and I always think Afridi's got just bundle of energy in the field as well. And both bowled very, very well in this match. Right then, Sean Hunt continues from the sea end to Simpson, who defends and goes out to point, and there is no run. Can you hear in the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, the Sussex fielders are very much up for this. They can feel a potential another wicket coming. It feels like an age ago where we had a flurry of runs. The pressure is building, and with this Hunt and Ollie Robinson combination, the pressure is on. Simpson on strike to Sean Hunt, and this one's let go through to the keeper Rizwan, and there is no run. So 3 slips, point, cover, mid on, mid off. What have we got there? Sort of a fine leg as well. Pretty conventional field, actually. And Ollie Robinson is at mid-on. There to have a chat, really, with Sean Hunt, I'm sure. And make sure that he has all the encouragement in the world. Hunt from the sea end to Simpson, who drives this beautifully past the diving Ollie Robinson all the way through to the boundary rope. A lovely drive, a straightish drive past the fielder, and 4 more to the total for Middlesex is now 62 for 4. That was a really nice drive. That'll definitely give John Simpson some confidence.
Form of his life at the moment, Simpson. I don't know. I mean, again, everybody's been talking about that century down at Glamorgan. Was it his best innings? A strong Glamorgan bowling lineup. Not quite as strong as having Ollie Robinson lead it, but strong nonetheless.
Hunt to Simpson, who once again drives straight back down the wicket, and yet another 4. Same result as before, slightly different position, but similar stroke. Slightly over pitch maybe from Sean Hunt, meaning that the straight drive was on, but another 4 to the total, which is I put the commentator's curse on that in terms of saying we haven't seen many runs recently. And what happened? 2 4s in a row. John Simpson up to 13. It's 66 for 4. Yeah, and I was around when I saw the 71 that John Simpson hit against Leicestershire last week at the home of cricket at Lords. Sean Hunt to Simpson, who lets this one go through to the keeper, and there is no run. An awful lot of excitement in 2 balls there. 8 runs from 2 balls. Now Sean Hunt will be looking to finish off this over in the best possible manner. Most beautiful conditions here at Hove. 2 seagulls decide to do a little bit of a flyby for us. Got a pretty good view up there, I'm sure. Don't get in the way, chaps. Or chapesses. Right, Sean Hunt from the sea end to Simpson, who drives straight to cover, though, and there is no run. End of the over. 8 runs from that over. Middlesex on 66 for 4. Simpson on 13 from 35. And Max Holden on 7 from 22.
Thank you very much, Rita. We're going to be joined. There's no rush actually to go, Rita, straight for another over, because we're going to be joined by the Sussex chairman shortly, who's going to have a natter away to us, and we've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well. So Sussex 66 for 4, Sussex Middlesex even. And Aaron Beard is coming back into the Sussex attack. Noticeable that Tom Haynes has elected to bowl his bowlers in little spurts. Here is the Ollie Robinson 5 overs at a time. George Garton bowled a fairly short spell as well, so he's rotating his seams with no spin so far.
I'm varying the ends as well, with Aaron Beard now coming from the Cromwell Road end for a little while.
So we've got an update coming now to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey, as in comes Beard, running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Max Holden, and Holden drives, but without timing, to mid-on, fielded there by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. So 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg. Beard wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. Yeah, it's been an excellent session so far here for Sussex, Danny. Middlesex in all sorts of trouble. 66 for 4 in reply to the Sussex total of 392. Big appeal there from Aaron Beard, given not out by umpire Ian Blackwell. And Sussex with Ollie Robinson back in the ranks and George Garton as well. And Robinson straight away has picked up a couple of wickets. Sam Robson out for a duck. He then accounted for the Middlesex skipper Peter Hanscom, who was out for 6. George Garton claiming the wicket of Mark Stoneman. So Middlesex 66 for 4 in reply to the Sussex total of 392. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey making 401 in reply. Northampton a spot of bother. They're 31 for 3. Well, they are, and in fact, they were struggling in that game. A big knock yesterday from Rory Burns. He made 107, but the lower order, the tail really did wag. Jamie Overton made a half century, and Gus Atkinson made 66 not out. So the lower order doing really well for Surrey in that match, and picking up those 3 wickets as well. 2 of those to Jordan Clark. Oh, it's wonderful here today, Danny. Just looks a picture. And Sussex are taking wickets. What could be better?
Good. All right, Formula 1 commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
Lovely shot from Simpson. From Holden. He's on 11. Middlesex 70 for 4. As Beard is on his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Comes in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Holden. Taken by Rizwan. And there is no run. So 2 slips. Point cover mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. Deep square leg and a fine leg. Middlesex 70 for 4 for those of you just joining us after the lunch break.
Yeah, Mason Crane didn't pick up that sort of pull shot a couple of balls ago, actually. Thankfully, it was nowhere near him and no catch on the horizon. But it's a bright, sunny day, so I hope Mason can spot potentially the next one coming towards him.
In comes Beard, bowls, and Holden with a wild drive outside of the off stump. It was very wide from Aaron Beard, but Holden chased that. He didn't get a nick. It'd have been furious. He had done. Goes through to Mohammed Rizwan, who takes it low down in front of Tom Alsop at first slip. And there is no run.
Yeah, it was almost too wide, wasn't it? But it would have been a glorious shot if he made contact. Nice action, but thankfully for him, anyway, it didn't get a nick. No.
Yeah, I don't think the coach would have been too happy if he'd have got a little nick on that one. Holden remains on 11, 70 for 4 as in comes Beard and bowls. And Holden this time tucks this one to backward point. He picks up a single fielded by the athletic George Garton. There is a single to Max Holden. It's the end of the over, 71 for 4. Holden is on 12. Simpson is on 13. And we're going to be joined now by, well, I thought we were going to be joined by the Sussex chairman, John Philby, who's just wandered out. Here comes John. So Rita will join us a little bit later on. And John is going to come and have a little natter for half an hour or so. The new chairman of Sussex County Cricket. So please get a message in if you're a Sussex fan, a Middlesex fan, just a fan of cricket. It'll be great to hear from John. SussexCricket at bbc.co.uk. You can send us an email or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. And what John won't know is that I had an accident here this morning and spilt coffee all over my laptop, but it is working. Have you ever done that, John?
I've spilt all sorts of things over my laptop, actually.
Well, it wasn't working, and the engineer said, dry it out in the sun, but don't switch it back on, which I did, and it's working. So thankfully, we've got some questions.
That's a huge relief.
Which is
I'm pleased to hear that.
In comes Garton, running in, bowls to Simpson, who plays this nicely through the onside and picks up a single. Middlesex go to 71 for 4. I'm sure our Middlesex listeners won't mind us indulging ourselves a little bit in Sussex, because it's been a difficult opening for Sussex in the county championship, John, with the lack of bowlers. But you'll be very pleased as the chairman to see that with Robinson and Garton back in and Sean Hunter, suddenly things look a little rosier for Sussex.
They do indeed. It's not really a surprise, is it, that if you bring back international bowlers into an attack that they start doing well. So we're really pleased about that.
Garton runs away from us, coming into bowl to Simpson. He's in and bowls, and Simpson lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So David Harrison has been. First of all, John, could I just say thank you so much for coming up and spending some time with us? It's much appreciated. It's not every county where the chairman is prepared to come up and have a natter away to us. But David has been in touch. And he's asking about why. See if I can get to Simpson. I said my laptop was working, and now that it's stopped again, so we'll try and fire it up again in a minute. But he's concerned about the fact that people aren't allowed on the outfield in the lunch breaks now, or tea intervals now, and he's not sure why that is. I'm not sure if you do, John, but that was the first question from David. As in comes Garton bowls, forward comes Simpson, drills it into the covers, fielded by Pajara, and there is no run.
Well, I think you're aware, Adrian, that I've just been in a members' forum.
Yes.
And it started at 1 o'clock and it finished at about 2:10.
Right, wow.
It was a lovely meeting. There was about 80 probably members there. And this was one of the questions that came up, and I was lucky enough to be able to tell the members that they'll be able to walk on the outfield during the tea interval in about an hour's time.
In comes Garton and bowls, and he beats Simpson outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. Great. So what was the reason they weren't able to beforehand, John?
Well, it's really simple. The players now use the outfield, use the ground for practice. And if you've got Jofra running in at 80 miles an hour and then bowling the ball at 95 miles an hour, the last thing you want is either an elderly member like me doddering across in front of him.
Garton in bowls, and Simpson lets that go through to Rizwan, no run.
Or a child enthusiastically waiting to hit the ball and then getting whacked because the ball from Jofra hits them. So it's a simple safety thing. There's no it's not possible really to allow the members onto the outfield when the players are using it for practice. What we have arranged with Rob and the executive.
Here comes Garton and bowls, and played by Simpson through the covers. He picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Simpson to 14, Middlesex 73 for 4.
What we've arranged is that when the players are not using it for practice, and they won't be using it for practice during this tea interval, that they will be allowed onto the outfield. Members will come onto the outfield and perambulate, I think is the term they use at Lord's. And so that will be allowed. And then later in the year, we've got a couple of days where there's a lot of schools coming down, and on those days too, the children will be allowed onto the outfield to play their ball games and to enjoy the fun of being on the outfield at Hove. It's a very important part of the experience. It was one of the things that made me always enjoy coming here. I'm keenly aware of the need to do it, and it will be done whenever it's remotely possible.
Wonderful. That's great news. So perhaps it was just a bit of a communication issue, really, that people not really knowing. In comes Beard around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Simpson, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run.
Yeah, possibly communication, but really it's all a part. We've all been away for 2 years, Adrian, haven't we?
Yeah.
And we're all getting used to being back. And this is another thing you might notice also over by the stairs, by the pavilion stairs. There's people there who like to sit in that area. They too are now back on their favourite seats. And that's something that's just happened today. The benches have been put back and the people can sit there.
In comes a Beard and bowls, and Simpson eases that one down to the vacant third man area. Nice looking shot by John Simpson, just a little bit too much width from Aaron Beard, and Simpson just helped the ball on its way down to third man. Lovely shot. He's a good cricketer, John Simpson. That was a nicely controlled shot. He goes to 18, and Middlesex 77 for 4. So how have the first few weeks been, John? It's been pretty chaotic with meetings, and how are you enjoying it?
I'm hoping it's not chaotic, Adrian. It has been very busy. There's no doubt about that. I think I talked about this when I was here during the Nottinghamshire, the first game of the season.
Beard on his way. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Simpson, a ball that cuts back into John Simpson, but he plays it well through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 19, Middlesex 78 for 4.
When I put myself up for election for the role, the things that I talked about were, first of all, the need for Sussex to win more cricket matches. And we're working on that. The second thing was to value our members more, and that was one of the points of the members forum today, and we heard a lot of really good questions from people, and there's plenty of good work to come out of that.
In comes Beard around the wicket, bowls, already beats Holden outside the off stump. Good delivery by Aaron Beard, beat him all ends up outside of the off stump, taken by Rizwan, no run.
And then the third thing, and the thing that is proving to take much of my time, is the business of the relationships with the ECB and the other counties, and you'll know that the game's at a very interesting point. The Andrew Strauss High Performance Review's underway. The ECB is continuing without a chair currently, and there's a lot going on, so that's involving a lot of my time.
And comes Beard and bowls, and Holden plays that into the offside, and there is no run. And perhaps we could talk about that in a bit more depth a little later on, John. One of the things that I get a lot of messages through emails and tweets is about Sussex and some of the players who have left Sussex in recent years. It has been a concern for members, and I know you're very keen to look to the future, as indeed are the coaching staff, but I still get emails from people saying, well, why did this player leave, and why did that player leave? I don't expect you to know all the answers, but maybe an explanation of some of them might be useful if indeed you know. As in comes Beard and bowls down the leg side. I think that's come off the thigh pad, and it's bounced all the way down for 4 runs. Yes, indeed, they are leg byes. And Middlesex go to 82 for 4. So I don't know if you could answer some of those questions. John, I mean, people get in touch, they talk about Phil Salt and Danny Briggs and Ben Brown and Luke Wells. And I just wondered whether you could enlighten us into maybe some of the reasons why those players perhaps decided that they needed to go to pastures new.
Well, you're right, Adrian, that I don't really want to look back, and my role involves looking forwards, and we do, though, want to learn the lessons from the past. As far as the players that have left are concerned, there was a strategic decision taken by the Board of Sussex Cricket 3 years ago to reduce the budget, the playing budget, by £300,000 a year. So that meant that some players had to leave, because obviously you can't reduce your playing budget without losing players. And one or two of those players were the names that you've mentioned. And
George Garton running in up the hill, bowls to Simpson, who plays firmly into the covers, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run.
So it was a straightforward decision to secure the sustainable future of Sussex cricket by reducing the amount of money spent on the first team. Subsequently, one or two other players, and you mentioned Ben Brown and you mentioned Phil Salt, they're not players that we at all would have wanted to leave. But I don't think it's helpful to go into particularly the reasons why they did leave.
Garton bowls, Simpson forward plays to cover again, fielded by Pujara, no run.
And I think that what I want to do is talk about the fact that we've now, just before lunch, I had the opportunity to talk to Grant Flower. And Grant is a test match batsman with huge expertise. He's been a coach around the world. He's coached in Pakistan, he's coached in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, etc. He is now the batting coach for our young, talented batsmen. And when you hear the pride with which he talks about the way that they're batting.
In bowls, pulled away by Simpson onto the leg side. Doesn't get all of that. He's going to get a couple of runs where the ball drops onto the onside out at mid-wicket, fielded by Ollie Robson. 2 more to Simpson. He goes to 21, Sussex to 84 for 4.
When you talk to Grant about the pride that he has in the way that the young batsmen are batting, and when you talk to the young batsmen about how much they enjoy working not only with Grant off the field, excuse me,
Of course.
but also batting with Cheteshwar Pujara and Mohammad Rizwan.
Comes Garton again, bowls, and played off the hip by Simpson now to 5 leg, picks up a single, he goes to 22, the total to 85 for 4.
Sussex's young batsmen, whether it be Tom Haynes and Ali, or whether it's Tom Alsop or Tom Clark or the returning Daniel Ibrahim or any of the other young batsmen, those guys are getting the world's best coaching off the field, and they're batting with genuinely world-class batsmen on the field, and that's the way forward for Sussex cricket. That's what we're working on, and you've seen it for yourself.
Garton in again over the wicket, bowls and plays into the offside by Holden, fielded by Pujara. There is no run.
Alsop and Clark have already got centuries this season. Haynes has got a double. Ali Orr missed out by 1 run yesterday. I had a chat with his mum actually just before the end of play last night, and she said I'd rather focus on the 99 that he got than the one that he didn't. And I thought that was a great line. She also referenced just how much Ali enjoys working with Grant. and that's how we'll keep hold of our best players in the future.
Garton in bowls, outside of the off stump, let go by Max Holden. End of the over, 85 for Holden on 13, Simpson on 22. Listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with the new chairman of Sussex County Cricket Club, who is John Philby. An email in from Rowan, John, who was very complimentary about the club's website for mental health, and I know you got in touch with Rowan. I was very grateful for doing that, but he's listening, and it was good of you to reply to him, and nice for him to get in touch, John.
Very good, and Rowan sent me a message and suggested that we might perhaps meet up, and I would certainly aim to do that. It's a subject that we take very seriously. I know it's a subject that Rowan also cares about deeply.
In comes Beard bowls. Wonderful piece of cricket. Lovely cover drive by John Simpson, and a wonderful piece of fielding by Chechishwar Pujara, diving away to his right hand side, prevents a single.
And so I will certainly keep following up with Rowan, and I'm really grateful he's been in touch. Could I just one quick thing?
Of course.
I'm not actually the chairman of Sussex County Cricket Club.
Right.
I'm the chairman of Sussex Cricket, and it's a very important distinction, and it's probably worth us talking a little bit about that.
Yeah, do. Let's wait for Aaron Beard to bowl this next delivery. He comes running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and let go by Simpson, taken by Rizwan, no run.
Sussex County Cricket Club doesn't actually exist as a legal entity. It now exists as our men's first team is known when it plays as Sussex County Cricket Club. But the organisation is Sussex Cricket, and the importance of that is precisely really in the comments that Rowan made, that Sussex Cricket is not just about the men's first 11. It's also about every little bit of recreational cricket that happens in the county. It's about the women's cricket, it's about the disability cricket, it's about our supporters.
Beard runs in from the Cromwell Road in bowls. Already beats Simpson with a cracking delivery taken by Rizwan, and there is no run.
I'll tell you what, Adrian, this is a belter of a pitch, isn't it? Ben Gibson really has to be praised for that. There was some doubt as to whether the pitch was very flat and too easy to bat on, but the Sussex bowlers have shown, and Shaheen Afridi showed this morning, that if you bend your back, there's plenty in it for the bowler. It's a really good pitch.
We've had 8 wickets so far today.
Yeah.
As Aaron Beard is on his way down the hill, bowls, and Simpson's right in behind that, plays into the covers. There is no run.
So we're responsible for all cricket in Sussex. We want everybody in Sussex to feel that they've got they're a part of this, and we think that makes a huge difference.
Rowan's question is, he says, I wonder, as a question for John, if he could get a sense of his current thoughts about the on and off pitch financial strategy coming out of COVID. What does the redevelopment of the pub, etc., give us short and long term? We'll let John think about that for a minute as Beard comes running in towards us, bowls, and flicked away by Simpson down to fine leg, fielded by Sean Hunt. One more, so the total that goes to 86 for 4.
I mean, again, that's a really good question, and COVID has had an impact on our plans. So, remarkably, if you come to Hove now, the first thing that you see as you come through the gate is a 10-storey or 9-storey block of flats and commercial offices that in about a year's time will be fully functional.
Beard makes his way in again, bowls, and forward comes Holden, plays defensively to lead off. There is no run. End of another Aaron Beard over. 9 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 28 for Aaron Beard. Middlesex are 86 for 4. John Simpson on 23. Max Holden is 13. A rebuilding job by these two after Middlesex were reduced to 45 for 4 just after lunch. A couple of wickets for Ollie Robinson, one for George Garton, and one for Sean Hunt.
And when it is fully functional, when the building is there, there'll be 37 flats that will have been sold, and the profit from that will be banked and will be in our ground redevelopment fund. There'll also be two floors of commercial offices which will be rented out, and that will bring in annual revenue for Sussex Cricket. And there'll be the pub on the ground floor, which also has been rented out, let on a 20-year basis to a pub group, and that will also bring in income.
George Garton is back into the attack, runs in and bowls to John Simpson, who plays into the onside, and there is no run.
So the answer to Rowan's question is that in the short term, there's a cash profit, and in the long term, there's income of what's estimated to be around about £300,000 a year that will be utilised to help us run Sussex cricket. So it's a really good project. It's going very well at the moment. All the flats have been sold, and work is being done on renting the commercial space.
In comes Garton running in over the wicket, bowls a swinging delivery from the left-handed Garton, which is not timed by Simpson, played out into the offside, and there is no run. The total goes to his mains on 86 for 4.
The impact of COVID, and in fact probably the economic consequences of COVID and the world economy at the moment, mean that the rest of the plan, the board is going to have to take, the board of Sussex Cricket is going to have to take a serious consideration.
Garton in again, bowls, and on the leg side, Simpson gets the bat and gloves high out of the way through to Rizwan, and there is no run.
The plan was to complete phase 1, which is to take residences, and that's going full steam ahead, and I've outlined what the consequences of that are. The second part of the plan is to build a hospitality space in the gap between the pavilion and the southwest stand.
2 slips go down, in and bowls, let go, taken low down by Rizwan, in front of first slip, no run.
And the intention is that will be on 3 floors. The ground floor will be a dining room space. It'll be capable of seating, conference space. It'll be capable of seating 400 people for dinner. The second floor will be hospitality boxes, and the third floor would be a bar and terrace for hospitality purposes. That's clearly a major investment, and the board will have to decide whether it's the right thing for us to do in the current economic climate.
Comes Garton, bowls, and already beats Simpson. That was a lovely delivery from George Garton, bit of movement off the pitch and through the air as well, and Simpson playing a missing taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. When will that decision be made? Is that an ongoing?
I don't think there's a left-handed batsman on earth who would have got a touch on that, is there? It was a remarkable...
We've got a great view, haven't we, this week?
We've got a fantastic view,
We are looking right down the wicket. Yeah, sorry, John, so that decision...
So that's over the course of the coming year, we're not in a huge rush.
Garton in again, bold, swinging delivery, clipped by Simpson to mid-wicket, fielded there by Aaron Beard. There is no run. End of George Garton's over. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20, and Middlesex 86 for 4. Holden on 13, Simpson on 23.
We're not in a huge rush to make that decision. We talked about ECB support, and when the 100 was established, a redevelopment fund of £50 million was offered to the counties. That fund has been frozen, and obviously we'd have had our eye on that fund as a potential way of funding the redevelopment. So we don't know what external funding is going to be available, and we don't know what the economic climate is going to be. So we'll be working on that cautiously and sensibly.
In comes Beard, bowls to Max Holden, who flicks this nicely off his toes down to deep backward square, fielded there by Mason Crane. 1 more to the total, Holden to 14, 87 for 4. Sorry, but my laptop, which I spilled coffee on, was working, and now it's not, which is really frustrating.
Oh, does that mean you haven't got any more questions?
Well, there'll be some on Twitter as well, but there are other questions from earlier that I can ask you, John. So if I haven't read out your question yet, just send it through on adrian.harms@bbc.co.uk. They will reach me. As in comes Beard and bowls, and another terrific piece of fielding by Pujara in the covers, diving full length to his left field, and there is no run. Can I ask you, John, about the outside of Sussex, about the broader game and some of the developments, because there's a lot of concern from cricket supporters, both of Sussex and Middlesex, and there will be a lot of Middlesex supporters listening in, A lot of concern about the direction the game is going. Say there's no chairman of the ECB at the moment, as in comes Beard running in down the hill, bowls to Simpson, who plays this onto the onside. They think about a single, then there's a bit of yes knowing, and a very good piece of fielding by Alistair Orr prevents a single being taken, and Simpson remains on 23. So there is no chairman. I know there was an announcement from the ECB last week. Can you just clarify what that statement said?
Statement about the
chairman.
The point with the
Yes.
chair. Well, when Ian Watmore resigned, which was in the early part of the autumn, the nominations committee was set up under the chairmanship of a guy called Ron Khalifa.
In comes Beard and bowls, and Simpson drives handsomely to it off straight to Robinson. There is no run.
And Ron Khalifa is a very, very senior executive from the commercial world. He was a board director of the ECB, and he was charged with heading up the nominations committee. The nominations committee then set about utilising a headhunter to find the new chair of the ECB, and they announced towards the end of last week that they had been unsuccessful in finding a new chair of the ECB, that the process
comes again, all driven in the air from Simpson, but perfectly safe. He goes to 27 and Middlesex to 91 for 4.
The process had drawn a blank. I don't know whether you know, but I used to be the head of recruitment at London Underground, and so I know that you can have processes that don't work, and they've done the very sensible thing of not rushing into an appointment and making a mistake, but they are now going to start the process again, and they've appointed a new chair of that nominations committee, and the reason that they've done that is that Ron Khalifa, who was the chair of the nominations committee, is now regarded as a potential candidate to be chair of the ECB, and that's what their statement said.
In comes Beard and bowls down the leg side, taken by Mohammed Rizwan, and there is no run. End of the over, 91 for 4, Holden on 14, Simpson on 27. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. I'm Adrian Harms in conversation with the chairman of Sussex Cricket Club, John Philby. So the chairman is to be decided. John, what's the timeline on that? When can people expect to see some sort of an announcement?
Well, they have said. I mean, the original aim was to have a chair appointed by the time of the AGM, but the AGM is on May the 18th, which is about 12 days away, 13 days away. So that's not going to happen. It'll take 2 or 3 months minimum.
George Garton comes running in bowls to Max Holden. Holden is forward, plays down the onside of the track, fielded by Aaron Beard, and there is no run. So going on from that, there's a lot of talk about the Strauss review, and a lot of concern, I think, amongst Sussex supporters and cricket supporters in general about possible new structure of the game. All sorts of articles in newspapers talking about an elite division of 12 counties and the others playing minor counties, etc., etc. Garton is on his way again. Tom Haynes is warming up, I can see down in front of us. Bowls to Holden, who clips to mid-wicket. There is no run. A lot of concern, John, and I guess you'll be representing, Sussex's views very strongly in those meetings up at Lord's over the next few weeks and months.
I will be. The speculation about the outputs of the Strauss review are entirely that. They've only had one meeting. We don't even know who was in that meeting. So we haven't got any knowledge really about exactly what they're going to come up with.
Garton in bowls, and Holden plays this off the hip. Nice looking shot by Max Holden. Just flick that one down to fine leg off the hip. Nicely played. He goes to 18 and Middlesex to 95 for 4, and that's the 50 partnership up between these two, which gets a little smattering of applause around the ground. Holden 18, Simpson on 27.
But what I would say is that we believe strongly that Sussex cricket, and indeed Middlesex cricket, are centres of excellence for the development of cricketers. Sussex last year produced 6 men who played international cricket for England.
Garton in bowls, and he beats Holden outside the off stump. That was a good response from George Garton, and Holden was beaten outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run.
Sussex is a brilliant centre of excellence for the development of cricket. We produced 6 cricketers for England last year, all from different backgrounds, and we believe incredibly strongly that Sussex needs to remain right at the centre and right at the heart of English cricket.
Garton wheels round in front of us and is going to come running into bowls with the left-handed Max Holden. He's in and bowls. Clipped away by Holden. That was in the air, fielded by Robinson out at deep mid-wicket. One more to Holden. He goes to 19. And Middlesex to 96 for. I guess some people might say in response to that, John, are they views that other county chairmen hold dear as well? Is
the county chairs that I've attended 2 meetings, and there's a clear sense of unity amongst the county chairs about the game.
Garton in bowls, driven beautifully. That's a lovely looking shot through extra cover from Holden. He's going to big cut one. There's a good bit of fielding out there by Sean Hunt, who's very quickly round, sends in the throw to Rizwan. One more to the total. Holden to 19, Middlesex 96 for 4.
The other thing that I think is worth saying, Adrian, is that one of the pieces of speculation has been that there should only be 5 home championship matches a year, that whatever way you do it, whether you reduce to a division of 10 and a division of 8 and you play each other once, or whether you have 3 divisions of 6 and you have 10 county championship games. If you're here at Hove today and you can see the crowd that we got in and you can see the quality of the cricket that we're playing, the idea that we should only have 5 home championship games is, well, I've used the word preposterous and I'll stick to that. It's a nonsense. People in the members' forum asked about whether we would be returning to Arundel. Well, one way to be certain that we wouldn't return to Arundel is to make sure that you've only got 5 championship games, because obviously, what's the point of having Hove if that only has 4 or 3 or whatever number? So we're very clear that cricket in Sussex and Sussex cricket requires more than 5 home games a year for our members. English cricket has a dividend that no other country in the world has, which is that people love and cherish and come and support and pay to watch red ball cricket.
Sorry, John. Tom Haynes comes running in, bowls to John Simpson. Mohammed Rizwan standing up to the stumps. Haynes bowling his medium paces from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
There is nowhere else in the world, Adrian, where you could come and watch a red ball match and you would see a crowd like this that we've got today. We have 3,500 members. They all pay a subscription, and that all contributes to the cost of running English cricket.
Haynes in again around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Simpson, plays it back down the track, followed by Haynes. There is no run. I can see Mason Crane warming up in front of the clock tower scoreboard, so we could well be going to get a bit of leg spin fairly soon.
George has bowled 8 overs now, hasn't he, in 2 spells of 4 from this end, and I should think that's about the level that they would have hoped for from him.
8 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 26. In comes Haynes and bowls, and Simpson's back and plays a stylish drive to mid-off, and there is no run. Middlesex remain on 97 for 4. So couldn't sort of supporters of Sussex and Middlesex rest assured that there's, the chairman are really batting for them in these discussions that are going on clearly at a very high level, as in comes Haynes and bowls, and Simpson plays straight back down the track. Haynes fields no run.
They can certainly rest assured of that, yes. And they can also rest assured that we here at Sussex are going to offer them fantastic cricket to watch and enjoy throughout this summer and for many summers to come.
Which is great news, and I'm sure music to people's ears, John, as in comes Haynes running towards us to bowl to the left-handed John Simpson, who plays to the covers, fielded by Bajara, and there is no run. I'm really sorry that my laptop has had a malfunction, John. You said you spelt other things all over your laptop.
Yeah, coffee, beer,
and now I put it up on the roof earlier on. It started to work, but now it isn't. So that is very frustrating. People have sent in questions, but we'll make sure we get those to you. As in comes Haynes, around the wicket comes in and bowls, and Simpson fiddles that one down to third man. He wasn't completely in control of the shot. Ollie Carter is on the field, does a really good piece of fielding, a tumbling save just down below us, and prevents that ball going for 4, and gets a good round of applause around the ground as Ollie Carter. And there's also a round of applause around the ground because that's the Middlesex 100. Middlesex are 100 for 4. Holden is on 19, Simpson is on 28. And that is the end of Tom Haynes' over. I think those runs are still to go up on the scoreboard, John.
Yeah,
I think they're a ball behind. but I'm pretty certain Middlesex have gone to 100 for 4. What else was discussed at the members' forum? For those that aren't members but are in the ground today, what else was discussed that was would be of interest to people, John?
Well, there was the walking on the outfield issue that was raised and has been addressed, so I'm really pleased about that. There was a lot of comments and questions about catering, and we had the catering general manager, Andy, was in the room, and we've listened a lot to what the members said to us during that, and we're hoping to take that on board and do things about it. There's an issue about queuing to get into the ground at the moment, because we've only got the one little entry point because of the Tate building that is underway. Come the start of next season, there'll be a new box office there, and it will be all singing, all dancing. But this year, our ticket staff are operating out of a tiny little kiosk that you pass every time you drive into the ground, Adrian, and that is causing some queues. And they're doing their best through various methods, queue busting and other such things, to reduce that. But there was some good conversation about that. The question of players leaving was also addressed, and I gave pretty much the same answer there that I've just given here. There was a huge sense of optimism and positivity in the room.
Mason Crane is into the attack, comes in and bowls a leg break. He's drilled into the offside. I think that was a chance. It would have been a good catch. It was low to Pujara's right, and the way he's looking as if that was a chance, it was driven on the up by John Simpson, and Pujara was diving away to his right-hand side. And I think that was a chance. Would have been a good catch, John, but I think it goes down as a chance.
I think that's exactly right. It was low down, it was to his right, it was hit hard and well, but he'd catch that every, 1 in 2, 1 in 3, I don't know.
John Simpson gets a life on 31 with the score on 100 for 4. As in comes Crane, bowls to Holden, who plays it down the ground, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who gets in the throw. Not the greatest throw, I have to be said, but it's backed up by Sean Hunt, who prevents it going for an overthrow. So all action when the leg spinners are bowling, and not much chance to have a chat either. As Crane, in his first over, Middlesex 102 for 4. So catering is being sorted, admission to the ground, walking on the outfield has been addressed as well, which is great. A sense of optimism around the club as in comes Crane. Over the wicket, bowls and driven by Simpson straight back down the track. Mason Crane fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
The thing that we talked about, Adrian, is just what a good thing it is all to be back here in the sunshine at Hove, enjoying this fantastic ground and the great cricket, and the positive nature of all of that.
In comes Crane and bowls, and Simpson works his way into the offside and picks up a single as the ball goes to point, fielded there by, who's that, John? Tom Alsop. And there is one more to the total. Holden goes to 20, 103 for 4. I'm sort of getting mildly excited because the laptop has sort of burst into action.
Oh,
look,
so
look,
we might
look.
get some more questions.
So we might get some more questions.
That's great.
In comes Crane again, played to Robinson on the onside. There's too much going on at one time. It was a shot from Simpson, it went from Holden, it went towards Ollie Robinson, who got in the throw. There were cries of catch as well. I love seeing leg spinners bowl. I don't know about you. It's just all action.
And it's no coincidence that the Red Bull head coach Ian Salisbury was a leg spinner, and he's gone out and found a leg spinner.
In comes Crane and bowls, driven through the offside. Lovely looking shot by John Simpson. That's a quality shot, and it goes away for 4 runs. And all we could do is applaud a shot like that, John. That was beautifully played, slightly over pitch by Mason Crane, and simply dispatched by Simpson for 4 runs. Lovely cricket all round. Middlesex 108 for 4, Holden 21, Simpson on 37.
That's an interesting thing about all you can do is applaud. I've got 1 or 2 friends who resolutely refuse to applaud anything that any opposing batsman ever does, and they regard that as a badge of honour. Yeah. And so there is an option not to applaud, but most of us don't take that option.
Well, do you know, I mean, I played a very low-grade cricket, and there were people who said if someone got a 50 or 100, they wouldn't applaud because it was the opposition, and I vehemently disagree with that. I think if someone scored 100, well, why wouldn't you applaud? But that's just me. I thought that was a good shot from John Simpson.
It was a good shot. The other thing to say about the members' forum is that the mood of the room was hugely lifted by the fact that 2 wickets fell in quite close proximity.
In comes Haynes down the hill, bowls to Max Holden, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, I suspect if Middlesex had been 300 without loss,
Could have been a bit trickier, but as it was, there was elation. Actually, there was a big cheer. I don't know whether you could hear it.
We did hear
On
a cheer.
each occasion, there was a big cheer from the room, and I can assure you they weren't cheering what I was saying.
He's getting an easy ride, this chairman.
Yeah, exactly.
In comes Tom Haynes around the wicket, bowls to Holden. Holden plays into the covers fielded by Pujara. Have you got a few more minutes you can spend with us, John?
As long as you want, Adrian.
Oh, well, it's kind of you, because I'm so embarrassed that we
It's a delight to be here.
Oh, well, it's really great that you've come out to have a chat. And I know, around the counties, people are really impressed that people from Sussex come up and talk to us. I think Steve Finn is going to come up a little bit of a natter later on as well. So it's really good to have the likes of yourself coming up and talking to us as Haynes comes in and bowls, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And I think in general, John, coming back to that question about the structure of cricket and how it's going to go going forward, that's a massive concern to cricket supporters of all the counties.
It is, and rightly so. But I also think that Sussex cricket's never been in better shape than it is at the moment, and we're very well positioned to take advantage of what comes next.
In comes Haynes, bowls. Holden clips this through square leg. More runs here. It's going to run away for 4. Yes, it is. Even the long legs of Sean Hunt can't get around to cut that off. 4 more to Holden, and these two are just rebuilding this Middlesex innings nicely. Holden to 25, Middlesex 112 for 4. Having at one stage been 45 for 4 when skipper Hanscom was out. Haynes just having a natter away to Ollie Robinson, who's up there at mid-off. Actually, it's on a Sussex point of view, John, it's good for Tom Haynes, isn't it? Because he's had 4 matches where he really hasn't had very much bowling. And he's got an opportunity here to talk to some senior players, the likes of Ollie Robinson, and get an idea of, perhaps field placings or a bowling change, whatever it might be. In down the hill comes in bowls, and Holden plays that to mid-wicket, attempted fielding by Tom Clark, cleaned up by Mason Crane, and there is no run.
I mean, that was particularly true after Steve Finn, when Steve Finn missed the last 2 games, and it was very noticeable in the first 2 games of the season.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and Holden plays to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. Haynes 2 overs, no maids, no wicket for 7. Middlesex 112 for 4. Holden 25. Simpson 37. Live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside the Sussex Cricket Club chairman, John Philby.
During the Nottinghamshire game and the Derby game, Steve Finn did a fantastic job of supporting Tom, supporting the young bowlers, guiding them through, and it's really great now that he's got Ollie back on the field, and you can see he's now talking to Mason Crane. They're having a conversation. Ollie's a test cricketer, Mason's a test cricketer. There's some serious cricket being played out there, and they'll be working out the best way to bowl to Simpson and Holden.
A question for John from Gareth, who says, a question for John is that if there was something about the county game he could change, what would it be? Apart from the commentators. Yes, we need to work, John.
Well, I'd have more fixtures. I'd have more games. I'd have. If we were a baseball club in America, we'd have 80 home matches.
In comes Mason Crane around the wicket, bowls. Forward comes Simpson, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Adrian, if we were baseball, we'd have 80 home matches. We have 7. Some people in whiteboard 7 T20 games when we fill the ground.
Crane around the wicket, bowls, full toss, and swept away by John Simpson. He's going to get a couple of runs out to deep backward square. Simpson goes to 39, Middlesex to 114 for 4.
Not you can't run a business like that. So that's a simple answer.
Hugh Johnson's been in touch. I'll read Hugh's email in a minute. I think Hugh's email might have been just something we did discuss earlier, but I will read it, John. I think you've covered some of the points, but let's wait for Crane to bowl this over. Comes in and bowls, played into the offside by John Simpson. And for the Middlesex supporters listening, it's not meant to be a Sussex-a-thon this, but it's great to have John with us chatting away, and I hope that we're giving some balance and discussing matters pertaining to other areas of cricket, not just Sussex. As comes Crane again, bowled wide outside the off stump, hammered away by John Simpson. He really is a good cricketer, John Simpson, and that's clubbed away into the offside. Too short from Mason Crane. Simpson to 43 and Middlesex to 118 for 4. It's entertaining cricket, John.
It is. And I'll go back to Ben Gibson and the pitch. It's the pitch that there's quality cricketers on both sides, and they're playing on a great pitch in lovely conditions, and so it's going to be good cricket.
In comes Crane again, bowls and driven, not timed by Simpson into the offside. There is no run, fielded by Pujara. So forgive me, John, but some of these have been covered. First of all,
Sure.
Hugh says, great having John Philby involved. After 2 poor seasons, some very simple positive decisions have been made. A top batting coach to nurture young talent. That was an obvious necessity, says Hugh. In comes Crane and bowls. Reverse swept by Simpson. That's always a dangerous shot. And the ball, well, he misses it. The ball ricochets onto the offside. There is no run. Not really sure of the need to play that shot because he's going along very nice. John Simpson, he's on 43, Holden on 25, Middlesex 118 for 4. So Hugh says, telling fans the reason why we had to get rid of players, even though it was fairly obvious we were suffering financially, it should have been clearly explained to fans that the Ben Brown situation was badly executed. Initially the gloves were removed, then captaincy followed by him missing various matches. The supporters would have understood if clearly explained, but created an atmosphere that the board were not being honest with fans and ex-players. Despite that, I think it's sad that Brown did leave. Good luck to John, and delighted the young batsmen are showing their worth with Grant Flowers. Good old Sussex by the sea, even. Thanks for the coverage. Best wishes, Hugh. So I think you covered a number of those issues earlier on, and just communication fall in your remit, John. I mean, one or two people have said about communication, perhaps if things are explained. Is that something that's down to you? Or?
I think it does. I spend my time walking around the ground talking to people. I'll come and sit here and talk to you as often as you invite me, Adrian, and as long as people don't get bored with my voice. And I think it's really important that we let people know what's going on. So yes, I'd say 100%.
Tom Clark comes in and bowls to Max Holden outside of the off stump. Played through the covers by Holden. He goes to 26, 119 for. The only thing you haven't bought are cakes. They are mandatory, so you're not allowed.
I thought that as I'm coming here, you might give me a cake, Adrian. It usually works that way.
Well, our co-commentator who has come, Rita Green, who's here, bought us all some chocolates.
Brilliant.
How about that?
Yeah,
So we did. Clark on his way in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. A couple more questions. As he comes in and bowls. Pulled away by Simpson. Is he going to be caught? No, it's not. That's gone out the ground. Short from Tom Clark. And John Simpson, this is a terrific knock. It was short. It was just pulled away over for 6 runs over the little corporate boxes there on the east side of the ground. Lovely shot. Simpson goes to 49, and these two in very quick time have added 80. Middlesex now 125 for 4. Ben Wood has been in touch, John, and he says, I'll read his email in a minute. Clark running down the hill. Simpson, 1 short of a half century, comes in and bowls, and Simpson drives to mid-on, fielded by Haynes, no run. Ben is in San Francisco.
Brilliant.
And he says, please tell the chairman how I'm so grateful that I'm able to show Sussex and the county ground to my dad one last time while he was in a nursing home in Hove. He was delighted. I was also so impressed with all that I saw going on and all that you are now working towards at Sussex when I visited the 2 warm-up games. Not to forget, I was very impressed with your ball lady Brenda in the members' stand and how she knows all the umpires by name. As in comes Clark, who plays this one off the hip down towards fine leg, and that's a half-century for John Simpson, and a very fine half-century indeed by the Middlesex wicket-keeper batsman, and appreciated by a really decent-sized crowd here at Hove. That's been a wonderful knock by John Simpson. 15, 83 balls in 89 minutes with 6 fours and a 6. Middlesex still with much to do, but that's been a really resolute innings by John Simpson, who's a fine player And showing it again today as in comes Clark and bowls, and Holden clips this to mid-wicket, fielded there by, who's that? Aaron Beard, and there is no run. So it's Ben from San Francisco, and I think...
It's lovely to hear from Ben, and that's a particularly poignant story, isn't it, about him coming here with his dad for one last time.
Yeah.
And it's lovely that he could do that.
Lovely that so many people can watch the stream as well. People watching from San Francisco, from the other side of the world. And we get messages from all over the place. In comes Clark, bowls to Holden, played into the offside, and there's no run. So it's the end of the over. Middlesex on 126 for 4, Holden on 26, Simpson is on 50. Update from the members forum, says Rick, so this counts as another one that you've covered, John. He says spectators will be allowed to walk on the outfield at tea today. Hope to see plenty of supporters having a stroll. Well, John brought that news to us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London, that it was all about, players practicing on the outfield, etc., but they will be allowed on the outfield today. See, one other question, John, I had for you. After tea, is it correct that spectators come in for free after tea?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Right, so that's adults, children.
Yeah.
So after tea, if you're in the Hove area and you want to come down, you can get in free of charge. There's a brief break in play. Let's make sure we've got no further messages, John, and then I'll let you go and have your tea, because we've got, how many? Another 12 overs to go until the interval. I think that was most of the questions that we've had in today. I'm sorry the laptop wasn't working, but it is now, which is great news. And I know you travel to a lot of games, John. You're not just sort of based here at Hove. I see you at a lot of away games as well. So is that will that still be your mantra, or will you be sort of stuck behind the desk with... I've got visions of you with an inbox with sort of piles of paperwork, and you're having to sort of work your way through.
The good thing is it's not paperwork, is it, these days, because it's all electronic, so I don't have to carry too much around. I am in the habit, really, of answering emails and dealing with, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 emails a day, either in the morning or late at night. And then I use the day to communicate and talk to people and see people around the place. And I will certainly be going to visit all of the other counties. One of the really good things about, we talked about whether the counties are together or have a shared sense of purpose. And it's very clear from my I've met the chair this year, spent 4 days with the chair of Nottingham during the game here, 4 days with the chair of Derby, 4 days with the chair of Worcester. Lord Botham didn't come to Hove, so I didn't get to spend time with him. And Mike O'Farrell, who's the chair of Middlesex, isn't here today, but I've been speaking with him on the phone and by email during the course of the game. And then next week I'll be off to Leicester, and I know that I'll meet the new chair there, Jonathan. So it's a really important part of sharing our views, working out what we think, creating opinion and understanding each other. So it's the best way to do it. And I love the cricket.
We'll let you go after this over, but look before a couple of other questions, and I'm sure everyone at Sussex is delighted and feels like the club's in safe hands, John, as Simpson drives to mid-off, fielded by Tom Hain. So a quick fire round of questions, get to know your John Philby. So favourite football team, John?
Brighton and Hove Albion.
Okay. In comes Crane and Bowles, played into the offside. So will it be...
With Adrian, a word for Sunderland tonight. My wife Alison is a huge Sunderland fan, and they're playing Sheffield Wednesday in the playoffs. And being married to Alison is completely delightful, but the Sunderland part of the experience is pretty awful, because they've done awfully in the playoffs, seemingly every year since I've known her.
In comes Crane and Bowles to Simpson, who plays down the offside, followed by Crane, and there is no run. There'll be a big crowd at that one. So Brighton and Hove Albion is your football team. So tomorrow, I mean, is it County Ground or Amex? Because Brighton are playing Manchester United tomorrow, John.
I'll be doing both, Adrian.
Really?
But don't tell anybody.
That's Crane and Bowles clipped through the mid-wicket area by John Simpson, who goes to 51, and Sussex to 126 for 4. So a couple of other quick ones.
Yeah.
You're John Philby. Favourite rock band? Favourite band?
Favourite band? ABC.
Right, okay. So a bit sort of heavy metal then.
No, not ABC. No, ABC.
Oh, you mean the look of love? The lexicon of love.
The lexicon of love is the best album ever made. Yeah.
Not AC/DC.
Yeah.
Right.
No, not them.
No, ABC. Okay, lexicon of love.
Yeah.
Martin Fry.
Yeah. Absolutely.
In comes Crane and bowls, swept by Holden, now to Plill from Mason Crane, and there is no run. And final one, favourite food, John. If I was taking you out for dinner, if I said, where do you want to go for dinner, John, what would you choose? Where would you go? Type of food.
Italian. Ali and I enjoy Italian restaurants. We like good British food, fish and chips. More or less anything, Adrian, to be honest. We like our food.
Crane in and bowls, played down the wicket by Simpson. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 128 for 4, 26 to Holden, 51 to Simpson. John, I hope you didn't mind those questions to the end as we get to know John a bit better, but I'm just very grateful for your time. Thank you for spending it. Oh, Kevin Hand's got a question.
Favourite county commentator?
Kevin Hand.
Oh, that was easy, yeah. But honestly, I know that supporters, are really glad to have people who are close to the game, John. So it's great for you to take the time, and thank you so much. And you're welcome at any time. And I'm sure people would like to be updated as well as we go through with the Strauss review, and sharing information with us and the supporters would be greatly appreciated. So, John, thank you so much.
I'll be very pleased to come back at any time, and I'll see you in Leicester, Adrian. Will I see you at the Amex on Saturday?
No.
No, you're here, are you?
Yes. Dedication to the cause, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be leaving at tea time tomorrow.
We'll let you off. We'll keep you updated, John.
Thanks very much.
That's John Philby, the chairman of Sussex Cricket Club. Great to have John on commentary this afternoon as Tom Clark comes in and Max Holden looks to swing that one down the leg side, and there is no run. 128 for 4, Holden on 26, Simpson on 51. I hope Middlesex supporters as well found that conversation with John interesting. The new chairman here, and really good to have somebody who's prepared to come and sit on the microphone, give his time for an hour, and chat away about matters cricket, which is a game that we all love so much. So thank you very much to John. As in comes Tom Clark and bowls, and even got away with the laptop. That coffee spilt over it. It sort of worked in the end, which was the main thing. Holden plays into the offside. Great to have John here, Kevin.
Oh, it sounds like I missed the good bit. I stepped out when you did talk about the Strauss review, because you said at the end, what did John say about that? Update for listeners that just tuned in. What was the Sussex perspective?
John was just saying, obviously,
you weren't listening, were you?
the review is ongoing, but what he did say is the county chairman are pretty much together on all of this.
Oh.
As in comes Clark and bowls, and Holden flicks that around the corner down to fine leg, fielded by Sean Hunt, and gets in the throw. One more to Holden, who goes to 27, the total 129.
And what's that, Harmsy?
What's what?
They're all together on what? What's the consensus?
Well, clearly that's still to be worked out as to how the game is going to work out. But the feeling is that, as John was saying, centres like Sussex, like Middlesex, are producing players who are playing for England. And Sussex have produced 6 players who have played for England in various formats in the last year. So why would you change that?
Yeah.
In comes Clark, bowls outside of the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run.
Look at this game. It was all eyes on Afridi. Yesterday, Bamba was the pick of the bowlers, and they all bowled to a similar level, I thought. Pujara and Rizwan, it was all eyes on them with the bat, but it was Orr and Haynes that did all the work. And today, Ollie Robinson, bowling beautifully, homegrown talent. Garton. Now with the bat, Middlesex have got their quality overseas in Hanscom.
Clark in bowls, forward comes Simpson, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But it's young Holden and seasoned Simpson who are, doing the work. So,
well, this has been a really good partnership whilst I've been chatting away to John, because John Simpson, who's a fine player, has gone to a very impressive half-century, 51 off 90 balls. I'll leave you in a minute with Kevin and Reece. We have got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. And after tea, we're going to get Steve Finn, who's going to come and have a natter. Someone who you'll know well, Kevin. As in comes Clark, bowls, and driven by Simpson off the back foot, out to sweep on the cover boundary, fielded by Garton. And there's one more to the total. Simpson goes to 52. It's the end of the over. Middlesex 130 for 4, having at one stage been 45 for 4. Tom Clark 3 overs for 15. And we've got 42 overs remaining in the day, so another 10 overs to go until tea, which will probably be sometime after 4 o'clock. So a bit of overtime tonight. Thank you all for your messages and questions for John Philby, gratefully received. We will see people walking on the outfield at tea time, which we haven't done so far this season, so supporters will be pleased about that. It is going to be Mason Crane who's going to carry on, and shall I just do this over until we do our update, Kevin, and then I shall disappear, because people are probably fed up of listening to my voice. There's a slip, backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg almost, as in comes Crane and bowls to Simpson, who plays it away into the offside. And there is no run. Simpson on 52, Holden on 27. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand and Rita Green, your commentary team this week, or for the first couple of days, as in comes Crane and bowls, and driven down the ground. Lovely looking shot by Simpson. 4 runs as the ball bounces over the advertising boards and bounces into something metal down in front of us. Lovely shot by Simpson. He goes to 56. And that's the sound of Tom Haynes clambering over the advertising hoardings.
What's that hit?
It hit what's the...
Something metal down below.
Yeah.
Is it Mike Selvey's hip replacement?
Well, there's... on T20 nights, people sit down and have pizza and beer in, I forget what they call it, the T20
Food.
hut or something.
Oh, is this the one where you can win and you can actually be in that bit
Yeah,
there?
you can sit there and have a great view of
You
the
get your own
cricket.
seat.
Simpson to 56, beautiful shot straight down the ground.
Or your own area, I should say, of the ground.
Crane in again, bowls outside of the off stump, played firmly by Simpson. The sweeper on the cover boundary. When you see John Simpson bat like this, and I've seen him bat a number of occasions for Middlesex against Sussex, you kind of wonder why he never seems to be mentioned in dispatches around international honours, because he's batting at 6 and he's batted beautifully here today. He's on 57, 135 for 4. Crane tosses the ball from hand to hand. Comes in again, bowls, and Holden works onto the onside, picks up a single. Holden goes to 28, 136 for 4. Middlesex have done well here, Kevin. He's just rotated the strike. They're picking up the ones and keeping the scoreboard ticking along, and this partnership is now worth 89 between this pair, and it's come very quickly. Great. In again, bowls and pads away. That's a dangerous shot for John Simpson. Mason Crane is down on his knees. Simpson looked completely unconcerned and readjusted his gloves, but I reckon that was pretty tight.
Oh, he's given the umpire every chance there, hasn't he, Simpson? Right arm around the leg spinner to the left-hander. Oh, I guess, to be honest, is that he's not offering a shot, so... Still waiting on the replay.
Yeah. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Comes in again, bowls to Simpson, and Simpson works this to backward point, fielded by a diving Alistair Orr. And there is no run. End of the over, 136 for 4, Holden 28, Simpson on 57. We will be having an update to our listeners in a couple of moments' time, and I'll leave you with Kevin and Rita.
It had a bit to do. But it had a chance. Close is Rita at the back as well. That was hard in your mouth moment, that one.
Yeah, Ben Stokes out for 161 today after hitting 17 sixes in his innings. It's the highest in a county championship game, beating 16 by who?
It's good all round again. It's been a good start to the season, isn't it, across the country?
Yeah, 16 sixes hit by Andrew Simons.
I know what they need to do. We should play less.
Here we go for our update. Comes Clark, bowls to Holden outside of the off stump, second by Rizwan, and there is no run. .36 for 4. Clark wanders back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Just the one slip in place, who's Tom Walsop. In comes Clark. Bowls. Yes, and Middlesex have recovered here at one stage, Danny, 45 for 4, but an excellent recovery led by their wicketkeeper John Simpson, who's on 57, supported by Max Holden, who's on 28. Middlesex now 136 for 4 in reply to the Sussex total of 392. Ollie Robinson back in the Sussex side and back in the wickets. He's taken 2 of the 4 to fall. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey making 401. Northampton real trouble in reply are 73 for 5. And worth mentioning as well, Danny, the New England captain Ben Stokes, his first championship match of the season today. In 1 over, he hit 5 sixes and then a 4, so 34 off 1 over. He finished on 161. He hit 17 sixes, and that's a record in an innings in the county championship. So Stokes is back and with a bang.
Adrian, thank you, Jeff.
In comes Clark and bowls to Holden, who works as to backward point, fielded by Aaron Beard, who shies at the non-striker's end. But there is no run. So I'm just going to finish this over, and I'm going to leave you with Rita and with Kev. In fact, Rita's going to come and join us now. 36 for 4. This partnership now with 91 between these two. Clark again. Down the hill bowls, driven by Holden to backward point, well fielded by Beard. Very well fielded, because that was struck firmly. And since we were chatting to John, some recovery here from Middlesex, Rita.
Indeed. Hello, Adrian. Hello, everyone. What a recovery.
Yeah, and it's been a super knock by Simpson as well. He's gone on the attack.
Very controlled. They were definitely looking for that change of bowling, and they've gone after a few Sussex bowlers.
In comes Clark and bowls. Holden is forward, straight back down the track. Clark fields off his own bowling. There is no run. End of the over. 136 for 4. Holden on 28. Simpson is on 57. Tom Clark, 3 overs, no maidens. I think that's going to come up to 1 maiden, is it? Just wait for it to clip over on the board. I think it's going to go to 1 maiden. 3 overs, 1
right.
maiden.
Yeah, they're
No
just thinking
wicket
about it
yeah.
for some reason. Go on, give it to him. A maiden.
Yes, there we go.
Yay.
3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Batsman having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. So as soon as Kevin comes back, I will leave you. But to carry on commentary will be Rita Green.
Yeah, it was wonderful to have a catch up with the chairman, and really great to get that insight of all things going on here at Sussex. But as you say, Adrian, just get that insight from a general cricketing perspective as well. And what a job Simpson and Holden are doing here. Crane to continue from the C end. Bowls, leg spinner, right arm round, and the first ball of the over is no run. Yeah, it's obvious certainly to me that they were desperately waiting for this change of bowling actually, and they rode the storm beautifully well, Holden and Simpson. Crane again to Simpson. Oh, this is a very wide delivery. It was a full toss as well, and really well fielded in the deep at deep square leg, which would have been a certain 4, but a tumbling dive there meant that only 2 runs were taken. The total is now 138 for 4. That was odds on for any day of the week, but well fielded in the deep. The left-handed Simpson on strike to Mason Crane, and just squirts behind point, and there is no run. Right, where are we now? We're into the 44th over of the day, and what a day it has been. It's been a topsy-turvy day. Crane from the C end to Simpson, who defends, and there is no run. I'll welcome back the wonderful... in a few moments' time, I'll welcome back Kevin Hand. You got me for the moment, ladies and gentlemen. But what a day it's been. It's got a little bit more overcast in the afternoon, but it's certainly bright and sunny. Crane from the C end to Simpson, who goes on the back foot and punches it to mid-wicket, but there's still no run.
Sorry, I was just doing Hugh Edwards there, wasn't I? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't actually.
When they crossed to him and he was having a mouthful of croissant.
Oh, Crane again for the C end, short and wide, and tried to be cut into the point region. It actually went to the cover area, and there is no run. Pajara picks up.
I was just
I'll have to. It must be on YouTube or
it
other
this morning,
channels.
20 to 6 this morning. I was just having one of my 5 a day, Rita.
No, good for you. Good for you.
Carrot cake.
I was worried about you yesterday, actually. You ate your lunch sort of mid-afternoon. I was getting on.
Oh, yeah, you have to pace yourself.
Yeah, well, yeah. I haven't got that sorted out. I wolfed down that.
It is a conveyor belt of foods here at Hove, I have to say. Well done to them, thank you. One of your 5 a day, you having that, Harmsy? Carrot cake? One of your 5 slices of cake a day.
Well, that muffin you brought in this morning, thank you very much for that as well, Kevin. I think had a piece of blueberry in it. So surely that's one of my 5 a day.
Well, I brought in a chocolate croissant as well, or pain au chocolat as they call it, isn't it? But they... No, you all left me to eat it. I cut it all up into slices and ended up eating the whole thing.
It's very kind of you. Yeah, I just.
That was 11's.
If I'm honest, I had an almond croissant on the way here.
Oh, I see.
So I wouldn't feel too sorry for me,
No.
or if I'm coming across as quite controlled in the sweet area.
I see.
No, it's nothing like that.
I see.
The truth always comes out in the end, doesn't it? Well, what a turnaround, Kevin. Last time we were on commentary, the situation was rather dire.
It was. Here's Hunt from the Cromwell Road end. Drops on short and Holden pulls in for 4 straight away. I was just seeing if that went all the way, but no, into the advertising boards it is 4. And Holden's on 32. 142 for 4. So the partnership is...
Well, it's almost 100. So I think they came on with 45. So that would be 97. Thank you. Arithmetic, I've got to work on that.
It is difficult. I used to get mocked in the early days when I did this. You just have to find a little rhythm of doing it on air. As here's Hunt, he's in, bowls, and behind this one, Holden pushes back up the track and there's no run.
Yeah, I think a calculator may be in order at some point. But what a turnaround. And credit where it's due, Simpson and Holden, they rode out the storm of Sean Hunt and of Ollie Robinson. I'm sure they'll be back at some point. Part of me is thinking, should they be making that change? Well, sorry, Sean Hunt's on now, but in terms of Ollie Robinson, maybe the change may come at some point soon.
Hunt's past the umpire, he bowls, and forward goes Holden, pushing away into the offside, fielded in the covers.
Yeah, nice action there from Sean Hunt. He looks sort of slightly laid back as he walks back to his mark, but I'm sure he's plotting in his mind, what's the next delivery going to be? Coming down the hill, you got the advantage of the slope, and you got the advantage of getting some serious pace behind it. But like we talked about yesterday, it's not all sort of a massive plus point, is it, from the Cromwell Road end?
Holden awaits as Hunt bowls, and Holden solidly behind this one again, pushes back. What's been happening then? 'Cause I had to go for a little lie down in a dark room, to be honest, at 45 for 4. So.
Oh, did you? And did
No,
you...
it does look as though it's settled down a bit, doesn't it?
You talk about the cricket, or you talk about anything in particular?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Definitely in moments of worry for Middlesex, but
Wait, what did you think I was talking about?
Well, I just thought you meant the general.
The amount of food I've
There's
consumed.
quite a lot of drama today with the coffee incident and snacks galore.
Hunt bowls short. Oh, Holden goes after him. That's gone for 6. Over deep backward square leg, the cry of catch, and it was Orr, I think, who was sent back to the boundary rope at deep square. Yes, indeed it is, as he is searching for the ball at the moment. And that is the century stand. 103 runs, 170 balls, 112 minutes. And Max Holden's moved to 38 with 6.
Fantastic stroke, and a risky stroke to a high degree, because there was a fielder right on the boundary rope in the exact region. But Max Holden, he's got some guts, hasn't he? Was confident with the stroke. In fact, they're still trying to retrieve the ball, which has now been found. If you've parked in that side of the ground, well, you'll be wondering about your windscreen. But no, fantastic stroke. He picked it up really early. That's been a theme, actually, I think, of the Middlesex batters. They've picked up the short one early and they've pounced on them. They've got just taking advantage of any of those short deliveries.
What's the reply to this one? We shall see. Hunt is 1 for 14 from 6.4 now. Oh, sorry, make that 1 for 20 from 6.5. As here he comes. 2 slips in place, he bowls, and Holden edges. Oh, does he now? No, it hits him. I thought it was flying through to the keeper. He was through the shot, I think. It hit him on the shoulder and dies just behind him. I thought the trajectory of the ball actually had come off the edge and was flying towards the gloves of Riswan. It actually died right next to Holden. So he wears one, but he doesn't. He does now. Just has a little look at the. Where's it hit him? Somewhere on the
shoulder?
right shoulder, just above the bicep. Don't think right up onto the bone, fortunately, for Holden, but not making too much of it. 148 for 4. Middlesex recovering here. I think when we were last together, I said that best case scenario is that these two can just hang in there. They can get to around that 40 over mark and be 4 down, and then they can just try and put some pressure on as the ball softens and a little bit of pace comes out of it again. So, well, they've done exactly that.
Indeed. And
well done them.
Well done you for giving them a pep talk, in some kind of way.
Yeah. Somebody sent the message out to middle. Kev said.
Crane from the C end again, this time to Simpson, who just pushes it back down the wicket, and there is no run. I think they've really gone after Crane. I mean, that is his first ball of his spell today and of the innings. Mason Crane, was it a drop catch? I don't know. I was in the crowd and it felt like a drop catch anyway. Simpson on strike to Mason, who and this is nicely driven into the mid-off area, but actually nicely fielded there. And meant that all the runs were saved. Who's that, number 20? That will be... Give me one moment. I'm going to get... Oh, no, I don't know. I've got it on my list. Help me out here, please. Anyway, next one from Mason Crane to Simpson. Push to the point region, and they take a quick run, but a safe run nonetheless. All very,
what
very good.
What number have you got for Haynes?
Oh, he's right at the top
There
of my
we go.
list. How can I miss Tom Haynes, Captain Haynes? Thank you.
Captain Tom.
Thank you, Kevin, for reading my own notes today. That's quite helpful.
No, I grabbed Adrian's scorecards and found it there. So I was just seeing if you'd put down the wrong number for Haynes. We've all done that. Put down the wrong number and thought, what number is he? Oh, I've written it down wrong.
Yeah, Captain Haynes with a nice start there. But now it is Mason Crane to Max Holden. So another left-handed batter. A bit of a move in the field. What does he want? Point to be more right near the umpire rather than backward of. Here he comes, Mason Crane to Max Holden, who just pushes it back towards the bowler, and there is no run. It's -1 in terms of the over rate. So Sussex need to pick up a little bit. I'm sure they're not too worried about that, but something to keep an eye on in the innings. Mason Crane once again from the C end, a quicker delivery and very, very wide, and Max Holden did his best actually there to get anything on it, and it went out to cover, and would you believe it, there's no run. So it was a delivery that was there to be hit, but no run from it. Right, the leg spinner is ready once again at his mark. Mason Crane past the umpire to Holden. This one down leg side. A full toss down the leg side into the deep and nicely fielded. They come back for 2 though. Oh, and that was incredibly tight. You'd feel that a direct hit there, and there would have been major question marks. But a pretty good over there for Middlesex. They're just ticking along nicely, especially from the situation where they were of 45 for 4 earlier on today. 151 for 4 is Middlesex, and we're into the afternoon, coming up towards tea.
Yep, 151.
Are you okay, Kevin?
Sorry, I just saw something. You know, when you're
All right.
Australian, you're just going through your news feed on Twitter. See, I've got any messages, and then something flashed up in front of you.
Well, I
Makes you laugh.
thought
Sorry,
for a moment I got my times completely wrong. Are we
it
coming
wasn't
up to lunch or something?
It wasn't. Actually, I probably can just say that it was. It was one of those that's gone viral. It was Leicester's game in Roma yesterday. A Roma fan was giving abuse to the Leicester fans while going along on a moped, not looking where he was going. Karma got him.
One of those videos.
The back of the car straight in front of him. No, with no serious damage done other than pride, I should add. 151 for 4, yes. Holden 40, Simpson 60. I wasn't expecting. I just looked down. All of a sudden, the video started playing in front of me. As here's Hunt's bowls, and Simpson gets in behind, pushing away into the offside. No run. This is brewing up nicely again, isn't it?
It feels as though the game is now on a bit of a knife edge.
You'd still want to be Sussex. I mean, Middlesex, it's a long way off, 241. They've got to think about somehow just scrambling towards parity. It's a lot of runs still, 241. I mean, they've already got a good partnership going. They need a serious individual innings here as Hunt bowls. Oh, Simpson has a little dabble at one that swings away down or swings away from him as it goes down the slope from the Cromwell Road ends. Bit of shape on that still.
I see your point. That was a beautiful delivery there from Sean Hunt. I see what you mean.
I mean, they can't be greedy, can they? Middlesex
No.
can't be thinking, first innings lead here. Let's get 500 and have a first innings lead. Well, I mean, like I said, just reaching parity at the moment. It's 241 runs, which will take them a fair while as we're at tea on day 2. So you're looking at, lunchtime tomorrow. Hunt bowls. Simpson beaten again on the back foot. Lifting ball just leaves him. Here it goes. So, sometime just after lunch tomorrow. And then how much time's left in the game? 5 sessions. It's almost a case of can Middlesex force a Sussex collapse in the third innings? Third innings pressure. We've reached parity. There's only one team that can really lose it now, and that's the side batting third if they get themselves in a mess. So can Afridi come in and blast through the top 3 as he has done in the last 3 games?
Yeah, John Simpson there. I think a slight lack of concentration. Fancied a nibble off that one.
Left alone again by Simpson outside of the off stump. I mean, two quick wickets now. The follow-on's still 100 runs away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the trail by 241. You're completely right. It could turn. It doesn't feel like the game is... Well, Middlesex feel like they look as though they're in complete control. But saying that, I probably said that before lunch yesterday. And was it lunch yesterday? Just before, 200 odd for 1, and the game certainly turned. But yeah, there's quite a deficit still to be plugged.
Hunt hits the crease now, bowls. That one goes away again. Simpson involved.
Really lovely delivery there, isn't it? And we've got the most amazing view of that. Did he leave it? Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, well,
Go on.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, John Simpson.
It's come a long way down to have a chat with Max Holden there. What are they nattering about?
He just brought his bat in at the very last
he
second.
does it well.
Yeah.
He was out for dinner with Jack Russell last night. I saw Jack in the hotel lobby. As this ball is left alone outside off by Simpson again, but high up in the air, through it goes. End of the over, 151 for 4. And actually it was Jack Russell's tweet which made me stumble across the Roma one, because it was right below Jack Russell's. He's in Trafalgar Square, painted Nelson's column. Well, not painting the column itself, but...
What, today?
Yeah.
He was here yesterday, wasn't he? Obviously,
Yeah.
as you say. Wow, he's I've seen a few of his paintings actually online, and they look marvellous. That's a skill I've never been able to pick up. I can barely draw a stick man. I'm always in awe of anyone that can pick up a paintbrush and do rather well. But yes, the game is definitely in a really interesting position. Mason Crane takes his jumper off and is ready to bowl the next over. The 25-year-old looking for that ball to spin, but he's not the kind of bowler to get a huge amount of spin. It looks like, certainly from what we've seen so far. He's up against Max Holden for the first ball of this over from the sea end. He's ready to go past the umpire and bowls. And the nice defensive stroke there from Max Holden. No run. And the breeze picking up a little bit. I can see the trousers sort of fluttering, as well as the flags above the clock tower scoreboard as well. But again, nothing much to contend with in terms of wind. But a beautiful day here in Hove. Mason Crane bowls and really gives us one a bit of flight, and is nicely cut into the deep, short and wide, and dispatched by Max Holden to the shorter boundary area right in front of that clock tower scoreboard. 4 more to the total, 155 for 4, and now Holden is on 44 from 74 balls. Really nice stroke there. It's nice. That was always one of my favourite strokes. Bit of a square cut. It didn't feel like there was a huge amount of risk on that, and dispatched. Right, Crane, what are you going to do next, Mason? Bit of a change in the field now, more of a fine leg in place. Mason Crane bowls, and it goes down the leg side and nicely tucked into the deep in the leg side by Holden. 1 more to the total, 156 for 4.
Look at that from Jack Russell. Brilliant, isn't it?
Wow.
So
really? Wow.
Do you think he was up there painting it yesterday and he can't have rustled that up in one day, can he? Can you get that far through in a day, I suppose?
Not asking the right person here, but if he has, wow. And even if he hasn't, that's awesome. Maybe he started it a couple of days ago. Haven't you got to do it on the same day, though? Anyway, Mason Crane to Simpson, who defends, and there is no run. Isn't it?
Well, the sky conditions
would be different, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly. I guess you probably try and get a fix of the sky, don't you? And it looks as though, it's a pretty similar cloud to what's above it. I mean, I guess you say the day, but the clouds move so quickly, don't they? So I guess they must have to come up with some sort of tactic of, right, what cloud formation are we going to go with?
Mason Crane from the sea end. A bit of a quicker delivery there, and pushed into the point region, and there is no run. I love the fact with Mason Crane that even with deliveries that are hit firmly in the middle of the bat by the batters, he sort of puts his arm up a little bit as though, oh yeah, I was close there. I love the enthusiasm. Crane from the sea end to John Simpson, a bit more flight on that one, and pushed really hard to mid-off, which meant actually scurried to mid-off so quickly that they couldn't go through for the run. End of the over. And the 48th over at that for the Middlesex innings is 156 for 4. Holden on 45 and Simpson on 60. Yeah, Jack Russell, I mean, I know I'm pushing it an open door here with many people, but I absolutely love to see him play. You know, his hat for once was just legendary, and his wicket keeping skills, loved it, and with the bat as well. There's always character on the pitch, and I must go back into some of those streaming services and watch that again. I haven't watched that for quite a while. Or maybe I need to get out more. I don't know. But I'm sure I'm talking to an audience that loves to reminisce about old times. Here comes the next over.
And it's Hunt from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls and forward goes Holden, driving to mid-off. Dot ball, 156 for 4. 45 Holden, 60 Simpson. And fine fight back from a troubling start for Middlesex.
What would be a very, very good session? End of the day, rather, Kevin. Would you say for Middlesex? In the context of where they were.
It was T, 2.5 to T. Here's Hunt. Bowl short, and Holden goes after this one. It's in the air for a while. It's in front of the deep square. It'll go for 4. But long and loud cries of catch from the field there. Holden's on to 49, 160 for 4. I mean, look, at this point, I don't think it's unrealistic that Middlesex, these two, say, right, our turn. We've got to do an Orr and Haynes. That's what is required here from Middlesex. So, very good. It's 4 down at Stumps from here. You know, the balls, they're not going to have to face a new ball tonight. So it's get in and get after tea and make Sussex, make it hard for Sussex as Hunt comes in and Holden forward, runs this one away down to third, and that'll be 50 for Holden. Very, very well batted, Max Holden. Extremely tricky conditions to come out and face a strong Sussex attack with Middlesex in real trouble at 45 for 4. He and Simpson have added 116 runs and a 50, which really has helped his side recover a little footing in this match. 78 deliveries for Holden's 50 as Simpson awaits and Hunt bowls outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the gloves. Holden, let's have a look. What did I say? 78 balls, and that was... He had 7 fours and a 6 in there as well. 127 minutes for Holden, who is 24 now. Around a long while, I suppose. It was his debut, Northampton versus Loughborough in 2017. Simpson on strike, pushes Hunt to mid-on. There's no run. This season for Holden, started well. He got 35 in the first innings against Derbyshire at Lords and 82 in the second, and he 1 and 16 in his last 2 innings, though, Cardiff and Leicestershire at Lords. So needed this 50, a second 50. It makes a decent start to the summer. 2 50s in his first 5 innings. Behind this, Simpson pushing away into the offside. There's no run. He'll really want to convert this one. And again, going back to what you were saying in the day, there's no reason why these two can't settle in and be there at Stumps, and I think that's what they'll be required to do. The all-rounders to come, and an awful lot of runs behind Middlesex. I think take this on now will be very much the order for them.
And the conditions are awfully different. There's barely any swing anymore, and the surface as well isn't exactly helping the fielding side at the moment. So as you say, yeah, it's all to play for, but plenty of runs in terms of the deficit. 231 runs behind on Middlesex. It's going to be intriguing next few days. We've got the 12th man on. Got a change of fielding. Delray Rawlins is on the field at the moment. And there's a massive meeting going on here. Pujara's waving his hands around. Tom Haynes is there as well, shining the ball. And what's the discussion at the moment? Where just continue as you were, chaps. Oh, maybe not. Anyway, we'll never know what that discussion is. That's the beauty of this game. A lot goes out on the wicket, and you never hear what's going on. Anyway, number 24, that is Mason Crane to continue from the C end. A quicker delivery, and on the back foot is Holden, who pushes it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's nice to see the likes of really experienced other players, like Pujara, getting another few comments in to the captain. Crane again, who bowls slightly down the leg side, and Holden pushes it to point, and there is no run. 161 for 4. It's around 4 o'clock here in beautiful Hove in Sussex, right near the sea. Crane again to Holden, who just pushes it into the onside, and there is no run. Plenty of clapping and encouragement from the slip cordon. I say slip cordon, first slip. Crane from the C end to Holden, who just pushes this back towards the bowler, and there is no run. It seems to be one of those overs. Nice tight over so far from Mason Crane. With a bit of spin, not much spin to contend with from a batsman's perspective, but you never know if one comes in out of the footholds. Crane again from the C end, and there is no run. Nicely pushed back to the bowler. Yeah, beautiful day here in Hove. Most of the deck chairs are filled, as you would expect. In the media centre to our right, they've opened the big door. It's that warm. Crane from the C end to Holden, who just pushes it back, and that is a maiden over for Mason Crane. No wickets for 31 runs. One maiden in there as well. The score at the end of the over is 161 for 4. Holden on 50, Simpson on 60. So both batters past the 50 mark. Really pleasing from a Middlesex perspective. My goodness me, they came to the crease when Middlesex were in a massive pickle, and they've played the conditions very well, haven't they, Kevin? But also they've kept calm and just picked off the balls that they picked to choose to get to the boundary rope. So well done to them.
Yeah, exactly that. They've done absolutely everything they could. I don't think either have offered a chance, have they? There was perhaps a half chance for, was it off Crane?
Yeah, first ball, I think, or maybe even second off his over.
Covers. Here comes Haynes back from the Cromwell Road end, number 7 from his 2, right arm over, bowls to Simpson, stands up to this one, pushes away into the offside. A little surprised Haynes has taken the last over before tea. That was a very good over by Hunt, unless he's planning on turning Hunt around to bowl the next over after tea from this end and Robinson straight back on. That will have to wait and see. Otherwise, otherwise that last over that Hunt bowled was pretty impressive. Haynes runs away from behind the umpire with a hugely arched run, and goes past the edge of Simpson through to the gloves of Rizwan, standing up, and well, what do I know? Nearly picked up Simpson.
Well, this is you're playing with the batter's sort of mind, don't you, when you change up the bowling and you give them a sense of, okay, there's a bowler on now that I can really pick off, and maybe the risk-taking increases, doesn't it?
The obligatory over a spin before tea, you mean? I mean, part-time spin as well, it can be, can't it? He's changing the field around here. I think he's going for 2 slips now, and bringing in a second slip, Haynes. So looking to As you say, play with the mind of Simpson here, who awaits on 60. 4 balls to tee. He bowls full, straight and defended to cover.
Pujara's had a few things to do in the field, hasn't he? Not much with the bat yesterday. He was sort of in and out rather quickly, wasn't he? I think there was a lot of fans out there online and here in the ground that were hoping for a big score from Pujara, but wasn't to be. Well, certainly not yesterday, maybe in the second innings.
Haynes down the leg side. Good take by Rizwan, standing up. Simpson trying to help on his way.
Yeah, not a bad day here. Could do with a couple of degrees. I'll put my coat back on, okay, or my jacket.
Outside?
Yeah, it was. I know. I shouldn't moan, really. It's beautiful out there.
Breeze is up though, actually, looking at it, coming in from behind us at the sea end. Simpson on the back foot, punches a little uppishly, according to somebody in the field, out to deep point. Single taker, moves to 61. So one to come until tee. Simpson will be there after. Holden on strike. Simpson comes to have a little natter about whatever the ball's doing. Holden receives the advice and nearly ready to go. 162 for 4. Holden awaits. Haynes bowls, solid forward defence. Big smile on his face, Tom Haynes, rightly so. Sider in a good position. Middlesex 162 for 4 at tee. Still a long way behind. All of 230 runs behind Sussex, but they have 6 wickets standing and they have a century stand for the 5th wicket. A good response from Holden and Simpson. Much needed.
Yeah, very solid partnership that we're witnessing here in Hove between Max Holden and John Simpson. John Simpson definitely is continuing that rich vein of form for Middlesex.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the final session of the day in this game between Middlesex and Sussex. The news that Middlesex have really fought back in this game. At one stage, 45 for 4, with Ollie Robinson picking a couple of wickets up, George Garton and Sean Hunt. But since then, an unbroken partnership between Max Holden, who's on 50, and John Simpson on 61, a partnership which is so far worth 117. And these two have batted really nicely. The only chance that was given was when Simpson was dropped by Pujara in the covers off the first delivery that Mason Crane bowled. It was low to Pujara's right, but his reaction and the reaction of the Sussex fielders was that on another occasion Pujara might have taken it. Nonetheless, he didn't. And all credit to Simpson and Max Holden, who have batted beautifully in that session and batting Middlesex back into this game. George Garton is going to pick up the Sussex attack from this C end of the ground. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. And Tom Haynes has been using his quick bowlers in little short bursts, particularly Ollie Robinson and George Garton, who are back from injury. It looks like Ollie Robinson is going to take the first over after tea from the Cromwell Road end. But it's going to be George Garton. I'm joined by Kevin Hand from BBC London. And John Philby, he was here, the Sussex chairman, Kevin, and he was talking about the pitch, which is proving to be an excellent pitch, isn't it, for entertaining cricket, certainly up till tea on this second day. As Garton runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Simpson, who plays it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Ali Orr. He's immediately on his way. Simpson goes to 62, and Middlesex 163 for 4.
Yeah, it's excellent, isn't it? Much like last year. Everybody was saying on day one, all flat track, it'll be a draw, and then away we went. Again, that those Middlesex drop catches yesterday, you go back to those, what would the score have been had Middlesex have held those?
Garton runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and Holden is forward into the offside, fielded by Pujara, no run.
Yeah, this ball's got softer now, and it doesn't feel like there's quite as much pace in the pitch as there was this morning. Those 2 new hard balls, and hey, we've got a spinner in at the back of the box. He can talk to us about the pitch.
Steve Finn has just walked in, so I'll make way for Steve in a minute. As in comes Garton, bowls to Holden, who plays it off the hip down to deep backward square, picks up a single, 1 more to the total, goes to 164 for 4. A couple of emails. A fan for Rita, who is Steve Murray. He says, thanks for the commentary. What a difference to have a bowling attack. I bet our previous opponents, Notts, Durham et al, are sniggering at Middlesex's poor timing. All the best, says Steve. Rita is fab. So there we are. No, Stephen, come here. I'll make way in a minute. I'll just read out these couple of emails because we also had a listener in China. As in comes Garton in and bowls, and Simpson is forward, plays that into the offside and picks up another single. Does John Simpson, he goes to 63, the total to 166 for 4. Jonathan Case has been in touch. He says, you could add China to your list of countries you're broadcasting to tonight. Glad to hear the laptop is up and running. I'm a Derbyshire fan without a game this week, so dipped in to see how Sussex are getting on and enjoying the coverage after the ball draw last month. In comes Garton. Runs away from us, comes in and bowls and holds his on the pad. He's down on his haunches, isn't he, George Garton? But he doesn't get a positive decision from umpire Chris Watts. And the total goes up by 166 for 4. Holden on 51, Simpson on 63. So Steve Finn is going to join us in a couple of moments' time. He's going to natter away to Kevin. If you've got any messages or questions for Steve, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Kevin Hand BBC as Garton turns in front of us. Final ball of the first over after tea. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and covering up is Simpson, plays into the covers, fielded by Pujara. That's the end of the over. 166 for 4. Simpson is on 63. Holden is on 51. 31 overs left to be bowled tonight. Sussex having made 392. I'm going to leave you with Kevin and with Steve.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, it's Ollie Robinson. Ready to bowl from the Cromwell Road end, taking off the sweater, handing it to the umpire, and good to go. After the interval, replacing Haynes up at the top end, who had quickly replaced Hunt as well. Robinson has had 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 22. Hello, mate. I'm
Good
Kevin.
afternoon. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. It's been a little while, hasn't it?
Well, you're Churchy's mate now. You're always on with him
I know.
nowadays.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time
Hey,
at
I
the Oval talking about the IPL.
How's that going?
It's no bad thing.
Taking over TMS.
Well, I try my hand at ball-by-ball commentary, which
I know.
is a different skill to being able to just waffle in between balls.
Oh, you've done it loads of times with me.
You did. You taught me how to do it about 12 years ago. So I've got
12?
you to thank. Well, more than that.
You're not allowed to retire, by the way, because you'll be the first cricketer, I think, that I've seen your whole player's whole career.
Really?
Having done your debut, then
Yeah.
you can never retire.
Making me feel old.
Here's Robinson. Well, how do I feel? Here's Robinson. He's in bowls, and this ball squirts away down towards third for Holden, who's on to 52, 167 for 4. This was Max Holden's great one when he came up on air with Bob Hunt, who you did a wonderful stint with many moons ago, the Gloucestershire commentator. Have you got clean feed in your ear?
I have feed in my ear, yes.
Adrian might get rid of it for us. Oh, he's got an update to do and he's disappeared. Go and grab Adrian. He's forgotten he's got an update. If not, I'll have to pretend to be Adrian Harms in a moment. Or even better, you could, Finney.
The voice in my ear is still...
They're still in the travel.
Yeah.
Here he comes. You might have to hand that headset to him imminently. Here we go. Yeah, chuck him that headset, Finney. Well done. Now this ball's clipped away down to deep back with square leg by Simpson, and 4 it is. He moves to 67, 171 for 4. Adrian's back. Good to go with the update. Nearly forgot Adrian.
I did nearly forget. It's been one of those
working hard
days today. Here we go with the update.
Cricket update.
Adrian Harms watching Sussex at the county ground in Hove.
Yeah, the Middlesex recovery continues here, Danny. 171 for 4. John Simpson on 67. Max Holden on 52. These two coming together when Middlesex were in a good deal of trouble on 45 for 4. 2 wickets for the returning Ollie Robinson, 1 for George Garton. Earlier on today, Sussex posting 392. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey out for 401 today. Gus Atkinson not out on 66. In reply, Northants in real trouble. 94 for 5. Couple of wickets there for Jordan Clark.
Adrian, back with you later on, and the ball-by-ball.
Thanks, Adrian. 4 more there for Simpson, driven away in between point and cover. Lovely shot. He moves to 71, 175 for 4. Stephen Finn still alongside. Have you just been having a net somewhere? How's it? You've got a bit of a knee problem at the moment.
Yeah, a slightly swollen knee that sort of flared up in the Derbyshire game, and we've been managing it since then. I was trying my hardest to get back for this game against my old teammates, which would have been
you'd have enjoyed that 45 for 4 out there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it would have been a nice battle. I might have been a little bit vociferous at that stage. Maybe slightly less so now. But
anyone in particular?
all of them.
Is Robinson, he's in, bowls and a bouncer. Simpson ducks underneath it, 175 for 4.
No, it's been a good battle, hasn't it? I've enjoyed watching Shaheen Afridi bowl live. I've not really watched him bowl with a red ball live too much before. I've seen him with a white ball firsthand, but not with a red one. So my not all that happy because he cleaned up the tail firsthand.
Did you watch all of yesterday? Were you here yesterday?
I watched a majority of yesterday, apart from the last 2 or 3 overs. It's a good wicket. We've played on good wickets here so far this year, favouring the bat heavily, so you have to work hard for your poles.
Robinson is past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's left alone outside of the off stump, 175 for 4. It looked like a real change this morning for Middlesex. There was seam movement, that ball that got Robson seam back in. The ball before, actually, a little bit of late swing took it away from Robson, didn't it? We didn't see much of that yesterday. What was the big change today, do you think?
I think you have to make the most of the new ball here, because when you get beyond that new ball, we're now at 52.5 overs old, this ball, although it has been changed, I think, by the umpires. But as soon as it loses that hardness and shine, it becomes a lot easier to bat, and that's reflected in the way that the scoreboard's moved since those early wickets. 2
slips go down, Robinson bowls, and Simpson's bowl, middle stump out of the ground. Lovely ball, punches the air, delighted with that one. Simpson a third 50 in 3 innings. It won't be a second century in those 3 innings though. He's gone for 71, same as he scored against Leicestershire. It's 175 for 5.
He's just looking to open up there, Simpson, the clip and the cut earlier in the over, but Robinson, as he always does here at Hove, bowling down the hill, slightly cloudy skies, managed to find some movement back into Simpson and removes his middle stump, which the umpire is now duly picking up and replacing back in the ground. But Robinson, again, showing his international class there. I think Simpson looks set, looked good, has been one of Middlesex's main players and run scorers so far this year. An outstanding piece of bowling.
That is a beaut. I didn't realise quite how much it did come back in, which you perhaps picked up from the angle a little bit more than I did. That is an absolute belter of a ball.
Yeah, swing back through the gate. An airy drive there, Simpson, I think, not quite moving his feet into the ball, but yeah, nice bowling and nice to see a wicket from a Sussex perspective. And now George Garton.
You can't say that.
I absolutely can now. I can. There's no loyalty in sport, is there anymore? So yeah, it's. I'm enjoying catching up with some old faces as well. Obviously, a lot of change at Middlesex since I left at the back end of last summer.
I know your mate Johnny's back.
He is. He's back, and I had a good catch up with him yesterday. Hadn't really managed to speak to him since he got the Middlesex job, so it's been nice to see people in person, which hasn't been something that's been that frequent over the last couple of years with everything that's been going on.
How was you were down under, weren't you?
I did, yes, I did go.
Was there a
and watch
lot of lockdown there? Was it back to isolation?
Well, I managed to avoid isolation when I got there, but I did catch COVID in Adelaide and had to spend, I think it was 11 days in isolation over the Adelaide and Melbourne Test matches.
Oh no!
Which was interesting.
Were you able to commentate from the room though? Did they set you up as his Garton? He's in bowls. He's clipped away down to long leg for a single. Holden's on 53, 176 for 5.
Yeah, I had to do the commentary off tube, so using my TV and the equipment that we've got in front of us here. I had one of those in my bedroom, and I was trying to commentate or summarise, live whilst they were live at the ground, and I was watching a TV feed that was about 10 or 15 seconds behind. So yeah, it was probably a challenging introduction to having to do test match cricket, but we got through it, and I don't think too many people realised that there was much amiss. But yeah,
that's part of the fun though sometimes when you're listening and things aren't right or do go wrong.
Yeah, well, there wasn't much to celebrate from an England cricket perspective, so any degree of
Garton bowls and up on his toes. Holman defends this one into the offside. First ball for him.
Yeah, any degree of entertainment that we can bring through other means on TMS, I think, is sometimes the order of the day, and we had to do plenty of that this winter.
Best bit for you on air?
The best bit on air, I didn't do any ball-by-ball stuff in Australia because I've never done it before, but Aggers and Henry, the commentary box at Hobart was very, very cramped, and Henry was leaving his position and Aggers was coming in the changeover between overs.
Garton hits the crease now. He bowls short down the leg side, and Holman swats it away with a hook for 4. Nice shot put away from him. Economy of effort as ever from Holman, 180 for 5.
And I was summarising at the time, and you filled the gap in between the changeover as the summariser. And before you knew it, Mark Wood was at the back of his run-up and was running in, and Aggers was not in his position yet, and Henry was still departing. So I had to commentate on one ball in the Ashes, and it was the ball that Usman Khawaja gloved a pull shot from Mark Wood through to the keeper. And I think it was Butler. Butler was keeping, took the catch, and I commentated that one ball that Wood took a wicket.
Love it.
Yeah, and it just sort of happened.
Here's Garton. He's in bowls, and right behind this again is Holman. They should have just left you commentating. That's why England would have won the Ashes.
Yeah, I don't know. Aggers may not have been that happy about that. He might have poisoned my breakfast or something the next day. But no, the only way that I did manage to fudge my way through that one delivery was being sat next to him and you, obviously, over the years.
You got it in there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Garton. 2 slips go down, and Holman defends again. This after your famous commentary stint pretending to be a Formula 1 car way back at Uxbridge in the day. Remember that one?
That's not my finest hour, I don't think. I think Adam would sack me on the spot if I were to.
You were on air with Tim Mercer at the time, actually. There was 3 of us on air at the same time.
A combination that should never be allowed.
It was terrifying for me. I mean, we're going back a good 10 years here at least.
Yeah.
It was terrifying for me having the pair of you on. In fact, he could be tuned in at the moment, which is equally terrifying.
Club captain.
Mercer. Yeah.
Keeping an eye on the boys, making sure.
Garton bowls and goes straight through Holman. That's gone straight through everything. Has it taken bat? Did it take anything? It's it? what has it taken? The umpires not signalling yet. Byes didn't touch anything. He took a while to wait to signal 4 byes, and Holman survives on 4, 184 for 5. Did it get up?
No, that didn't get up. It definitely bounced before Rizwan, who stands in a fairway back there. George Garton not bowling off a full run-up, but is making the ball carry through to the keeper. But just every now and again, and luckily for the batters, it's been wide of off-stump and not on the stumps. The ball has scuttled through low. There are a few cracks out there on the surface that hopefully with a bit of heat and wind will start to open up and provide some more assistance for the fast bowlers as the game goes on. But that one there certainly hitting the corner of a crack and scuttling along the ground. But luckily for Luke Holman and unfortunately for Mohammed Rizwan, it missed everything.
Actually, could have Tim Merter, Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helmore listening at the moment.
Well, Toby, I've seen Toby today. I've caught up with him. He was having a bowl, yes.
In comes Robinson, bowls to Holden, pushes back up the track, no run.
Yeah, we had a bowl next to each other in the nets, which was slightly surreal. As I'm obviously wearing Sussex kit and he's wearing Middlesex kit, but we're close friends and used to bowling in the same net as each other. But there's a few jibes and a bit of rivalry there. But yeah, I think Helmy's already messaged me saying that he might be tuned in, or he is tuned in, and he sent a couple of the sleeping Z emojis, which naturally happens when I'm on air. You get an afternoon nap in whilst I'm wittering away. And Mertz, I'm not sure. He's probably on child duty at 4:45 or 5, I'd imagine.
Here comes Robinson bowls and forward goes Holden, pushing back up to mid-on. There's no run. You mean the children are probably on duty, looking after him?
Yes, yeah. The children. I'm actually godfather to his son, to Jack, his eldest son. And I was hoping, I think they may be coming down tomorrow as a family, hopefully. It would be nice to see them. Because actually moving down here, and I've moved down here full-time now, it's meant that I've not got back to London really at all.
I was going to ask, yeah.
Which is great. I've really, really loved it down here and not had that much of an urge to go back. But it's a shame to miss people that I hung out with a lot for a number of years.
Robinson bowls, and this is run by Holden to backward point, and there's no run. It's not a bad place, is it? This is my favourite away trip of the season.
Yeah, well, especially when the weather's like this as well. You did a pub crawl on the way back to the hotel last night, did you?
Can't comment. No comment.
No comment. Sorry, we're on the BBC. I forgot that. Definitely couldn't comment about that. There are a number of good eateries and wine bars and stuff. Yeah, I'm exploring as I go along. But it's been a lot of fun to come down here and just understand and learn about a new place.
It's a bit, you were Watford and London your whole life, weren't you? So here's Robinson bowls, and this ball's left alone outside of the off stump, 184 for 5. But of course, you've been on so many tours over the years, though.
Yeah.
So you're there and everywhere.
You get used to fitting into different dressing
for England
rooms
for a while, nowhere was home, wasn't it?
No, yeah.
You'd have been part of that team that was, home for 3 weeks a year?
Yeah. I spent a lot of time away from home, which was great because you're away playing cricket all the time, but also just doesn't really give you a break or a mental break from the game. So you're just playing 12 months a year all the time, which is, again, it's great when you're in rhythm, but when you're out of rhythm as a bowler, it's not a fantastic place to be. But that is cricket.
Robinson hits the crease, he bowls, and forward goes Holden, pushing this to mid-off, no run.
He's having to be watchful here, Max Holden. Robinson is just running a few balls across him, so using either a wobbled or away swing seam to get the ball to move away from Max Holden, trying to drag him across the crease as he did to John Simpson. And then every now and again he's just bowling an in-swinger that Max Holden has to just check his shape and his shot back up towards mid-on or mid-off and play with a straight bat. As soon as you play across those balls, that's when you're in trouble, and that's exactly what Ollie Robinson's trying to get him to do.
The surprise really today is that there has been more movement through the air and off the surface. That's been the biggest difference. As is Robinson, he bowls, and this one beats Holden as it holds its line across. Rizwan away to his left, 184 for 5. There was a ball Anderson to Robinson first thing this morning. I thought Robinson's going to love to see how that's just seemed away from him, because we didn't see any of that all day yesterday.
Yeah. It's hard to explain sometimes.
Did it quicken up the pitch to the benefit of the bowlers?
I think the idea was especially of batting first, I think, was that it was slightly soft yesterday. Or not soft, it's still a very hard wicket, but it may not have the carry and pace in it that we would have seen today. That I think would have been part of the thinking. Runs on the board here have tended to be the way to go about winning games as well. If you can get a significant first innings score and put the team batting second under pressure, that can be a good way to win games. And sometimes it can just be as tricky as the game situation, or even just the picking of the ball. If whoever picks the ball picks a good one, it tends to move a little bit more than if someone picks a dud one, which is never a good thing.
Garton begins the new over, he bowls, and Holden leaves alone outside off.
Yeah, it's, and Tom Haynes is the man who picks the ball for Sussex. I know Tim Murtagh was religiously the picker of the ball for Middlesex. He wouldn't let anyone else do it. But here, Tom Haynes has an eye for a good ball, so we let him scuttle off up to the umpire's room and do it, which gives the bowlers just that extra couple of minutes to chill in your socks before you have to go and bowl.
Garton. Midway through his run up now, he bowls and ball short outside of the off stump, cut away but straight to point by Holman. There's no run, 184 for 5. He's still going strong, the old boy. Tim Mercer, obviously a hamstring injury at the moment, but again, as he's done all through his career, he kind of goes down and you think, oh no, can't afford to lose him for a long period of time, and he's back within a few weeks.
Yeah, he's got superhuman powers, hasn't he, when it comes to
injury,
recovery. Yeah, he seems to be able to either stay injury free or recover from things very quickly, and he'll be super determined to be out there playing with the boys as well.
It's the diet, isn't it? The lack of alcohol consumption. It's worked well for him over the years. His full ball outside the off stump, that doesn't get up at all. Very full. It might have been a foothold, that one, mightn't it? But really did shoot through to Rizwan.
Yeah, Tim Murtagh, he's always led by example. An exemplary lifestyle that he leads has led to him not missing many games of cricket at all. And actually, in all seriousness, he's phenomenally professional when it comes to staying fit and keeping running and making sure that he is in tip-top condition to deliver a cricket ball, which he's done for a long time.
Carson bowls short, cut by Holman in the air, for a fair while as well, in between cover and extra cover, but he placed it well. He moves to 8, 188 for 4. There was a stat at the beginning of the season when he took his 900th. Josh De Caires was on the field. He wasn't born when Murtagh took his first.
No, it's a scary stat. Well, I'm playing in a dressing room now. We had Dan Abraham and Archie Lennon playing, and they're 17. And I think there'd have been 1 when I made my first class debut. Wow. And it's a scary sight when you're sharing a dressing room with them. They're not allowed on the WhatsApp group because they're not over 18. Yeah, and it's just a legal requirement that they're not allowed on the team's WhatsApp group. So when you're told about training times and stuff, they have to find out through a third party.
Brilliant. Is Garson bowls outside of the off stump. Colwyn Bay, was that your Middlesex debut? Not first class. You made the first class debut against the Unis, didn't you? But
yes.
The first professional
game, I think, would have been.
Wasn't it the rained off game at Colwyn Bay?
Abergavenny. It wasn't Colwyn Bay, it was Abergavenny, yeah. We played, Chaminda Vast played, Chad Keegan played, Owen Shah played, Owen Morgan played actually. But I think I played a 4-day game before that. In late August 2007.
Garton bowls. This ball's pushed away out to deep cover for a single, 189 for 5. But that was a university game, wasn't it?
The first class was against Gloucestershire at Bristol. I think Steve Adshead, wicketkeeper, was my first ever first class wicket, as in professional championship first class wicket. And then I think later that summer I played in the 40 over competition, I think. But my memory's hazy now, it's so long ago.
Because I remember that game, Abergavenny.
They brought the boundaries into the minimum.
What was it? Vela? It was.
It was Abergavenny, definitely Abergavenny, yeah, because they brought the boundaries in to the minimum required length.
Because it was so muddy and
because it was
damp,
it rained down like Noah was building an ark round the corner. It was that bad.
But do you remember? You might not remember this, but I do. Jamie Dalrymple was doing fielding practice to you, and Dalrymple was a big hitter of the ball as well, and he was getting so frustrated that you were taking every single one. He was putting so much effort in to try and make you drop one, and he couldn't.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but JD does strike me as the sort of guy who would try and make my life hard. Whatever I was.
Robinson bowls, and this is left alone outside off. Boy, look at that one go. Rizwan takes it on the dive in front of seconds. Good pace in a ball. 57 overs old now.
Yeah, he's just getting it to move. Both him and George Garton getting the ball to swing through the air, which wasn't that apparent yesterday. It means that the guys are working hard on the ball to be able to get it to swing. And the tricky thing this year is you're not allowed to put any saliva or anything from your mouth on the ball whatsoever. So it has to be sweat from any crevice you can find, basically. So you get guys like sticking their hand down the back of their shirt, in their belly button to try
leave it at that.
to try and find some sweat to put on the ball.
Robinson bowls, and Holman's beaten by this one. Through to the keeper it goes. Holden comes down to have a chat with the number 7.
Yeah, it's lovely bowling. Lovely bowling. Yeah, Robinson, he's got his tail up, his knees are pumping down the hill. It's such a lovely place to bowl here when you're feeling good, because the hill just carries you in. And when you're sat at where we are now, you can see how significant the hill is as Robinson's running towards us. But from side on or at certain parts of the ground, you can think, what's everyone talking about? It looks really flat, but it's not. The end that Ollie Robinson is bowling at, the Cromwell Road end, is really a nice glide in for a bowler to give you that momentum through the crease.
And then he glides now, Robinson. And this is onto the pads of Holman. It'll run away down below us, cut off though by a long leg, which is Crane. They've taken a couple of leg buys on 91 for 5. In fact, what did the umpire single it? A no ball as well. A no ball and a leg by, so 193 for 5. Favourite playing memory for Middlesex other than 2016? Oh, sorry, you were going to go to a point there, were you? First of all.
I was just going to say that ball was the in-swinger. So he swung 2 across. Luke Holman beat the edge, and a good leave that kicked and bounced across him. And that one, it really did significantly swing back in, but the line was too straight and would have drifted down the leg side.
Robinson up to the crease now, he bowls, and full, it's pushed back to him by Holman right behind this one. Yeah, favourite player memory for Middlesex? Go on, roll the years back for us, as soon as we're looking back through it, other than obviously the victory in 2016.
It's a good question.
9 for?
Yeah, 9 for. From a personal perspective, but we lost that game. So it was unbelievably frustrating. I took 14 wickets in the game and we lost. One of my favourite, that was at Worcester at New Road. In 2010. One of my favourite memories was probably when we were trying to stay up in 2017. I took an 8 for at Lords. Toby went down injured early in the game, I think.
Robinson to Holman. Left-hander pushes a quick single just wide of mid-off. 194 for 5.
And Toby had been our talisman all year and the year before when we won it, just in the way that he had the ability to turn games around. So everyone's a bit down in the dumps because he had hurt his back, unfortunately, that day. And I had to bowl a lot more and ended up taking 8 for him. We won the game against Lancashire, and that took us into that showdown with Somerset at Taunton, which didn't go our way. On a day 27 wicket or whatever it was that we ended up playing on. That was one of my favourite memories, I think, because it helped us win the game, which the 14 for didn't help us do anything, unfortunately.
Robinson to Holden now. And left-hander leaves this one. Look at that bounce through. Rizwan takes that up almost towards his chin, doesn't he? As he scoops up towards it in the end to keep with that bounce. Tough for the keepers, isn't it? Especially, I mean, the pitch is a good one here, but Hove in general with a slope. If there is that little bit, it's not too pace, this pitch, is it? But there are ones obviously that will go through nicer like that.
Yeah, it's funny when they do, and Ollie Robinson's got a really tall action. His release point is amongst the tallest of bowlers in the world, even though he's a tall man, but he's not a super duper tall man. He's not as tall as I am.
Are you still holding on 6 for 8?
Yeah, clinging on to it just. Give me a couple of years.
Robinson bowls, and this ball's pushed away wide of mid-off. And they're going to take a couple here. It just gets away from the dive, and they're going to 10 for 3. Good running. Holden's on to 56, 197 for 5. This was when, was it Cricketers Who's Who or somebody one year put you down as 6'7", but 6'8" made you the tallest England bowler at that time?
Was it really? Yeah, I like to try and cling on to that. It depends how my posture's doing. Right now I'm hunched over and looking a bit like Gollum or something as I'm sat here commentating. But yeah, when I'm walking proud and tall with my chest out, I'd give myself 6'8".
There was a match at Merchant Taylor School against Somerset. I seem to remember that being a particularly prolific one for you, and that was a victory. I think that was 8 in the innings, maybe?
No, I ended up only playing half of that game, I think. But
you came back in, didn't you?
I came back in for one innings because it was in between test matches, and that's probably one of the best that I've ever bowled for Middlesex, I'd say. That day, I think I got 4 for 40 or something. And
Richard Johnson was bowling coach at that point.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. And then I went and played the tests, the Ashes tests, the 3rd, 4th and 5th Ashes tests straight after, like on the back of that game, and feeling confident. Yeah, so that was nice. Merchant Taylor's was a nice place to bowl. A similar sort of slope to this, actually, straight up and down the wicket, but very open and exposed, where if it was a cold day there, it felt about -10.
Garton's in. Bowls, and forward goes Holden and pushes a quick single just fine of cover. 198 for 5.
Yeah, that was an enjoyable game, and then I had to leave after the first innings to go and join up with the Test match squad at Edgbaston, and I can't remember who came in and filled in for me, but we'd set up the game and ended up winning it, I think, on the last day, which was a good victory for us. I think we finished 2nd in the championship that year, and that was some of my best memories of that era or period was just the feeling of building up towards that championship win in 2016, because it was a flash in the pan. It was a process.
Garton bowls, and Holman punches a single off the back foot out to deep cover. Did you play? An overthrow is going to get 2 out to the far side. It was a fierce throw from Orr to the non-strikers, and Garton wasn't back, and Holman did have to hurry to the non-strikers, and there's the first batting point for Middlesex, 200 for 5 in the 58th. Did you play in the last match of 2014 at Old Trafford against Lancashire when Harris and Mercer were
No, I didn't. I was in an England one-day squad then, and I remember watching it on my sofa, and Tim Murtagh was bowling.
Did we have the streams even back then? We did.
No, it was on Sky Sports, because it was
sound turned down, listening to the radio, of course. It's a bouncer, through it goes. Holman sways inside the line of it from Garton.
No, it was on Sky Sports, but I remember Mertz bowling just a pace on seam up delivery, and the commentator saying, yes, he's just bowled a slower ball there. And I remember rewinding the TV. I scrambled for my phone, rewound the TV and recorded it, and ended up sending it, I think, to the WhatsApp group at the time, and took great pleasure in that. I think it came up like 67 miles an hour or something. It was funny.
Why has that not gone on Twitter? Here's Garton, he's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away to point, and there's no run.
Any one-upmanship that I could get on Mertz at the time. Now he's got me covered. He's got 900 first-class wickets, Test match 5 for at Lords.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing that I've done in the game that can top him, unfortunately, now. No. So, he has all the bragging rights. But at that stage, at that time...
Well, even Ed Joyce suffers, doesn't he, with Murtagh's batting credentials for Ireland as well.
He does. Everyone suffers with Tim Murtagh, full stop.
Garton to Holman on 12, and this is punched off the back foot. Just in front of point, no run, good stop. Who is it, Crane in at point? No.
That is Mason Crane.
It is Crane, yeah. So 2 for 5.
Yes, it's an important period of the game here. There's 25 overs left today. From a Sussex perspective, you're looking at the potential of a first innings lead, but you can see how frustrating lower orders and lower middle orders can be for bowling teams, and that's why it's nice to have the variation of someone like George Garton to be able to bowl for us here.
Bowls now, and uppercuts. Uppercut for 6 by Holman, isn't it? Orr doesn't bother. It's just making sure that there wasn't a bounce at a deep backward point. He's at deep cover, Orr. What a shot by Holman. He moves to 18, 208 for 5.
Yeah, he's a strong boy, Luke Holman.
Yeah.
He's a big fella for a leg spinner.
For a 21-year-old as well.
And for a young lad, he's got big wide shoulders and hits the ball very, very hard. I think he's got such a promising future in every format.
The left-handed Rob Key, I call him.
Of the game, yeah, he's got a bit of that about him. He'd be happy if he replicates Rob Key's numbers with the bat, certainly. But yeah, he's a strong boy, and I think he's only going to keep getting better. But there, he's whacked that over point. I lost the ball, actually. It's not the easiest to see with all the red brick houses from our position here in the commentary box, that if it goes up and over point for a left-hander there, it can be hard to track. But you could see Ali Orr, the deep point fieldsman, just watch it sail over his head and I think into someone's back garden, which brings about a change of ball, which actually, from a Sussex perspective, you won't be that happy with, because the ball was swinging. Garton and Robinson were getting that ball to swing, and you'd have worked hard on getting it to do that. And now you've got to contend with a newer ball or a different ball, which may not have the same shine on it. So I can see Tom Haynes, the captain, rubbing the ball furiously on his sweater at the moment to try and shine it up to give George Garton the chance to swing it.
That's a rarity in a first-class match, isn't it? All the times you try and get the ball replaced, oh, come on, Umps, look at the state of it. Actually, you got one you're desperate to hold on to, and it's hit out of the ground.
Exactly. We're hoping someone there throws it back.
Garton in bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing back to him. All eyes on this ball now to see what it's like. End of the 58th over, 24 are made today, 208 for 5. Stephen Finn alongside myself, Kevin Hand down here at Hove. And it's a good little game, this one now, isn't it? I mean, Middlesex at 45 for 4. We're in deep trouble, but John Simpson's in amazing form at the moment. Great that he got that England call up as well. Richly deserved, although obviously through COVID circumstances, but been a fine player over the years.
Yeah, he's a model of consistency, isn't he, for Middlesex? He misses very, very few games for either form or fitness reasons. Has been a mainstay of the side for the last 10 years at least. And yeah, deservedly got that England call-up. Some people maybe at times feel like he's been hard done by not to be talked about before. It was obviously COVID that got him that opportunity, but he didn't do himself a disservice, and they, I think, won that series, didn't they, against Pakistan?
Yeah, trounced them, didn't they?
Trounced them, yeah.
That was the England C team, trounced Pakistan first.
And no, just delighted to see him get the recognition and playing in the 100 and stuff. I know he belted me all over the place in one game.
His Beard in bowls, and forward goes Holden, defending, no run. Beard replacing Robinson, 2-8 for 5. I was listening to that on the radio. I was driving around at the time.
Norcross was commentating, wasn't he? I know he took pleasure in it.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, when you've played with someone for 12 years, they've got a good idea what you're going to bowl next, I think.
Well, especially a keeper.
Yeah. And I didn't execute. I bowled him a no ball, trying to bowl a wide Yorker. I bowled him a waist-high no ball. It can feel sometimes at Headingley, actually, like you're bowling up a mountain, and it certainly felt like that day.
Beard, just one slip in place, wide on the crease, he bowls. That's punched nicely by Holden out to deep backward point. Third's coming around, they'll just settle on 1. 209 for 5. So missing this one. Is it a return match at Lords, or is it?
Yeah, Lords, yeah.
Is it?
Thankfully.
Yeah. You can say that now, you're not a Middlesex player.
I know, yeah. As soon as the fixtures came out, I was like, right, when are we playing Middlesex?
Although you'd have taken MTS.
Yeah, well, it's a bit more bowler friendly there, isn't it? Or my style of bowler friendly. But no, looking forward to coming back to and doing well and beating Middlesex, you know.
What about that 2020 side? Jofra Archer, yourself?
That will be fun. Well, I might not get in that team, to be honest. When you're looking at the full strength team, Mills, Garton, Archer.
Beards around the wickety bowls, and this is punched away nicely by Holman. He's looking in good touch out there for Middlesex. That'll be 4 more. And Holman moves to 22 from 23 deliveries, 213 for 5.
Yeah, Rashid Khan, Will Beer, Archie Lennon maybe. Yeah, it's a nicely balanced attack, and one for which I could be running the drinks around for them. But if I get an opportunity, it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to...
3rd of June here, Friday 3rd of June. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to bowling or playing with Jofra Archer. Sort of marvelled at what he's done in an England shirt over the last few years. I'm looking forward to potentially bowling at the other end to him.
It's Beard's response to Holman, which is a fuller ball outside off and left alone. And then... is there no Lords T20 for Sussex this year?
No, there's not. We skipped that fixture, which is unfortunate, mildly annoying. But frustrating, that one. That was another one that I was looking out for. But then I think we play a 4-dayer in July.
That's it.
In that gap just before the 100 I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Tuesday, July 19th at
Yeah.
Lords.
Or after the 100, I don't know when that is.
Yeah, August. Are you in? What? Are you not in this year? Here's full one pushed away into the offside by Holman.
No, I'm hopefully doing some more work for the BBC during it. But I think I
You
went.
could get the commentary gig this year for the 100. BBC commentary gig.
That's yeah.
The
so
TV gig.
yeah, we're just waiting to see whether the schedules do align on that. But certainly doing a bit more work for the BBC in amongst my playing commitments here at Sussex. Obviously, if there are opportunities to do it this summer, I'm going to try and take them because I've enjoyed it a lot.
Beard, bowls, and Holman up on his toes. He's backward point in the round. Just don't forget your old mate when you're rich and famous in the commentary box, eh?
Well, I don't know if I'll be either of those things, but we'll still be mates.
Well, you won't
regardless.
be rich in the commentary box, I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
Then there's a one-day cup game here, 23rd of August, Sussex Middlesex.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. No, we do cross paths a number of times this year. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Change.
It's like Mason
Crane taking off the sweater here at the C end. Probably should change and give Harmsy a go with you as well. He's at the back of the box. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app and on the streams. It's been amazing, hasn't it, how the streams have come on as well. You think back to that match, Abergavenny kind of sitting there doing the radio commentary all day on your own. Although that's not true, I'd have had Ed Bevan and co with me that day. But it's amazing now to sit at home and watch all these streams.
Yeah, you just don't miss any cricket whatsoever. There's now every second team game streamed. Can become a bit all-encompassing and consuming because you end up watching Glamorgan under 17s playing against someone else on the app that you've got now, NV Play. You end up going through and looking at all the wickets and stuff, and before you know it, it's about 11:30 at night, which means you never really switch off from cricket. But yeah, it's great, and naturally because all of the guys at Middlesex are still some of my best friends and very good friends of mine, all the playing staff, it's nice to tune in and be able to listen to you and watch them at the same time.
It must be tough actually looking at the Middlesex dressing room at the moment, because I can't imagine there's one person in there you don't get on with.
No, they're all my great mates. It's been so nice this week to be able to see them and hang out with them. I have been back a number of times to just catch up with them and go for dinner and stuff, but yeah, I wouldn't have seen them for a month or so because of how busy the beginning of the season has been. So yeah, nice to see some friendly faces.
Right, one more over for me and I'll get out of the way for Adrian Harms. It's Crane right arm around the wicket, slip crouching down as the leg spinner bowls to Holden, pushing back up the track to 13 for 5. We had that overseas slot in the Shield, didn't he, a couple of years back, Mason Crane. And was the first overseas spinner for 23 years or something to play in the Shield as Crane bowls. Bit of flight in this. Oh, he's gone. Looking to sweep Max Holden. He's gone for 58. Misses that one. It's just clipped the top of leg, has it on the way through. 213 for 6.
Yeah, well flighted from Mason Crane. Max Holden, because the line was slightly outside off stump, looking to sweep across the line, would have felt as though he was safe and couldn't have got out bowled or LBW from that angle, but it's dipped and spun back through the gate and left the hole there for the ball to creep through, and it rattles the timbers.
Go down the leg side. I think that bowled him around his legs.
Let's have a look at this. It shows how good my eyes are. To be fair, I'm completely obscured by the umpire and the
well, it was what I had a few overs back when...
Yeah, it has. Yeah, he's got a long way outside off stump. Max Holden there, and what looked like it had bowled him through the gate from the angle that I was sat at has actually ended up beating him on the inside because he's took himself so far outside off and hitting the top of leg stump. So the wicket that the bowling change or the captain Tom Haynes would have been hoping for, and it opens up the end now. Martin Anderson, a very gifted batter himself, and has batted at as number 4 or 5 for Middlesex. So yeah, not a great person from a Sussex perspective to be having coming in at number 8, but certainly a handy wicket in the context of the game, and it means now with the lead of around 179, if my math serves me correctly, which is surprising given the fact that I left higher education around 15 years ago. It gives Sussex an opportunity now with these last 23.4 overs of the day to make further inroads.
I doubt they do it. In fact, I'm almost 100% sure they wouldn't. But follow-on still 30 runs away, isn't it? So
yeah, and I think with the bounce that we've seen, the odd one scuttling through, with the fact that the bowlers have bowled a decent number of overs, Robinson and Garton, this is their first game of the season. I think asking a team to follow on in these circumstances wouldn't be befitting, but also there are still 4 wickets to get and a decent number of not too many runs to get to that follow-on stage.
Blake Cullen's a decent bat as well, isn't he? He's still to come. And Freedy likes to hit it.
He does. I've seen he's played some enterprising knocks, hasn't he so far this year? He doesn't look as though he's going to die wondering when he goes out there to bat, which I enjoy from a tail ender. There's nothing worse than the tail ender coming out and just getting the barn door out and saying, "You're not getting me out. I want to see a tail ender play some shots in the Tim Murtagh mould."
Here's Crane, bowls to Anderson, stands up tall, pushes it back. 35 against Essex you scored, I remember thumping it around. Wasn't there a big 6 in that one as well?
There might have been. We would always...
Was that the 2017 match, though, that nobody's allowed to talk about when Middlesex didn't enforce the follow-on? Is Crane bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the onside, no run. It wasn't it?
It actually could well have been, yeah. Although we got stitched up by the lights, didn't we? The year after the floodlights became available for every game, but at that stage we weren't allowed the floodlights. Had we been allowed the floodlights, we would have got back on and took those last 2 wickets, definitely.
Bit of flight, and this ball's pushed back by Anderson. And then it was a long wait for the first win that season eventually, wasn't it? Essex went on and won the title and Middlesex were relegated, sliding doors.
Yeah, I know, it's bizarre. We didn't play fantastically that year, and our strategy...
Crane gives it a bit of flight. This ball's pushed away, fine of extra cover for a single for Anderson off the mark.
Yeah, our strategy became a bit muddled, where we've been a very settled team for the previous 5 or 6 years, but just natural circumstances meant that the fluctuation in team was more significant, which meant that you didn't have as good an understanding of each other. But certainly I don't think we were amongst the worst 2 sides in the division that year. Some well documented administrative problems, I think, cost us the relegation that year.
What a year that was.
To speak about it in a correct way.
The pelters I got off Somerset fans when Middlesex were relegated on Twitter is all I'm saying. Right, anyway.
You and me both.
A few words from Stephen Finn, and then it's going to be Adrian Harms. 2:14 for 6.
Finely poised game. Nice to be back alongside my old mate, Kevin Hand. Nice to see you. But finely poised here. Aaron Beard at the top of the mark, at the top of the hill at the Cromwell Road end. 2 slips in place. Martin Anderson on strike, fresh to the crease. Likes to play a naturally attacking game, I think. Can score very quickly, but the circumstances that he finds himself here, I think, is a tricky period to bat.
2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side as in comes Beard, bowls to Anderson, who plays that into the covers. And there is no run. Sort of bowled in little bursts today. I just wonder whether England would have determined how much he bowls in this game.
I'm not sure. I think there's an element of probably just easing back into action, not easing back in, because he's been training very hard the last few weeks to get back fit and get back playing for Sussex. But I don't think necessarily England would have put any restrictions on him. I just think the way in which the game has transpired has meant that there have been good times to bowl and not so good times. And
in comes Beard and bowls. Anderson forward, plays out into the covers again, fielded by Ali Orr, and there is no run.
And the advantage of having a 4-man seam attack in Garton, Beard, Hunt and Robinson with Crane to support, and then you've got Clark and Haynes as well to bowl a few overs. It means that guys don't have to bowl super long spells, and you can remain fresher to be able to come back. And if there is a wicket or if there's a circumstance in which you think it's right for someone to come back, they're not too tired to make a real impact.
Beard again down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, in and bowls, and Anderson is forward again, plays out to the covers again, all fields, and there is no run. The other question I was going to ask you, we got the impression up here that Ollie's got a slightly different run-up. I don't know if that's something that he's spoken about or whether you've known. He just seems to be running from wider.
I think he has always run from wider. It's probably accentuated by the fact that we're playing, or the game is being played right in front of our commentary box, which I think makes things seem more exaggerated. But I know it's been apparent when I've watched him bowl before that he does have a significant angle towards the crease.
Beard in again, bowls, and as it's hit on the pad, I think that was probably sliding down the leg side. Maybe got a bit of bat on it as well. Either way, the ball dribbles out, Beard fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
But because the swing was quite significant when he was bowling, sometimes if you feel like you can't find the right line from a tighter run-up, you will angle your run-up slightly more in order to get the ball starting towards the batter, so that your angle is making the batter play more often, because there's nothing worse when it's swinging than just bowling outside off stump and wasting it, and he's very game savvy when it comes to things like that.
Beard again in and bowls, and as it clips this nicely through mid-wicket, he's going to take one, and I think that's all he's going to get. Ollie Carter is on the field for Sussex. I'm not sure who is off. We'll have to have a little look around the ground and see which Sussex player is off. Nonetheless, 1-2 Anderson. He goes to 215 for 6. And you could tell with Ollie, Steve, that he was chomping at the bit. I mean, he was desperate to play last week against Durham. I wonder just how frustrating that is when it's not down to Ollie, it's not down to Sussex, it's someone else who's saying, yes, you can play, or no, you can't.
Yeah, it can be. I've been victim of that a few times in your career, where you just want to keep playing and keep being in rhythm and keep taking advantage of the good form that you're in. It can certainly be frustrating.
In comes Beard and bowls, and up on his toes is Holman, and eases that through the covers, picks up a single. Carter again in the action. It's the end of the over. Beard has bowled 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 40. Middlesex 216 for 6. Luke Holman is on 23. Martin Anderson on 2. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Steve Finn.
Yeah, certainly. I've lost my train of thought there. What I was talking about. What was I talking about?
We were talking about Ollie, and we were talking about the
That's
fact
right. The England, I think, with the inception of central contracts, has meant that England naturally have more control over the players they pay, basically, and the financial benefits that you have of being a big central cricket board is that the players that you want fit for test matches, you get to manage their workload and make sure that they are really hitting their straps by the time the first test match comes around. And unfortunately, from a county cricket fan perspective, that can be frustrating, because it can mean that your best players don't play maybe as frequently as you would like. But unfortunately, the England team is the most important thing.
Mason Crane around the wicket comes in and bowls to Holman, who eases that into the covers, fielded by Pujara, no run.
Yeah, which, and again, from a county perspective, it can be really frustrating. And I know that when I played more regularly for England, or when I did play regularly for England, it was you'd pop in for the odd couple of games for Middlesex, get ready for a test series.
Crane in bowls, gives that plenty of air, driven by Anderson. Lovely looking shot, and Tom Haynes half stops the ball, but it's going to run away for a couple of runs to Holman, who goes to and Middlesex to 218 for 6.
But I think in order to make the test team stronger, you have to make sure that your players are fresh and firing in the test matches, and that's very much what Ollie has shown today, that he's a test match quality bowler and how well he's done in test matches so far.
Crane bowls, Holman clips that through mid-wicket. More runs here for Luke Holman, just a single. This time he goes to 26, Middlesex to 219 for 6. Because sometimes it's quite difficult to understand from outside of the dressing room when they talk about bowlers bowling loads and all that sort of thing. I don't think anyone quite understands what that is, Steve. Is that about fitness levels, or?
It's so that you can bowl more overs at your maximum capacity, and unfortunately...
Crane in bowls, and down the wicket comes Anderson, and Crane fields of his own bowling, no run.
I know we all like to look back through rose-tinted glasses and say that people in the 70s and 80s bowled 95 miles an hour all day, every single day of the year. Whenever they were told to strap them on, they bowled 95 miles an hour without any warm-up. It didn't happen, I'm here to tell you, unfortunately.
Crane bowls, played by Anderson to short leg, fielded by Orr, no run.
Yeah, and cricket can't be the only sport that has receded in people's physical capabilities, and I think that now, with the amount of coverage and the amount of scrutiny and eyes that are watching people play test cricket, there's no place to hide.
Crane in bowls, cut away by Anderson to backward point, fielded athletically by Ollie Robinson. Not often to see him at point, but he does. He fields. End of the over, 219 for 6. Anderson 2, Holman on 26.
Where it was freezing cold, windy, and Jofra was bowling, I think, 85 or 86 miles an hour for England in a test match. And all people would media was that, he's not trying, he's not. I remember he got a lot of criticism for that particular game, and I remember watching it thinking, these people, they don't understand fast bowling, that there are a number of things that lead to you bowling fast, and one of those is managing workloads, and the inception of central contracts has meant that the ECB and the people there who make the decisions have more control over the way that their players are treated, so that they're not bowled into the ground and can't walk when they're 45, and also to make sure that the England team is as strong as possible when it comes to playing tests.
Changing the field here, one of the slips has been done away with, and Tom Clark's gone on to mid-wicket. It's going to be Aaron Beard to bowl to Luke Holman. And Jofra's back. We've seen him out on the outfield. Have you seen him a bit in the nets? How does he look?
Good. He looks fit. He's a very, very fit, strong guy. And just watching him live in the nets, it makes me very, very jealous with how easy he makes bowling fast look.
Comes Beard and bowls and covers up as Holman plays back down the track. There is no run. Sussex are saying, or Jofra has said, that he hopes to play some T20. Does he look, he looks fit enough to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He's, I think I read an interview that he did today saying that his first task, or the thing that he wants to tick off his list first, is the blast with Middlesex and see how he comes through that. And the people at England will be able to make decisions on what cricket and where he plays after that. But I know he's very motivated to still play all three formats, and that starts with the blast in a few weeks.
In comes Beard and bowls. Short, pulled away by Holman to mid-wicket. That's a really good stop in there by Tom Clark. It could well have gone away for 4 runs. Good stop by Clark. Holman remains on 26. 219 for 6 are Middlesex. This game is evenly poised, Steve. Sussex got their noses in front, I think. Well, no question they have. New ball is available, another 17 overs away yet.
Yeah, very much so. And I think the way that Sussex have fought to get themselves in this game so far.
Beard in bowls, driven away by Holman through the covers. He's going to take one. Carter is very quickly round and prevents anything more than a single. Good bit of fielding by Ollie Carter. One more to Holman. He goes to 27, and Middlesex 220 for 6.
Yeah, the importance of a first innings lead, and a significant first innings lead, I think, will be proven today or tomorrow, whenever Sussex do end up taking these last 4 wickets. It sounds such an obvious thing to say, but that scoreboard pressure of taking such a significant lead into the rest of the game then allows you to be able to control it. The closer those scores get, the harder.
In down the hill bowls, and forward comes Anderson, plays into the no run.
And Sussex here, it would be easy to go searching and hunting for wickets, whereas really the way to do it on pitches such as this, and they are good pitches, is to just be as patient as you possibly can and try and force the batter to make a mistake, rather than try and force the issue as a bowler, because that's when more runs can be leaked and those scores do come closer together. So a fascinating 20 overs or so we have here.
Beard down the hill bowling to Martin Anderson. He's in and bowls. Anderson drive. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. That's an on drive. Almost hit the stumps at the far end. Tom Haynes, no point chasing that. That's beautifully played. Straight down the ground. 4 to Anderson. He goes to 6. 224 for 6. How good a shot was that?
Yeah, he's a very, very fluent batsman. Martin Anderson, he gets his timings right, and that was just a push down the ground, but he's deceptively strong. He doesn't look that much of a big unit because he stood next to Luke Holman, who's a bigger unit, but he's a strong boy, Martin, and he times the ball very, very well. And he is a proper top order batter. So for Middlesex to have him coming in at number 8 is a significant positive for them.
Beard again, 2 slips in place. Bowls short, pulled by Anderson, doesn't time it, but it makes its way down to fine leg, fielded by Mason Crane. One more to the total, 225 for 6. End of the over, Aaron Beard, 13 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 46. I felt really pleased for Tom Haynes this week, Steve, because it must have been really quite difficult for Tom in the field for the first opening 4 matches. He's got a very limited bowling attack, so many bowlers.
All right, that's a bit harsh on me, isn't it, Adrian? Come on.
So many bowlers injured, and it's just, he's probably thinking, who on earth I can turn to. All of a sudden he gets Robinson back, he gets Garton back, he's got Sean Hunt, who's bowled nicely today. So that's, it must be good for Tom to think that at least he's got some options.
Yeah, so what you're saying is the 33-year-old that he has had to call upon for the first few was useless. Okay, I get it. No, it's certainly nice having those options. I think as a captain, you want to be able to rest and rotate bowlers so that they are at 100% when they play.
Crane in bowls. Nice looping leg break from Mason Crane. Anderson straight back down the track, no run.
And yeah, it's such a fine balance to get because you guys like Henry Crocombe, Jamie Atkins, they're so talented, and you can see it's so obvious that they are going to be really, really good players.
In comes Crane bowls. Clipped. Oh, I wonder if that was a chance. It would have been a half chance to Ali Orr in at short leg. Difficult to see whether it was a chance or not. I mean, the arms went up, but the reaction perhaps was that it wasn't really turned away, and difficult to see at first glance whether that was a chance or not.
No, he's hit that hard into him at short leg. So if it was going to be a chance, I think it was more because it got turned off the middle of the bat straight into his boot and sort of half looped up. But it would have been an absolute world beater of a catch.
All settles again. No slip in place now as Crane in around the wicket bowls, and forward comes Holman, just plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
I think when you have that mix and balance of more experienced guys, so Aaron Beard has played a decent amount of first-class cricket, Ollie Robinson is in the test team, George Garton's got international experience, and young guy Shaun Hunt, 20 or 21 years old.
Crane in bowls, clipped away through mid-wicket, picks up a single, does Holman. He goes to 28 to 27 for 6.
It means that the bursts in which Shaun Hunt has to bowl as a young man, you can pick and choose when to let him go and when to give him free rein to be able to run in, whereas what we've been asking the younger guys to do.
Crane in again bowls, forward comes Anderson straight back down the track, no run.
Is the job of a more experienced seamer, which I know when I was that age, if I was playing in an attack of 3 guys in their late teens or early 20s, that it would have been very hard to control the scoreboard. So
Crane in again bowls. Oh, cut by Anderson. Whistles past the outside edge, taken by Rizwan, no run. Ended there with 227 for 6.
But yeah, watching them bowl and seeing them firsthand and how good they are. Henry Crocombe's literally walking in front of our commentary box right now, and he'll be a lot fresher and better for having a week off. I doubt he's ever played 4 games of championship cricket in 4 weeks before in his life, or even second team cricket. So it's a different sensation, and something that when you're his age and so young, if you're exposed to it, it can be difficult. But yeah, he's a very amicable young chap. I've enjoyed sharing a dressing room with all those young guys. They're keeping me young. Yeah, that is for sure. Yeah.
What, with their music or
just a bit of everything?
Yeah.
It's like they introduced me to this new social media thing yesterday. It's called Be Real, and it's like I don't really understand it. And I never thought I'd be that guy that didn't understand modern technology. And I was sort of it was Henry, Jamie Atkins, Harrison Ward, who's also stood in front of us. Were all telling me about this thing and trying to explain it to me, and I was just completely lost. And it's one of the first times that I've sat there and just thought, you are really old, Stephen.
In comes Shaun Hunt over the wicket bowls, and up on his toes is Holman. Force it through the offside, followed by Carter. 1 more to Holman. He goes to 29, 228 for 6. Jamie Atkins, I get the feeling he's the joker in the dressing room. Would that be right?
He is. He's a character, that's for sure. He's such a great attitude. He runs in all day for the team, no matter how it's going for us as a side. You can always rely on him to provide energy. He does the same in the dressing room and when he's in the gym and training. Yeah, he's a great character to have around the team, and someone again I've looked forward I've enjoyed really spending time with him.
Hunt in bowls. Oh, they didn't miss the stump by very much. Let go by Martin Anderson, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. And I was talking to Tom Haynes about some of the young batsmen and having someone like Pajar and Rizwan around, and whether you pick their brains and having to pick the moment to do that, because they're very experienced cricketers. And is that something that the younger bowlers have done to you, Steve, and come and had a chat and said, how do I do this? Or
yeah, I mean the challenge or the thing that you want to do as a more senior player is never dictate to people what they should do or tell them how to do something.
In comes Hunt again, bowls, driven, lovely looking shot by Anderson. He's going to get 4 runs. That's eluded Ollie Robinson, who's out there, a little bit tired as he chased it. Is it going to go all the way? I don't think it has actually gone to the boundary. He's just literally pulled up inside the boundary. But it's 3 to Anderson, who goes to 8 and total to 231 for 6.
Yeah, you never want to impose yourself or your ideas on someone, but the guys have been really open about coming to me and asking about certain situations. But I always benefited from good senior players when I was younger who made it a conversation rather than a dictation about, oh, you have to do this in this situation, or this is what I would do.
In comes Hunt, bowls, Holman forward, plays out to the offside, no run.
And how you articulate that as a senior player is the challenge, and both Rizwan and Pujara have been really good about articulating the way that they approach the game. They're real model professionals where the young guys can watch them practice and prepare and realise, okay, this is what world-class international players do to get ready for a game. And I can learn from this, and me as a senior bowler, I try and do the same thing and always be approachable for people to talk to you.
In comes Hunt and bowls, forward is Holman, plays to mid-off. There is no run. Who did you speak to in your career? So who was, what's the word I'm looking for? Approachable and happy to give
mentor.
advice.
Well, I spoke to Angus Fraser a lot when I was younger.
You said who was approachable, Finn?
Yeah, Kevin Hand says, say who was approachable, which that's a fair argument about Gus. But yeah, I spoke to Gus a lot when I was younger. I was lucky enough to have Richard Johnson as a player, who's now the head coach of Middlesex.
Hunt in bowls, Holman plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. There is no run. End of the over. Sean Hunt has now bowled 10 overs, 4 mains, 1 for 29. Middlesex 231 for 6. Anderson on 11, Holman on 29.
Yeah, I've always had a fantastic relationship with Jono as a teammate and as a coach when he was the bowling coach at Middlesex, and he was always someone who was there to talk to me about bowling, and then Alan Richardson as well, probably, who with his big windmill action and the idiosyncrasies that came with that, talking to him and sort of watching him go about his business was someone that I learned a lot from as well. And then obviously the old warhorse, I don't want to give him too much credit because he is one of my best mates, and I wouldn't want to let him know that I'm indebted to him too much, but Tim Mercer as well.
Mason Crane is going to come in from the C end of the ground to bowl to the right-handed. Axon Short pulled away, short leg. Well, thank Mason Crane for that delivery. Really good piece of fielding out on the boundary from, I think that's George out there. George Garton, who's like a hare across the ground. He's really, really quick.
Well, Sean Hunt will be happy that you've just called him George.
Yeah, it was Sean, wasn't it? I'll tell you what. Sean won't mind me saying it, but he looks a different athlete than he did this time last year.
He's a very, very fit man. Yeah, he's worked incredibly hard on his fitness.
In comes Crane and bowls and drilled by Holman to mid-off, fielded by Haynes, but they take a single. He goes to 30, to 33 for 6.
Yeah, he's worked incredibly hard, both him and Jamie Atkins. I think this winter the challenge was set to them to get fitter, and they've done an amazing job in doing that and proving it in the way he's bowling today.
In comes Crane again, hits the thigh pad. I think that's going to be a leg by, as signalled by umpire. What sort of did it come off a bit of bat? It come off a bit of bat. Anderson goes to 13, to 34 for 6. He was round really quickly then, so well done. Short. I wonder if George Garton is off the field, actually, because someone was off when Ollie Carter was on. There's been a succession of... Ollie Carter is still on, so maybe George is off the field. In comes... Crane and bowls, good running by Holman, took on the field. Haynes gets in the throw, misses the stumps, but I think probably Holman would have been home anyway.
Just about. He prides himself in hitting. I think he's got a number of run-outs from mid-off and mid-on over the last year or so, yeah. And he takes pride in direct hitting from there, so he'll be disappointed he didn't hit that. It could have been close.
Up until last year, Steve, I don't think he got any. As in comes Crane and bowls, Anderson punches that into the covers, and there is no run. But certainly he had 2 or 3 run-outs last year that were terrific.
Yeah, he's a good fielder. He's a good hand-eye coordination, natural athlete, very lucky.
We'll just do this update to this is on BBC Radio Sussex, then we'll bring in Rita is going to join us. Steve's going to go in a moment's time. So Steve, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank
Great
you.
to see you. Come and see us again.
I will do, of course.
Steve Finn, great to have him on commentary here this afternoon. Thank you very much, Steve. Good to see you again. I'm going to bring Rita back in. I'm going to change headsets, actually, then we can do the update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So there we are, I can hear what they're saying. End of the over. 2:36 for 6.
Here's the latest with Adrian Harman, watching Sussex at the county ground in Hove.
Yes, thanks, Danny. Middlesex 236 for 6, which will tell you Sussex have taken another wicket since you were last with us. And it was the wicket of John Simpson, who was comprehensively bowled by Ollie Robinson for 71. That's the third wicket for Robinson, his first match of the season. And he's been chomping at the bit to play. And he really looks in terrific form ahead of the Test series coming up against New Zealand. Anderson is on 14, Holden is on 31. Middlesex 236 for 6 in reply to the Sussex total of 392. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey made 401 in reply. Northamptonshire struggling. They're 132 for 7.
Ball-by-ball commentary continues on the BBC Sports website.
So that's our update done. We've got another change of ball. Hello, Rita. It's been a busy afternoon, hasn't it?
It really has. Good afternoon, Adrian. Good afternoon, everyone. And different conditions as well, Adrian, from when I was last on commentary. It's certainly a lot darker than what it was only, I would say, about an hour ago. But yeah, it's been busy in the commentary box today. Love having a few guests that have come in and out. Love it.
Yeah, it was very good to have John Philby, the Sussex chairman. We've had Steve Finn having a natter as well for an hour or so. So good to see Steve talking about days gone by at Middlesex.
I enjoyed the reunion chat as well with Kevin. There's definitely more stories behind that.
No, I'm sure there are.
Whether it ever gets on air, I don't think so.
they were the on-field stories, weren't they?
Love it.
Yeah, really good of Steve to give his time as well. But this game intriguingly poised. You know, Sussex could take a couple of wickets here. There's 17 overs remaining in the day, 14 overs until a new ball is available. Whether Sussex would take it tonight, I don't know. I mean, we might even get the lights on, Rita.
Yeah, the lights here, the second ground to install permanent floodlights. Been meaning to get that stat in for nearly 2 days. So thank you, Adrian, for lining me up for that one.
And then you can commentate on Sean Hunt, who I described as George Garton as he raced around the boundary edge.
Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road end, steaming in, and this one down the leg side, and missed completely by the batter Anderson through to the keeper Rizwan, and there is no run. Yeah, well, that's quite a compliment in many ways, isn't it, to Hunt?
Yeah, absolutely, because his whole physique has changed, Sean Hunt. And as Steve Finn was saying, he's clearly worked incredibly hard on his fitness, and he had to do so by Sean's own admission as well. But he just looks a different physique, a different athlete.
Sean Hunt into his 11th over of the day to the battered right-handed Anderson, who tucks it down leg side, scurries through for a run. I was wondering if that was a leg by, and it is not, so it must have come off the bat. 1-2, the total 237 for 6. I think this is we may have had a huge amount of activity today with wickets in the main, and definitely a few runs thrown in as well. But I think actually the last hour of the day, or the last 16.4 overs of the day, are going to be absolutely crucial to decide what's going to happen in this game. Sean Hunt continues down the hill from the Cromwell Road end to Holman, who just tucks into this one, pushes it to the square leg area, but no room for a run, and there's no addition to the total. Mohammed Rizwan doing a little bit of juggling with the ball. Not a huge amount to report in from a goalkeeping. I've got that on my mind from a football perspective, wicket keeping perspective. Do you think is he going to have a bowl in this match?
Rizwan,
he bowled the other day, didn't he?
He did. He bowled against Durham in the gate, and he very nearly got a wicket as well.
Incredible. Sean Hunt to Holman, who defends this one, pushing it to mid-off and no run.
I mean, in terms of the way this game is, Sussex would feel if they could, get another couple of wickets here and go in with a decent lead. And Steve was saying in commentary how important it is to get a first innings lead here at Hove. Middlesex are how many behind? They're still 160, 150 behind?
155
right, okay.
behind. I did need some help there for that with those numbers, but got to take all the help you can get. Hunt steams in again, this time to the left-handed Holman, who pushes it into the onside. In fact, down to fine leg. and they take a run. Total now 238 for 6.
But we saw the importance of the new ball, and again, that was something Steve was saying with
Yes.
Kevin, wasn't it? Sussex. I mean, there's another 15 over or 13 overs to go. Sorry, after this, until the new ball is available.
Well, why wouldn't they take the new ball, do you
I think they definitely. Yeah, I just wonder whether they would take it tonight. But why wouldn't you if you had 3 overs with it?
Sean Hunt to Anderson, who hooks this one into the deep, keeps it nicely down on the ground to the fine leg area, takes a run, and it's the end of the over, 239 for 6. Slightly overcast conditions now.
Yeah,
So, you'd hope for a bit of swing in these conditions, and it's getting chilly out there, dare I say it.
Is it?
I don't want to moan, though, because it's been beautiful, but it does sound like I am.
Clive has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian, Kevin and Rita. With Ollie Robinson and George Garton back and bowling well, Sussex actually have an attack. The Hove pitch is proving to be not as quite as benign today, with Ollie and Afridi both bowling so well. It reinforces the difference top quality international pacemen bring to a side. If Sussex can manage to secure a lead, the match will be an intriguing listen. My regards to all, says Clive. Thank you, Clive. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. The laptop is working, sort of. As in comes Mason Crane from the sea end of the ground. 16 overs left in the day, so we've got an hour left to play tonight. As in comes Crane, bowls to Anderson, who eases that through the offside, fielded in the covers by Ollie Carter, who I think is on for George Garton. I can't see George out there. One more to the total, 240 for 6. I wouldn't be surprised to see the lights come on here.
It's gloomy. It's getting gloomy now, and I agree.
Umpire Blackwell is sort of looking around. That's often a telltale sign, and the crowd just seems to be filling in a little. Crane bowls, Holman drives down the ground, picks up a single.
I was listening to BBC Radio Sussex on my way in here. Of course I was. Why would I listen to anyone else? And actually, they were talking about the weather conditions today, and they talked about the overcast conditions later on in the day, and I thought, no way.
Yeah.
But they were right.
Crane in and bowls to the right-handed Anderson, who plays into the offside.
Should never have questioned it. Never questioned it.
We'll bring Kevin in a minute, and he can tell us a little bit about the lower order for Middlesex. So Sussex supporters can think, if they get through these two, is there a bit of a tail, or... We'll see. In comes Crane, bowls, a looping leg break, driven through the covers by Anderson. To the sweep on the cover boundary, who is Carter. One more to the total, 242 for 6. Anderson to 18. These two coming together when Simpson was out. The total then was... Max Hove was out, 213 for 6. So these two have added, best part of 30 runs, 29. As in comes Crane again, bowls, and Simpson eased onto the onside by Holman. Fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run.
Martin Anderson was quite sort of wristy in that run he took a moment ago. It's very sort of Indian or Pakistani in nature. Love it.
And comes Crane again. Last ball of the over. In and bowls and cut away straight to cover, and he is on his way. No, he's not. I thought for a minute he'd hit that straight on the fall to Pujara, because he turned and sort of walked towards the pavilion, didn't he? But I think he was just disgusted. He hit the ball straight to Pujara. There is no run. End of the over. 242 for 6. Anderson 18. Holman is on 33. I'm going to make way for Kevin Hand, who's going to join Rita.
Thank you very much, Adrian. So who's in the commentary box at the moment? It's been a wonderful day of lots of guests as well. But Adrian Harms, myself, Rita Green and Kevin Hand is going to join us very, very shortly. Really nice to have your company all around the world. Thank you so much for getting in touch. We're on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, and on the BBC Sport website as well. Every ball of every game in the LV Insurance County Championships. I mean, why would you want to be anywhere else? Sean Hunt down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Anderson, who just pushes this into the offside, and there is no run. Welcome back, Kevin. Hello to you. It was nice to catch up with Stephen Finn.
I've had to go for another little lie down. Just thinking back to 2006, commentating on Finney. How long ago that was now, eh?
Lovely to see his career right from the beginning.
Oh,
and
great.
I don't want to say the end, because it's not the end, of course, but from the very, very start.
Yeah, he's not allowed to retire, ever. Stephen Finn. I'm looking up that game now in Wales.
Hunt continues to Anderson, who pushes it into the cover area, and there is no run. This is the beauty of now this world of I'll call it YouTube, online sort of videos. So you can all the reminiscing in your mind is great and everything, but when you replay it back on the screen, it relives those beautiful moments. Well, that's what I do in my spare time.
It's been terrible for journalists. I mean, facts really do get in the way of a good story nowadays, don't they?
Slightly gloomy conditions here now at home.
Yeah, what's happened to the weather?
Hunt for the third ball of the over to Anderson, who pushes this into the fine leg region. There's a fielder out there, and that's Mason Crane, who fields one more to the total, 242 for 6. And it's definitely gloomy. I don't want to bang on about it, probably am now, but I think do you know what? Just as I say that, breaking news, the floodlights have been switched on.
Things you did not think you'd see today. The floodlights.
Incredible. It was blue skies end to end this morning and for a big portion of the afternoon, but I don't think I'm going to put my neck out there that they're rain clouds. Sean Hunt to Anderson, who sort of backward drive into the point region and really nicely fielded by Mason Crane. He's keeping him busy, both with the ball and in the field as well. Really nice sort of backward drive. Wasn't massively overly controlled, but I bet Holman was after a few runs there. Not to be. We stay at 243 for 6.
Oh, they've got his nickname wrong on Cricinfo, Stephen Finn. We've got it down as Finny.
What should it be?
Cyril.
Cyril, okay. I'll ask more in a moment.
No, don't.
Sean Hunt, the left-handed Holman, who pushes this into the third man region. There's a chase on, and it's that man, Mason Crane, once again with the fielding. They're going to come back for at least 2. And nice bit of fielding on the boundary edge there to stop the boundary. Yes, 3 off that last ball over the over. 4 runs from the over from Sean Hunt. End of the over of the 69th over is 246 for 6. Can you tell us any more about Cyril?
No.
Or okay.
I purely said it just to see if Stephen Finn and Tim Mercer, if Tom Helm and Tim Mercer are tuned in.
So it's a test. I love it. Do you know, I did a bit of a disservice to Sean Hunt there. There's another ball in the over. Good. So down from the Cromwell Road end to Anderson, who defends this one, pushes it into the cover area, and there is no run. Now it's the end of the over. 246 for 6. I feel like I'm going to up the drama here, Kevin, but a couple of wickets before the close of play.
Yeah,
and Middlesex will really feel they're up against it.
Well, absolutely. I think it's almost imperative that these two reach stumps tonight. If they do, Middlesex are circa 285, 280. So 100 runs behind overnight with 6 wickets standing against a new ball in the morning. And then it's a case of, all right, if they get out there and they can chip 50 off that 100, first thing tomorrow against the new ball for the last 4 wickets, great. Then all of a sudden, you know, they've just got to scramble somewhere close. This is from a Middlesex perspective, of course, taking the game forward. They've got to scramble somewhere as close as they possibly can to 350 and try to build some sort of third innings pressure on Sussex in a match that, you know, I mean, listen, if this was a 5-day game, we'd be saying, oh, this is all beautifully set. You know, Middlesex, 500 behind, no problem. Go out and put it right in the second innings, whatever they're chasing. But time-wise in this match, if they can get to somewhere within, around 50 shy of Sussex, that should just about be enough to say, right, well, you better be careful at the start of your innings now. Have embossed the game to now. Here's Crane. He's around the wicket, bowling to fellow wrist spinner Luke Holman. He's a right-handed leg spinner. He's a left-handed bat, and he leaves us on loan through to Rizwan. Holman's batted nicely, hasn't he, for 36. He really looks the part, the young 21-year-old. Very, very impressive young man. Crane is in. Bowl swim down the leg side. Swept away by Holman. Single down there to... Delray Rawlings down there at deep back of square leg, just checking.
So Garton is off, and
Garton and Robinson off. Adrian Harms. No, who's that out at deep mid wicket now? Oh, is that?
Hunt.
That's Hunt. Crane, right arm over to the right-handed Anderson, and Hunt comes into play and spills it for 6. Oh, got that horribly wrong. Went at it to his right, just past his right shoulder on the move as he moved towards the ball with his fingers pointed to the sky, where really at that point I guess he could have gone with the bucket, looping up sideways as a keeper would take the catch. But yeah, got himself into a bad position and spills it over the ropes for 6. Anderson moves to 25. Middlesex have a second batting point. They're 253 for 6. A big old recovery from 45 for 4. Here's Crane to Anderson again. And Anderson's forward defending this one. Didn't quite get hold of it, Anderson. And, well, another fellow who didn't is Hunt, thinking about it out on the boundary rope at the moment.
One of those really tough moments for the fielder that drops the catch.
Rain to Anderson bowls and no run.
Yeah, this is where you feel like you want the ground to open up and swallow you, and that added a sort of misery and shame, so to speak, of the ball going over the rope for 6. But you've got to wipe that out of your mind.
This one's swept by Anderson, fine, that's 4 more. It's a little short, and he went down on one knee, swept hard at that, and Anderson moves to 29, and Middlesex moved to 257 for 6. So the partnership now at 44, of which Anderson's obviously done a heavy part of the scoring. 13 to go today.
Yeah, to be really fair there to Sean Hunt, gloomier conditions, and he may not have picked the ball up early enough and got his body in a position to be able to take the catch. I wonder how much Sussex will rue that drop catch. We shall find out in a little bit, or in a couple of days anyway. They're just taking a moment here to take a drink and before they regroup once again. But I always feel for anyone that drops a ball in the deep. There's no one anywhere near you, maybe some members of the crowd, and that's sometimes if you're at an away game, that's even worse to have that feeling. But it's one of those things, part of the game of cricket, and you move on to the next ball. But I've got to say, this is a wonderful setting, even in the slightly sort of darker conditions of Hove. All of the lights are on now. How many posts have we got? At least I can see 8 of them. But beautifully set up for a few more overs today. 13 overs remaining, and we've got Tom Haynes, captain himself, coming on for an over or few from the Cromwell Road end.
Ebervale, 2007. There we go. Where's Ebervale? Is that Abergavenny? Must be. That was the name of the ground. I was calling it Colwyn Bay. Eugene Cross Park, Ebervale. Let's see where that is.
Right, well, you use the wonders of technology to find out more. Here's Haynes up to wicket now and bowls to Holman, who pushes this into the onside, and there's a chase on from the man in the deep to try and cut off the second run. They take one, but rule out the second. One more to the total, 258 for 6. What's the verdict, Kevin?
I can see no mention of Abergavenny still in this, but maybe it's maybe part of the wider area. Let's see.
Right, we've got Rizwan up to the stumps for Haynes, who comes in to bowl to Anderson, who just pushes this into the offside, and there is no run.
I'm going to have to put directions in on the maps. Ebervale to Abergavenny. How do you spell that? Someone call Ed Bevan.
What did we do before online maps and stuff? We had to print out 1,000 of them. This would have been in the old days, going into Encyclopedia Britannica. Next ball from Haynes, and a quicker delivery zipped through to the wicket keeper Rizwan, and the oohs and ahs in the field. That really zipped through nice and fast through Anderson. He survives, 258 for 6.
It's 20 minutes outside Abergavenny, halfway between Abergavenny and Merthyr Tydfil.
Nice part.
I'd say it's more Merthyr Tydfil than Abergavenny. So there you go, Finny. I remember your debuts.
Haynes in and bowls and cuts through the offside, and really nicely fielded at deep backward point. Really, really nice fielding there from the Sussex fielders. That's what you want to see, putting your body on the line. If you're a Sussex supporter, that's Ali Orr in that backward point position, a really important position. I used to field there. I like to think I did half a decent job. Here comes Haynes with the next ball of the over to Anderson, up to wicket and bowls, and again cut through into the offside. There to be cut, nicely controlled towards the boundary rope, but cut off in the deep, and one more to the total, 259 for 6. Anderson on 30, Holman on 38. So quite a partnership forming here, or has formed, and they'd be, from a Middlesex perspective, looking to really build on that. And I'll tell you what, they'll be delighted, the Middlesex team, to go in without any more wickets down today. Haynes in, bowls, and defended by the left-handed Holman with the short sleeve jumper, and there is no more addition to the score. 259 for 6. Middlesex still trail by 133. We have 12 overs remaining of the day.
He was Middlesex's youngest first-class debutant, beating the record set by a 16-year-old Fred Titmus in 1949 when he played that Cambridge match that he was mentioning in 2005.
Incredible. Incredible.
It's find his first championship match, though.
Debut at 16. I mean, that is, I think most people will admit that at the age of 16, it's...
Who's it for Sussex? Ibrahim?
Yes.
He was 16, wasn't he?
Well,
Oh.
yeah, in fact, there was a younger one than January. We thought it was, but there was a younger one.
Oh.
Mason Crane continues from the C end with a bit of leg spin to Anderson, who pushes it to the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, Mason Crane, I do like his sort of zippy action, always lively. Spinners always, have this aura of wanting to get on with it to the next delivery, and indeed he does. Crane from the C end to Anderson, again, defensive stroke. And there is no run. Of course, Mason Crane, that one test match against Australia in Sydney in 2018. That probably feels like a lifetime ago for many people. Mason Crane in from the C end. Bowls right now and driven into the offside by Martin Anderson, and nicely fielded. However, the fielder sort of awkwardly sort of fell over, and that's... Yeah, that looked awkward, didn't it? More awkward than maybe it should have been. That's Tom Clark. Yes, at in the cover area. But he's up on his feet, looks okay. Crane, in. Again to Holman, who just defends and pushes it into the onside. There were a few cries of oohs and ahs there, but controlled into the fine leg area. And they go through for a run, 261 for 6. And yeah, what a day it's been. It feels like a long time ago when there were bright sunny skies and the rumbling. Number 24, Crane in again from the C end, and plenty of... and driven through into the offside, past the pigeons. The pigeons actually take evasive action to make sure they don't get hurt. And sticking with the cricket, though, another run onto the total by Middlesex, who took a run there, 262 for 6. Crane with his leg spin, wide and short, and dispatched to the boundary by Holman. It was there to be hit. It was short and wide. He took his time to take the stroke, and in the end, actually, it was past the bowler.
That's not
Crane,
nice.
And
It needs to be told. It needs to be told off by his dad Pete tonight. You don't dismiss a fellow leg spinner like that, Luke. Come on now. No matter how rank a long hop that is, you don't slap it flat batted back past him for 4 like that.
Yeah, not the best delivery of the day. And Captain Haynes, right in front of us, jumps over the advertising hoardings to go and retrieve the ball. You've got to be careful, actually. You know, when you jump over these ropes and advertising hoardings, you don't want to get some dodgy injury doing that. But there we go. That hasn't happened. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Haynes is absolutely fine. So you think there needs to be a word there about that respect between the spinners, huh?
Come on, Luke, don't do that to a fellow leggy. No, he's batting really well, isn't he? 43 from 55. Anderson 32 from 47. The pair have really done an excellent job. Well, you think of this is the 7th, of course, but it was that 6th wicket partnership for Sussex, wasn't it? From that point at 5 down, when you thought they could have them for fewer than 350 here. And actually, when you put it into that context, Middlesex should really be looking still towards that 350 mark, as I've said. Try and get somewhere around 290 by Stumps tonight, maybe. Here's Haynes, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Anderson, turning to the onside. There's no run. 11 overs remaining. They just picked up the scoring rate a little bit. They have in the last couple of overs, haven't they? Which is, because I said 285, they'll comfortably be past that. They might even be 300 tonight.
Yeah, and they're looking to rotate the strike as well, consistently.
I think as well, they'll probably have it in mind that, look, there's 8 overs until that new ball becomes available. So there's no point waiting for it as Haynes comes in, bowls, and this ball's eased back up the track by Anderson, waiting on it in the crease. Yeah, it might be reckless at this stage, but this is the time to score runs. Older ball, tired attack late in the day. So 26 behind now.
Indeed.
Now you'd fancy them to get at least 70 more from here and be within sight. This is Anderson, gets a full one from Haynes, turns away into the onside from a straight line, which has hands on heads. Yeah, you'd fancy Middlesex from here. They'd be disappointed to fall. Well, again, at this stage, you'd be thinking, well, go on, make sure you get the 3rd batting point, but there'll be a chance to get that 4th batting point.
Slightly different news. I find that Tom Haynes' run-up extraordinary. Let's explain more in a moment.
He's around the wicket now with a straighter approach, which I think is what Reader's going to come to. It's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, he starts
behind the umpire.
Exactly. It sort of loops around and almost takes us by surprise.
Who used to do that? There was somebody who had a really arched... there's been loads that have arched the other way, who've come from very wide approaches and come in, but those that come from almost behind the umpire. Haynes around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls to Holman, defending.
From a really wide angle, was that just some sort of strange recollection I've got? But
I'm trying to think of there's a Somerset bowler that's springing to mind. Who was it at Somerset? It might have been Trigo, maybe. Who came at quite an advance from behind the umpire almost. As here's Holman, pushes to points, no run, 267 for 6. Anderson 33, Holman 43. Trigo, former Middlesex player for a time as well.
Yeah,
Ollie got away.
Oh, sorry?
One that got away, Trigo.
Yes.
He was on a trial. He played a couple of games, but not signed up by Middlesex. Had a great time down at Somerset. 267 for 6.
We have a change of bowler. And it's Tom Clark on from the C end. He's taken his short sleeve jumper off, giving it to the umpire. And he's marking out his run-up right here in front of us. What a wonderful commentary position we've got. There was a decent crowd here at Hove today. The crowds have definitely dwindled towards the latter stages of the day. Maybe people have plans on this Friday night, out for dinner, down to the beach, fish and chips, etc. Okay, there was quite a comical activity going on here. Where the bowler sort of turns his arm over a little bit to his teammate to the left or right. He did that. The ball came back towards him, and Clark was not expecting it. But there we go. Clark in from the C end, and Anderson just pushes this to mid-on, and there is no run. It's those little moments in the game that I think are as important as the game itself. No, not at all. Listen, the Middlesex trail by 125. That's the summary. A couple more wickets this evening, and Sussex will feel like they're absolutely in the driving seat. But Middlesex are just ticking these runs off. Over by over. Clark from the C end and beats Anderson. Really lovely delivery there. Not the quickest speed from Tom Clark, but certainly beat him on that delivery, and that will give him a fair amount of confidence straight through to the keeper and no run. We see the new ball this evening, probably, I think, is the general feeling here in the commentary box.
No reason not for 2 overs to have a go with it.
Clark from the C end in once again, and Anderson just pushes this to the short cover area, thinks about a run, but turns his colleague Holman back, and there is no run. 267 for 6. Yeah, Tom Clark, what can I tell you about him? Well, he's 21 years old, a young bowler for Sussex. Made his debut in 2019. Runs in once again from the C end. And nice delivery there. Pushed to mid-on. And there is no run. A few smiles on the faces of the Sussex fielders. They probably feel pretty pleased with life right now. Probably feel like could do with a couple more wickets. But certainly it's been a decent day for Sussex by the seaside. Yeah, nice ground here. I've enjoyed my 2 days with the commentary team. It's been absolutely fabulous. Clark in again from the C end, and this is pushed into the onside to the mid-wicket region, but straight to Pujara and no run. Pujara's been pretty sharp in the field, although there was a hint of a dropped catch off Mason Crane, his first ball of his spell. I'll have to watch the replay to really pick out whether that was a true chance or actually a good stop in the field. Clark looking to finish off this over with a maiden in from the C end to Anderson, who pushes it into the offside area, and they run through for one run. They're looking for two, and it's going to be tight. They hit the stumps, and they've got away with it. From the reaction in the field, if the fielder hit the stumps, it was absolutely bang on, a wicket, but it wasn't meant to be. And it's the end of the over. I don't think there was 2 runs in that at all, but...
You worried about the light, Holmesy? Oh, this is only the first look, isn't it? Take them off, umpires. This game's going to need every chance they need. It's an old ball. No, umps, don't be silly. Don't be silly.
Do you think the fact that Mason Crane is... do you think they're not playing spin at the moment, so as a consideration?
No, get on with it, umps. Come on. Look at it. I mean, it's hardly thick black cloud out there, is it? Let's have a look at the... you can't see the shadows. The other one's when the natural light overtakes. Let's have a look on the stream, see if that's, showing from a perhaps higher vantage point than ours to see if there's shadows out there. I can't see any.
All the Sussex players need to put their sunglasses on, like the Aussies did against England at the Oval all those years ago. Comical moment. Right, on to the next over.
It's not bad light, is it? Here's Haynes around the wicket bowls, and open face from Holman's back on point, and there's no run. I can't believe that. Well, I don't know. I suppose maybe these two would happily go off now and think we've come out in the morning. Then you've got 6 overs to get yourself in before the new ball. So maybe these pair would go off now quite happily. 269 for 6.
We don't want that, do we?
No. Haynes turns into bowl, and this ball's eased away out to went for a single by Holman. It's almost as though Haynes is playing so the kids game they play. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? He walks to the top of his mark, and then he kind of turns quickly and comes charging in, doesn't he?
Exactly. It's a brilliant run up.
And go around the umpire light, and he's having a look. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? Here he comes. He's in now, bowls, and this ball's pushed away back up the track. 270 for 6.
A lot of people looking at Tom Haynes, aren't they, from an England perspective? He's a young guy, 23 years old. What are your thoughts, Kevin?
Haynes?
Yeah,
absolutely. The old Jason Swift school of batting. He and Orr, Ben Brown as well. Swift, the former batting coach here at Hove under Jason Gillespie, came through. A few good young batsmen really pushed on, and Haynes certainly bags potential. In bowls, he's cut away nicely by Anderson. They'll just get a single, deep point coming around, 271 for 6.
Going back a little bit to the previous over, I know we talk about wickets, change matches and whatnot, but really that was a massive opportunity for a run out in that last over. There was definitely not a second run in it at all, and I got the impression actually that Holman had pretty much given up. If the stumps had gone flying, there would have been yet another Middlesex wicket, and they would have been absolutely furious to get out, I'm sure, in that manner. But that's all history now.
Haynes to Holman. Forward defence, fielded in the covers by Pujara.
It'll be a great day tomorrow here at Hove if you fancy coming down here. I'm sure you'll absolutely have a great day. I think the weather conditions tomorrow are also supposed to be pretty good. What a day. What a venue to watch a great game of cricket.
Holman pushing this one back to mid-off. 271 for 6. There are 7 overs remaining. Umpires permitting.
Yes, indeed.
I can't see that this is bad light.
But as you said, it was a first chat, wasn't it? Of, shall we, shan't we? Nah. Oh, they're having another little chat, Kevin. And,
stop it.
Oh, no, hang on. I'm just teasing you here. They were just handing over something to each other. Do you like the fact I like to put a bit of drama into things?
Yeah.
But no, genuinely, though, it obviously it is gloomier than what it was before. Is it gloomy enough to go in? Let's hope that we see the 8 remaining overs of the day. Clark continues from the sea end. Latter stages of day 2 of Sussex against Middlesex here at Hove. Right, Clark comes steaming in up the hill from the sea end to Anderson, who cuts to the offside area, and a really nice cut into a massive chase for the fielder, and he is beaten, and it goes all the way to the boundary rope. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be cut, and indeed that's exactly what Martin Anderson did. He moves up to 40 off 59 balls, Holman on 44, and the total is 275 for 6. Not the greatest start to the over, short and wide and dispatched.
Adrian Harm's just come back with a screwdriver in the effects mic, or one of the effects mics. He's been a busy man today, hasn't he, with technical issues.
He's brought this laptop back from somewhere incredible. Right, Clark again from the sea end and defended by Anderson, and there's no run.
He's brought it back from the dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he really
The
has.
Lazarus. The Lazarus of laptops.
Maybe we should wait a couple of days before we say that it's definitely back. You don't want to hear it bzzz. And then...
Oh, well, I mean, to be fair, it's come back from the dead. You'd take that, wouldn't you?
Oh.
An extra day.
It's been great to hear your
What would
emails.
you give? One more day.
Clark with the third ball of the over is in to Anderson, who clips it into the onside, where there is a waiting fine leg fielder towards the boundary rope, and they go through for a single. 276 for 6. Slightly blowier conditions here now at Hove. Again, nothing massively troubling, but that lovely sea breeze from west to east. We didn't have any of that really yesterday and large parts of today. You can see in the posh sort of sponsors boxes to my right, there's a few people definitely milling around. Maybe they come down after work, fancy a drink and watching the cricket. Tea or coffee or other beverages, of course. Clark from the sea end is in and bowls to Holman, who cuts this one, and is almost a spectacular catch by Rizwan down the leg side. But the ball flies over his right glove, Rizwan, and it goes all the way through to the boundary rope. There was likely to be a nick on that one.
Yeah, I think so. There it is, banged in short. Yeah, whether it was glove or top edge, as he hooked at that one, he steps across and I can step inside it, hook it away. He just got a little something on it through to the keeper. Let's see what it was.
It looked like glove, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was pretty fine. That was for a moment. Rizwan, from our commentary angle, disappeared behind Holman, and we waited to see if he emerged with the ball or not.
Clark around the wicket to Holman, who pushes it quite severely and in a quite aggressive manner to the offside area. A cut for 4, and the flows are definitely running in this over. 3 4s in the over already, and the runs are leaking through. And 50 is up for Holman. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Kevin, who is quite right and on it completely. 52 for Holman now off just 64 deliveries, and a really nice cut through the offside there.
There was a cry catch, wasn't there? I mean, it must have been a pretty low trajectory if they were expecting him to catch that.
Clark to Holman, who bangs this one in short, flies over the head of Holman, almost like an annoyance in that delivery, and there is no run. End of the over, and an expensive one. 13 off that over. It's 284 for 6. And with Anderson on 41 and Holman on 52.
Umpires, stop it. Honestly. This is a game that's going to need every chance. It's not bad light out there at the moment. It really isn't. Here's the one down the leg side. He just steps inside it, didn't he? And then, boop. Oh, Rizwan, if he'd have taken that one-handed, he got fingertips of his right glove as he went for it, one-handed. Batters are ready to go. Nobody else is. Yeah, get on with it. Get on with it. 284 for 6. I mean, near bad enough to like right now.
I fear this may not be the...
Oh, stop it. How has that happened? The umpire seemed as though they were ready to get on with it, and then everybody just started walking off. They were going back to their positions, the umpires. Oh.
Disappointing. I don't think
disappointing.
I don't think anyone in this ground would have liked that. In fact, there were slight groans, I think, in the crowd.
I should hope so. I mean, honestly... Just seeing if we could hear what that announcement was, to see if it was something other than bad light. They're going to take a meter reading. I think they have just taken a meter reading, so it is bad light. It's that situation. Have they actually come off a bad light? 'Cause it doesn't feel that bad. I don't know whether the floodlights are making it feel worse for the umpires out there, but what are we now? Second week of May, and it's filled in, but it's hardly heavy cloud over us here at Hove. But 6:15, that'll be us done for the day. Of course, we can make up these overs tomorrow, I suppose.
We lost 7.
7 overs lost, so we can make them up tomorrow. There
definitely.
is that.
So Middlesex now trail by 108. And would you have taken that in the majority of the parts of this day, Kevin? I think only being a smidgen over 100 behind.
Oh, I said there'd be 285 for 6, 285 on the board at Stumps, didn't I? But I didn't know that they'd have 7 overs to spare. They moved along at a good rate, these two. We talked about when they were 4 down and said, look, at the start of this session, could they, or just before the end of the afternoon session, could they get to Stumps 4 down? That would be huge for them. And then, in the morning, they might just reach parity. Those 7 overs now in the morning, the positive for Middlesex in that is that they'll have those overs half an hour in the morning to get their eye on these two. And then the new ball will be taken. And what can be done in that time? Can they get themselves in? Holden, that was a brilliant 50, by the way, from him. He's chanced his arm a little bit with it, but that's okay. Lower order bat. Looking to get on with it. Anderson's 41. Fabulous from these two. Really is for the 7th wicket. Exactly what Middlesex needed, really. They've gone for these couple of all-rounders. Missing Roland Jones and Helm for this match, who could have batted that a little bit higher. It's likely one of these two will always play in the all-rounder role, and then Roland Jones comes in. In this match, they've got them both. Roland Jones rested. So